Hey there, my name is Antonio, and in this course I'm going to show you how to build a fully functional Jira clone using modern web technologies. This project is great for developers who want to improve their skills in building complex web applications and learn about project management tools. We'll be using Next.js, React, Tailwind, Hono.js, and Appwrite to create our Jira clone. Throughout the course, you'll learn how to implement various features that you'd expect from a professional project management platform. We'll build a My Tasks page where you can view your tasks in different formats. We'll implement a table view for a quick overview and a Kanban board for easy drag and drop task management, and finally a calendar view for better deadline tracking. We'll create individual task pages where you can view and edit task details. You'll learn how to implement features like editing task descriptions and deleting tasks with confirmation modals. On the task list, we'll add filtering capabilities, allowing users to quickly find tasks based on different criteria like the person assigned to that task. We'll also implement an editing system where you can change assignees, move tasks between projects, and update their status. For user management, we'll create a members page where you can view all members in a workspace. You'll learn how to implement role-based access control, allowing you to set members as guests, promote them to admins, or remove them from the workspace. We'll build project pages with their own set of analytics and settings. You'll learn how to create, edit, and manage projects within a workspace. Creating new tasks will be a key feature. We'll implement a task creation form where you can set all necessary details like name, due date, assignee, status, and associated project. To personalize the experience, we'll add workspace settings where users can rename their workspace and upload a custom image. We'll also create a workspace switcher component to easily navigate between different workspaces. We'll implement an invite system with shareable links, making it easy to bring new members on board. You'll see how new members are integrated into the workspace and can start creating and managing tasks right away. By the end of this course, you'll have built a functional Jira clone that you can use for your own projects or add to your portfolio. You'll have gained valuable experience in creating complex, interactive web applications. And now, without further ado, let's build the project. This is a quick reminder that you can also use my platform, codewithantonio.com, and you can watch this entire course in chapters, and you can also mark your progress. You can also become a premium member, and you can unlock special courses like Canva clone, as well as source code to over 20 premium projects and over 170 hours of premium content. Let's go ahead and let's set up our project. In order to do that, we first have to ensure specific system requirements. So let's go ahead and let's head inside of our terminal, and I want you to run the command node-v. Go ahead and read the version it says right here and double check that it is the necessary requirement on the Next.js installation page. So at the time of recording this video, that is at least Node.js 18.18. So my version, Node 20, will work just fine. In case you have a lower version or don't have Node installed, meaning you got an error here, simply click on this link, which will open a Node.js website, and you can download the latest long-term support, which would be 20.17 at the time of recording this video. There is an alternative runtime you can install if you want to, which is something that I'm going to do in this tutorial. So I'm going to quickly show you the differences between using the two runtimes. As you can see, it supports Linux, macOS, and Windows. So if you choose to use the Node.js runtime, you would simply run the commands as you see in the documentation. npx create next app. But if you're going to use Bun version, you're going to have to switch it up a bit. So first of all, let me show you where does the npx come from. So if you have Node installed, you also have npx installed. So you can check this as well. If you choose to install bun using this command, then you can then run bun version as well. And if you have bun installed, you also have bunx installed. So bunx is the same as npx, and bun is the same as node. Of course, I'm speaking in terms of those two different runtimes. Great, so now that we know the basics of our commands, choose the runtime you want to use, and let's go ahead and set up Next.js. But before you run this command, I just quickly want to show you something. So instead of running npx create next app, since I'm using the bun runtime, I will be using bunx create next app. And I quickly want to show you the version of create next app that I have. This is important because I want to ensure that anyone following this tutorial can have the exact same version and doesn't have to fear that anything's been deprecated, especially because there are some breaking changes coming in the upcoming versions of Next.js. So let's go ahead and do the following. Let's run either npx or bunx create next app, and instead of at latest, we're going to use 14.2.14. And then let's go ahead and give our project a name. I'm going to call it Jira clone. Let's go ahead and select yes for TypeScript, yes for slint, yes for Tailwind, yes for source directory, yes for the app router, no for customizing the default import alias, and let's just wait a second for this to install. Since I'm using bun, you can see that I have bun install here. If you wrote npx inside of here, you would probably have the message using node, and then you would have npm install here. So those are basically the differences, just a different runtime. I prefer bun. I personally experienced it to be much faster. Great. Now that we have that, we can go ahead and head inside of our new project Jira clone. And from here, go ahead and open this directory inside of Visual Studio Code or any editor that you prefer. If you get a message similar to this inside of Visual Studio Code, you can simply press yes, I trust the authors, like that. And there we go. I am now inside of my Jira clone. You can see I have the source directory. Inside of here, I have the app folder, I have the fonts, I have the globals files, the icon, the layout, the page. But let's go ahead and immediately go inside of package.json, and I want you to see whether you have any differences in the versions. So I'm using React 18, React DOM 18, and Next 14.2.14. And here are my dev dependencies. These don't have to match 100%, but I want to show you this in case you run into some problems or in case you chose to use the next latest version, so you can always look at the most important packages which I have and which version they are. So you can set them to be exactly like this. But if you used bunx command like we did right here, bunx create next app at 14.2.14, I think you will have all the exact same versions that I do. Great. Let's go ahead and let's try running the app. So I'm going to go ahead, and you can either do npm run dev or you can do bun run dev. So the cool thing about bun is that you can interchange it. So if at any point you want to switch back to npm, you can do that, right? So I can shut this down and I can do npm run dev, and it's working just fine. So run either one of those two commands and head to localhost 3000. I'm going to copy the URL. I'm going to go inside of my browser here. In case you're wondering, I'm using the Arc browser. And there we go. So this is my Next.js homepage here. My version is dark because I'm on dark mode at the moment. Yours might be bright. Great, so that is the initial setup that I want us to have. Great job. What we are going to set up next is Shadcn UI, and we're going to use it to build our own component library. If you want to, you can visit the documentation yourself and follow along, or you can just watch the commands I run and run them yourself. So I'm going to go ahead and follow the documentation for Next.js. And first things first, we have to run npx shadcn init. Here's the cool thing about the documentation page. If you click on the copy button, you can choose which package manager you are using. So npm yarn p-npm, or in my case, bun. But before we run this command, I want to show you exactly which version of Shadcn UI I'm using. So I'm going to go ahead and run bunx --bun shadcn --version. There we go, 2.1.0. So now I'm going to go ahead and run bunx --bun shadcn at 2.1.0 init. Or if you're using Node, it would be npx shadcn at 2.1.0 init. So I'm going to go ahead and repeat my one more time, 2.1.0, and just init without any dashes or spaces here. Let's go ahead and select which style we would like to use. So usually in my projects I use the default style, but this time we're going to switch it up and use the New York style. This is kind of important because regarding of which style you choose, you're going to have some different packages installed, specifically the icons. So make sure you choose New York. For the color, I'm going to go ahead and select neutral as my color. I'm going to select yes for CSS variables here, and I'm just going to let it run its course. There we go. So success. Project initialization completed. You may now add components. We're going to explain what that means in a second, but let's quickly take a look at everything that has changed inside of our project here. So as you can see, first of all, I have some new packages here. So this Radix UI React icons comes from the New York style. We also have a package class variants authority, CLX, Lucid React, and we also have Tailwind Merge and Tailwind CSS Animate. So those are all the new packages which have been installed running this Shadcn version. So I would recommend that you go inside of your package.json and just double check that you have all of those here as well. Great. But besides that, I think we have some more things here. So we also have a modified Tailwind config.ts here. And this part is very important. We're going to come back to this later. But as you can see, not much we can read from here, just some basic things set up here. And let's go ahead and finish looking at everything that was added. So same thing in globals.css. You can see that a bunch of new stuff was added here. And finally, we have the utils file located inside of source libutils. And inside of here, we have a new cn method, which we're going to use a lot in our project. So cn method will be used to properly merge or conditionally show or hide Tailwind classes without any conflicts. Great, so we have that. So let's go ahead and run our app now that we have Shadcn installed. So bun run dev, again at localhost 3000 here. Let's go ahead and refresh this page. And there we go. So the only thing that changed for me is the bright background at the moment. Nothing else has changed. Great. So now let's go ahead and let's learn how to add some components inside of here. So I'm going to go ahead and go quickly back inside of Shadcn documentation. And I'm going to go ahead and click on components here. And I'm going to find the button component because that's going to be the one we're going to be using a lot. And inside of here, I'm simply going to copy the bun version. So now let's go ahead, and if you want to, you can shut down your app or you can just open an alternative terminal here. And I'm going to paste the command. The only thing I'm going to change is I'm not going to use the at latest version. I'm going to use the at 2.1.0 because I want you to be able to see exactly which versions I have to ensure that this project has some longevity to it, and so that no matter when you come across this project, you can follow it exactly as I am right now. Let's go ahead and let's click enter, and there we go. We now have a new component inside of our project. Where can we find that component? Well, inside of source and the new folder here, components UI button.tsx. The only difference is that we cannot see that component at all. So let's go ahead and let's find this route right here, this Next.js with these two buttons. So that is located inside of source app folder page.tsx. What you can do here is you can remove everything inside of this return method and this image import and just return a div hello world like this. And there we go. You can see my hello world text right here. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and let's import the button component from components UI button. So this @ sign is an alias which will take us to source, right? So we don't have to do the // you know, all of those things. We're just using an alias here. And now let's go ahead and let's render our button component here. And let's go ahead and say click me. There we go. We now have a button component, and we can go ahead and give it a variant of destructive, for example, or ghost, like this. We can also give it a different size, like large or small. And the coolest thing about the entire thing is that this component is ours. It's not hidden away in Node modules. We can actually modify every single thing you can imagine, from the actual variants, which we just played around. For example, above default, I can add, I don't know, a test here, and I can go ahead and give it a background green and the text of white. And I can now go back here and change the variant to test. And there we go. Now it's green. So that's the cool thing. This is what's going to allow us to create a very specific and very custom component library. And we can do the same thing with the sizes here, and we can do the same thing with the actual code. Great. So you now learned how to add the components, and you can see I'm having an error here because I'm using an unknown variant here. Perfect. So besides this, I also want to test out whether our Tailwind is actually working and just show you something a bit important here. So I'm going to write Antonio here. You can write your name, and I'm going to give this a class name of text red 500, and let's go ahead and use font semi-bold. So as you can see, my Tailwind is working. Not only is it working, but I also have some cool hover features here, and I can even see this box right here. So how do I get those effects? Well, very simple. It is an extension called TailwindCSS. So you can go ahead and install, my apologies, not TailwindCSS, just Tailwind. There we go, Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. This is the one with 7 million installs. So make sure you have that. It's very useful when working with Tailwind. And another thing that I want you to ensure and double check is that inside of your Tailwind config.ts, your content looks exactly like this. This is very, very important, right? Because, for example, right now at this moment, if I were to create a source and inside of here add features, for example, and inside of here, if I were to, let's say, add, I don't know, component.tsx, let's call it test, export const test component, and let's return a div hello test component. Let's go inside of our app folder, inside of page.tsx, and let's import that test component from features test. There we go. I have the text hello test component. And right now, I believe if I add a class name here, text red 500, it is working, right? But I think that this Tailwind config is not set up correctly, right? So let me just go ahead and go back inside of here. As you can see, this Tailwind config is only covering components inside of pages, inside of components, and inside of app folder. But it is not covering components inside of features folder. So why is it that Tailwind seems to be working here? Honestly, I can't exactly tell you why, but what I can tell you is that it will stop working at some point. Obviously, this has something to do with Tailwind's, just-in-time compiler or something like that, or maybe even hot reloading. But this technically should not work. So we have to ensure that we do one important step here, and that is to copy and paste the line here and add features inside of here. So now we are 100% sure that all Tailwind we write will be supported inside of this features folder right now. So we don't really have anything important at the moment here, but we will have later on. So again, double check inside of your tailwind.config.ts right here that you have added source features and then the exact same thing as all of those have above inside of your content. If you want to, you can do this in an even easier way and simply allow everything inside of source, right? That's one way of doing it. But just make sure that you have the exact same Tailwind config as I do. Great, and now this should work without any problem. I'm even gonna go ahead and just remove my next cache here. And then I'm gonna go ahead and do run dev again. I'm gonna refresh this, and this should still work just fine. I'm gonna add 1, 2, 3 here. There we go. Hot reloading is working. I can change this to green. I think we are now safe to say that our features folder is definitely covered by Tailwind config. What we're going to do next is add all the necessary components from Shadcn for this project. So let's head back inside of our terminal here, and we've learned how to add individual components, but here's what we can do as well. Using the command bunx --bun shadcn at 2.1.0, add, instead of writing out button, you can simply press the enter after you write add. Again, if you're using npx, you just need npx shadcn 2.1.0. So if you add, it's gonna ask you which ones to, well, add. And you can use the arrow keys to go up and down and space to select or unselect specific components. So let's go ahead and add everything we need. We're gonna have to use avatar, so make sure you select avatar. Badge, we already have buttons, so no need for that. Select the calendar, card, the chart, the checkbox. Go ahead and select the dialog, the drawer, the drop-down menu, the form, the input, the label, the popover, scroll area, select, separator, sheet, skeleton, sonar, table, tabs, and text area, and press enter. And now you're gonna get asked whether you want to override the button. That's because some of the components we selected have their own buttons, so they are asking whether you want to override it. So just select yes here. And there we go. So you should have a couple of new files inside of your project here. So let me just go ahead and show you inside of source, inside of components. There we go. You should have all of these new projects here. I mean components, not projects. Great. So what I want to do next is I want to show you how we're going to customize this and turn it into our own component library. So let's go inside of the app folder, inside of page.tsx. We can remove this import and instead we can add a button component here. And let's write primary here, like this. And what I want to do next is I want to go ahead and let's see, can I kind of have a gap here? Flex gap 4. And I want to add some more here. So for example, I want to add secondary here, and I want to give it a variant of secondary, like this. Then I want to have, let's see what's next here. Basically, I want them all here. So destructive. After destructive, I want to add ghost. After that, I want to add link. After link, I'm going to add outline, and I believe that's it. There we go. So all of my buttons are here. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to modify them and just make them a bit more original. And perhaps it's better if I just let them all be next to each other like this. There we go. Let's go ahead and let's go inside of the button component. And specifically, let's go inside of the button variants. And what I want to do is I want to change how the primary or the default button looks like. So let's go ahead and remove everything inside of this default variant here. I'm just going to select everything inside and just clear it out. So right now, as you can see, it's just empty. So let's go ahead and let's write background gradient to bottom from blue 600 to blue 700. And then let's go ahead and give it text primary foreground like this. And then let's add the hover effects. So hover from blue 700 and then another hover to blue 700. So now when you hover, you can see how it loses that gradient effect, right? So that's going to be our default button here. Now let's go ahead and let's modify the destructive in a similar manner. So we're going to add background gradient to bottom as well from amber 600 to amber 700, like that. Text can be destructive foreground, so basically white, and then we're gonna add some hover effects. So hover from amber 700 and hover to amber 700. So when you hover, there we go, it gets flattened out. That's the effect we're looking for. There we go. So we already have some pretty unique buttons here. Great. And now what I want to do is I want to modify my secondary button here. So I'm going to go ahead and remove everything inside of here. And I'm going to add background white, text black, hover, background neutral 100. There we go. So my secondary looks like that now. Great. I'm going to go ahead and modify the ghost as well here. So my ghost will be border transparent, shadow none, hover background accent, hover text accent foreground. There we go. So my ghost looks pretty similar to my secondary, but we're going to use them on different occasions. Let's remove the link. We're not going to need link at all. And instead, let's add a new one called muted, which will be background neutral 200, text neutral 600, hover background neutral 200/80. So I'm going to go inside of my page here. And since I removed link, I'm going to change this to be muted and write muted here. There we go. So that's my muted button now. Great. Now I'm going to add another button here. Another variant, which we're going to call territory. So this will have a background blue 100, text blue 600, border transparent, hover background blue 200, and shadow none. I'm now going to go back inside of page. I will copy and paste the last one, and I'm going to give it the value of territory. And let's see if I made a misspell here. Territory. Make sure you don't misspell territory. There we go. Now we have three kind of important buttons which we are going to use. Great. Before we move forward, what I want to do is I want to rename this variant from default to be called primary. So I'm going to go ahead and select this and change this to primary. And then one important thing I have to do is go inside of my default variants and remove this to primary. And then I have to go inside of page here. If I want to now, for example, I can no longer use default, right? I now have the availability to use primary, and nothing should change because that is the default button. So if you don't append the variant, it's gonna fall back to primary. Great. So now let's go ahead and let's change the sizes a bit. So by default, I want all of my buttons to be a bit larger. So I'm gonna give them a height of 10. My small variant will not have a text extra small inside of it. Instead, I'm gonna add an extra small variant here with a height of 7, rounded MD, px of 2, and text extra small. My large variant will be a bit larger than this, having a height of 12. And my icons will be a bit smaller, having a height and width of 8. Like that. So if you want, you can try it out. If I go ahead and give this a variant, a size of large, there we go, it's pretty large. And if I give it an XS size, it's pretty small. I'm gonna go back inside of my button now, and now what I wanna do is modify some things in this default class name right here. So an important and the most visible thing here is that I'm gonna be using a font semi-bold instead of font medium for my buttons, right? And then the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to modify how my disabled states look like. So I'm going to go all the way to the bottom here, to the end here, and remove this default disabled field. And I'm going to create my own. So on disabled, I'm going to add background neutral 100. Then I'm going to do another disabled to be from neutral 100. Another one to neutral 100. So what this is doing is it's basically flattening out any possible gradients which we might have. So we are covering both cases, whether our variant are using backgrounds or if they're using gradients by using this type of, aliases, right? Let me just find where I was, okay. So after this now, I'm gonna add a couple of more things, including a text color when we are disabled. So again, when disabled, let's use text neutral 300. Let's also add a border around each of our buttons, border neutral 200, and let's add a shadow small. There we go. So those are going to be our buttons, as you can see. Quite unique, may I say so myself. Great. We now have these buttons, and what I want to do next is just modify a few other components we're going to have. So let's go inside of components UI, and you should have the input component. So inside of here, looks like I have some error here. I'm not exactly sure why, but we're gonna come back to this later. And let's go ahead and change the input height to be 12 instead of 9. So I want my inputs to be a bit larger. So if you want to, you can go to your source page here and add an input here if you want to. So you can observe that as well, even though it's not exactly, too visible at the moment. And let's do the same thing inside of our select component right here. So choose the select component here, find the select trigger, and simply increase from height 9 to height 12 like this. Great. So we have now customized our components to our liking, and we're now going to use them to build our authentication screens. Great, great job. So before we continue forward and build our authentication screens, I noticed we have some errors in our newly added components from Shadcn UI. So if I go inside of source components and, for example, input component, I have an error here. And by looking at my older project, it seems like this only happens in the newest version of Next.js, which at the time of making this video happens to be, where is it? Let me just find it, 14.2.14. And we know the Shadcn version here. Let's go ahead and try and find which one it is. The latest Shadcn version is 2.1.0. So it looks like that combination causes these errors here. So this is what I want to do. I'm going to go ahead and shut down my app and go ahead and run run build or npm run build. And inside of here, you should see all the errors which you have inside of your project. And most of these are just simple lint errors. Let's go ahead and fix all of them one by one so we can continue with our project knowing that we no longer have any errors inside of our components. And in an odd chance you don't have any errors, well then that's perfectly fine. No need to do anything then. Let's go ahead inside of calendar.tsx. So it looks like we have two errors here. We are spreading the props, but we are not using them anywhere. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to remove both of this here. There we go. So inside of my components UI calendar, that seems to be resolved now. No more errors in this file. So that's for the calendar. We then have the chart component. So let's go inside of chart.tsx. Looks like we have these three imported but never used. So I'm going to remove them here. Let's scroll a bit down. And inside of here, it seems like this is defined but never used. So let's see, can I maybe just add a text? I can't. So usually the underscore should be fine for no unused vars, but for some reason it's not here. So you have to be careful with this. We cannot just remove this because it obviously needs to be the second argument here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and disable this line right here. So you can hover over this, quick fix, and click disable no unused vars for this line. You can also pause the screen and spell this out exactly. So that resolves the chart issues. We then have the input and text area in errors. So let's go ahead inside of UI, inside of input. And this can be fixed quite easily as well. So basically what this is erroring is that we are extending an empty interface. So the way it suggests fixing this is replacing empty interface with a type alias like this. So export type input props. You can see the difference, right? We just change this to be a type, and instead of extends, we simply assign that to be the new element. So change it like this. And we have to do the same thing inside of the text area right here. So I'm going to go ahead and use the same thing here. Quick fix, replace empty interface with a type alias. Like this. In case you don't have those options, you can pause the screen and write it out exactly as I did. I think text area was the last error. So if I do run build or npx run or npm run build, I think that now there we go. So make sure that when you run run build, you can build your project without any errors. This is important. I don't want us to continue if we have any errors at all. Looks like we are unlucky with our versions of Shadcn and Next.js, but not a big problem. We just resolved all of them quite easily, may I say so. Great. So what I want you to do now is do rmrf.next. So I want you to remove all cache and then just do run dev or npm run dev. And let me go ahead and refresh my browser here. I just want to double check that everything is working fine. I'm going to change this to primary 123. There we go. And no errors here. Perfect. Great job. Let's go ahead and let's create our authentication screens. For that, we first have to know the basics of how routing works inside of Next.js. So let's go inside of the source, inside of the app folder. And inside of here, I'm going to create a new folder called sign in. And then inside of that, I'm going to create a page.tsx. So page is a reserved file name inside of Next.js. And whenever used inside of the app folder, depending on what folder it is in, that will become a part of the URL. So let's go ahead and learn that a bit. Make sure that inside your app folder, you have created a sign-in folder and then a page.tsx. Inside of that file, what's important is that you do default exports. So I'm going to call this sign-in page like this and a div sign-in page. So this export default is very important. The name of the constant doesn't matter. It can be called anything. The only thing that matters is that you do a default export here. And now that we know that our folder is named signed-in, we can visit that URL. So I'm gonna quickly enable something here called developer mode so that you can see my URL at all times here. So I'm going to go to localhost 3000/sign-in, and I don't have my app running, so let me just go ahead and do that quickly, and also a reminder for you in case you don't have your app running. There we go. So now, after I visit /sign-in, you can see that I'm on the sign-in page. So what happens if I don't do the default export here? What happens if I just do export const without the export default? Well, what will happen is that we have an error because the default export is not a React component. Great, so let's go ahead and roll this back. And let's ensure that we have our sign-in page visible. So that's one thing I want you to learn. The other thing I want you to learn is another reserved file, just like page is, called the layout. So you already have the default layout here in your project, and ours is going to be similar to this, but also a little bit different because this is the root layout. You are most likely never going to change this file except adding some providers or changing the fonts, right? But other than that, this will mostly stay exactly as it is. But the convention it follows is, well, quite similar, right? So if I go inside of the app folder, sign in, and if I create layout.tsx inside of this file, and I do the exact same thing, so I'm going to call this sign in layout and a div hello layout. So what will happen now, interestingly, on the same route that I was before, /sign in, I'm now seeing hello layout. So it looks like our layout file has overridden the page file. Well, that's because we are not using the layout file properly. So the layout files are used for reusable things. So the proper way of using this is to create an interface, sign in layout props, and define the children as a required prop here, because every sign-in layout, which is a reserved file, will always have children. So you don't have to worry about where they come from. Next.js will handle that for us. So now that we have the children, which are safely typed in this interface above, instead of rendering hello layout, we can render the children inside. And there we go. Now you can see that my page is rendered instead, sign-in page. So what is the purpose of this layout file, you might ask? Well, very simple. Let's go ahead and let's add a class here, flex column. And let's pretend to have a navbar here. I'm going to go ahead and give this navbar a background red 500 and a height of 10. And I'm going to go ahead and add a paragraph, navbar. So this is what layouts are used for. So if I, for example, had another route inside of sign-in page, for example, let's go ahead and call this test. It really doesn't matter for now. I'm going to go inside of this test and add another page.tsx file. I'm going to call this test page and do a default export and test page here. So how do I access this test page? Well, I go to /sign-in and then /test. That's how you do nested routes. So follow along as I do. Go to /sign-in /test. And there we go. Here's the cool thing. The navbar is completely unchanged, but the content of the page has changed. So that is the purpose of layout files. So you can add reusable layouts to your pages, right? So for example, in our out screens, I want both my login and register routes to have similar layouts. So this layout file is perfect for that. Later on the dashboard screen, I'm going to want to have a sidebar, and I want all of my routes to have a sidebar as well. So I'm again going to use a different layout for that. So that is the purpose of that. Great, and now let's go ahead and do the following. Let's remove this test file, we no longer need it. Let's remove the layout from the sign-in as well. And now I'm going to show you one cool thing that you can do. Let's just go back to /sign-in here. So you've learned that every single folder which has a page.tsx inside will create a URL. Well, that's not always true, because you can create something called a route group, and I'll show you why they are powerful. So let's go ahead and create an auth group. We do that by naming the folder inside of our parentheses. So I'm going to call this auth. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag and drop sign in inside of the auth folder. And now I have this prompt to update imports. You can always say yes for this. And I seem to have no unsaved files. If you do, you can just click here and save them. So what happens now exactly? Well, first of all, let's check how our routes work. I am at localhost 3000/sign-in, and if I refresh, everything works just fine, right? So you might have expected this to be something like this maybe, but no. So whenever there is a folder inside of parentheses, that means that that part is omitted from the URL. So that's the purpose of route groups. And what's cool about this is that I can now go ahead and copy the sign in, paste it inside of auth, and call this sign up, for example. Go inside of sign up page.tsx. Let's change this to be sign up page, and change this to be sign up page. So now both of my routes here, both of my auth routes are inside of my auth route group here. So then I can go to /signup, and on the URL side, they seem to be, independent of one another, right? They seem to behave like separate routes, but we know that inside of our code base, they are held together in this route group. And here's the coolest thing about this. While they are omitted from the URL, they can have their own layouts. So if you add layout.tsx inside and follow the same thing we did earlier, so this time I'm going to call this auth layout. If I save this, there we go. So now both my sign up route and my sign in routes have the same overridden text coming from the layout file. So let's go ahead and do the thing we did earlier, which is proper use of auth layout. So interface auth layout props, children, React node, and inside of here, auth layout props with the children inside, and render the children inside of instead of the text. And there we go. Now we have a shared layout file in two different routes, and we ensured that no other routes will share that layout because of this route group. So both sign in and sign up now share the same layout. And again, you can do the navbar trick to showcase how that looks. What I want you to do next is to find a logo for this project. And here's a handy website you can use called Logo Ipsum. So Logo Ipsum is something like a placeholder logo collection here, which you can easily just click and you copy the SVG. So what's important is that you don't actually use this for your business. You are free to use this for demos, for tutorials, but don't use this for your business, and just refer to the guidelines of this website. But it's a very, very handy website for finding quick, nice looking logos for your projects. So here I am, I'm gonna find a logo that I like, for example, this one. And now what we have to do is we have to create this SVG file. So I just clicked and that copied the SVG. And now we have to actually create that. So what we don't have is the public folder. So let's go ahead and create a public folder in the root of our application. So not in the source folder. It needs to be outside. Inside of the public folder, let's go ahead and let's add a logo.svg file inside. And let's paste everything inside of here. There we go. So I just pasted the entire thing that I copied, and now I have logo.svg here. And now let's go ahead and go inside of our source, inside of our app, auth layout.tsx right here. And let's simply go ahead and render this logo inside of a Next.js image. So import image from next image. Let's add a source to logo.svg. Let's give it a height of 50 and a width of 100, for example, and an alt of logo like this. I'm now going to close this website. So again, just click on the logo and you have copied the SVG. You can also directly download it by clicking here. And there we go. We now have our logo right here. What I want to do is just change its color because we are going to be using a specific blue color throughout our project, and I just want to stay true to that color. So let's go inside of our logo.svg, and if you copied the same logo as I did, you can then go ahead and find the fill option right here and just change it to a new color. And then when you refresh, there we go. Now it has a blue logo and I like this way better. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's add this layout and let's actually give it, some navbars, some buttons and other stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and replace this div with a main element, and I'm going to give it a class name of background neutral 100 and a minimum height of screen. So it takes up the whole page. And I have removed the image tag, but I am going to leave the image import because we're going to use it in a second. And now let's go ahead and let's add a div here with the class name mxauto max width screen 2xl and padding of 4, and make sure you put children inside of that div. There we go. So you can see how now this is centered. And what did we achieve with max width screen 2xl? Well, this is what we achieved. At a certain point, you can see how our page stops expanding, right? So when I'm zoomed in, you can see it's following the edge of the screen, it's following, but when it reaches a certain point, it will stop following the screen. So this means that if your screen is too large, we're not gonna, resize all of our elements needlessly. Instead, we're just gonna allow you this specific box on the screen for you to work with. So that's what that part achieved, in case you were wondering. Great, so we have that now. And now let's go ahead and let's create our navbar element here. So our navbar element will have a class name of flex, justify between, and items center. Inside of the navbar, we're going to have a div, and then we're going to have our image. Let's give this div a flex items center and gap of 2. And the image will have a source of logo SVG. Make sure you put a / in front of the source, an auth of logo, a width of 152, and a height of 56. And there we go. You can see that now we have our logo once again, but this time it is properly positioned and inside of semantic navbar element here. And one thing that I think we actually don't need is the wrapper around the image. So let's go ahead and remove this div and just keep the image directly inside of the navbar, like this. Now, here's another thing we're going to add inside of the navbar. Let's add a div, and this time we are actually going to knit this. So flex item center and gap of 2. And inside of here, we're going to have a button. And let's go ahead and give this, my apologies, let's give this button a variant of secondary. And for now, let's just go ahead and write sign up, like this. And again, I've made the same mistake. I keep planning on having 2 buttons, but we are not going to have 2 buttons. My apologies. So you can remove this div, and instead of the navbar, just have an image and the button. My apologies once again. There we go. So now we have a sleek looking navbar here, which has a sign up button and a logo right here in the opposite corner. Great. And now outside of this navbar component, let's go ahead and let's add a div component here. And let's go ahead and give this a class name of flex column items center, justify center, padding top of 4, and on medium devices, padding top of 14. There we go. So now you can see that our text here is centered like this. And it also has quite some spacing here. And if I zoom in, you can see that it kind of has, well, you can see that there's a jump in the padding right on a specific breakpoint. This is going to be more visible later when we have some actual elements to show. Before we go ahead and actually develop our sign up and sign in pages, I quickly want to go back inside of my source app folder and then inside of my layout.tsx file here. And I actually want to remove this local fonts and I want to use the Inter font. So this is what I'm going to do. Inside of my app layout, I'm going to import Inter from Next Font Google. I'm going to remove the local font. We are not going to need it. So I'm going to remove both of this here, like that. And instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add const inter to be inter, which we imported above, subsets Latin. And then I'm going to go ahead and do the following. I'm going to import cn from @libutils. If you remember, when we set up Shadcn, we explored this little cn util, which will help us merge this font class. So let's go ahead and do the following. Inside of our body element, I'm going to go ahead and remove the entire thing. I'm going to add cn inter class name, and then I'm going to add anti-alias. I'm not sure how to pronounce this. I'm sorry. And let me just confirm that I didn't. Yes, so this is the proper command name. My apologies. And after that, minimum height of screen. Make sure you add this as well. There we go. So now we have a new font. And here's another thing you might see me do a lot. I like to order my imports in a specific way. So the imports which are coming from packages will always be at the top for me. After that, I'm going to go ahead and have my aliased imports. And after that, I'm going to have my relative imports. So that's how I like to separate them. You don't have to follow that. It's just a habit that I have. Great. So just make sure that inside of your root layout, inside of the app folder, you have changed the font name to inter, and you have added a minimum height of screen. This is a new class which comes default from, I think, Shadcn version. I'm not exactly sure what it does. You can explore that for yourself. All right, now let's go ahead and let's go back inside of our app folder, inside of our sign-in page.tsx. And here's how I want to do this. So I don't want to directly develop this here. I actually want to create my sign-in card like this, which I currently don't have. And now let's go ahead and let's actually develop the sign-in card. And we're going to do that by creating our features folder. If you remember it from when we were discussing our Tailwind config, and we ensured that our Tailwind config covers the features folder, where this is where that now becomes very important. So once again, go inside of your Tailwind config.ts and double check that you have the source features folder added here. Now let's go inside of features. We can remove the test component. And inside of here, we can go ahead and we can add a new folder called auth. And very simply, inside of this folder, we're going to keep everything auth related, including components. And inside of the components, we're now going to create our sign-in card.tsx like that. Let me just double check inside of my app folder, inside of page, that I'm not using, that deleted feature test file. It looks like I'm not. Everything seems to be working just fine. Now let's quickly go back inside of the sign-in card, inside of features auth components. And whenever I work with components, I'm going to do named exports. So I'm not going to do export default here. I only do export defaults for my pages and for my layouts, because that is what Next.js requires. So let's export const sign-in card here. And let's just return a div sign-in card. And now we can go back inside of our auth folder, sign-in page.tsx, and we can import this from features auth components sign-in card. And then we can go ahead and develop further right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and import everything we need from our card. If you remember, we added the card from Shadcn in a few chapters before this one, when we added all components we are going to need. So just double check that you have add components UI card inside of your project right here. And make sure you add these 4 imports from that package. So now let's go ahead and let's actually use that card here. And let's go ahead and give it a class name, full width, full height. And the width is going to be fixed to 486 pixels. Border will be none, and shadow will be none as well. Then let's go ahead and let's add a card header component and a card title component. Inside of the card title, I'm going to say welcome back. And let me just refresh my page and let me go to /sign-in so we can actually see that. So make sure you are at /sign-in and not /sign-up, because we are currently developing our app auth sign-in page.tsx, which has the sign-in card. So make sure you're seeing that properly. Now let's go ahead and give the card title a class name of text2xl, like that. And let's go ahead and give the card header a class name of flex items center, justify center, text center, padding of 7, like that. Below the card header, let's go ahead and let's add a div here and a class name px of 7. And now I want to create my own type of separator. So we already have a separator from Shadcn, but the problem with that separator is that it only comes in flat lines, right? So I'm just going to go ahead and give this a margin bottom so you can see the separator right here. It only comes in flat lines, but I want to create my own dotted separator. Let's go ahead and learn how to create that funky little component. So my own components are going to go inside of the components folder. I'm not going to add them inside of the UI folder. I'm going to reserve the UI for Shadcn related components. So inside of my components, I'm going to create dotted-separator.tsx. And let's go ahead and let's import our cn util. Let's go ahead and let's prepare the interface for dotted separator props. So we're going to have all of them completely optional. The class name, which is a string, color, height, dot size, gap size, and direction, which can be either horizontal or vertical. Then let's export const dotted separator here. Let's assign the props. And let's destructure all the props which we might need here. So class name, color, which by default will have a specific gray color. So make sure you've added this. Then we're going to have height, which by default will be 2 pixels. Then we're going to have dot size, which will also be 2 pixels. Then we're going to have gap size, which will be 6 pixels. And then we're going to have the direction, which by default, if not set, will be horizontal, like that. Let's go ahead and let's create a Boolean variable here, is horizontal, so that we don't have to do, the direction check every time. We can just do it once here, and then we can do ifs later on. Let's go ahead and let's return a div here. And let's create a class name with a cn. If is horizontal, we're going to render full width, flex, and items center. Otherwise, we're going to render full height, flex, flex column, and items center. And then we're going to add a comma at the end of here, and we're going to pass in class name, meaning that user can extend this however they want from the outside of the component as well. So what's important is this territory clause right here. Then we're going to go ahead and add another div inside. And this will actually be a self-closing div, and it's going to be the last element we add here. And this one will have a bit more styles. So first of all, a class name, again, we'll check inside of, well, we don't have to use cn here because we don't have to worry about merging. So just if is horizontal, use flex grow. Otherwise, flex grow 0. And now we have to do the rest in styles because Tailwind will not exactly support, Tailwind's just-in-time compiler will not exactly support this kind of dynamic variables which we need. So let's go ahead and define the width to be if is horizontal, 100%. Otherwise, it's going to be the height variable which we have. Then for the height, again, if is horizontal, we're going to use the height variable or 100%. For the background image, we're going to go ahead and open backticks. And then we're going to go ahead and write radial, gradient, and make sure that whenever you're writing this, you do it exactly like this, right? So make sure there are no typos here. It's going to be a circle. we're going to add a color variable here. So this is the kind of things we are not able to do dynamically in Tailwind. So that's why we're using the style prop here. So color without a comma, so just a space, 25%, and then a comma, transparent, and then a space, 25% again. Great. After that, let's add a background size, which is going to check if is horizontal. In that case, we're going to open backticks and we're going to parse integer dot size plus parse integer gap size and add pixels at the end here. And then after that, simply add a height. Otherwise, we're going to open backticks again and we're going to use the height and then parse int dot size plus parse int gap size in pixels, like that. After background size, we're going to have background repeat option. If is horizontal, it's going to be repeat X, otherwise repeat Y. And last one, background position, center. So you just created your own separator component here, and it's also heavily customizable. Let's try it out. I'm now going to go back inside of my features, auth components, sign in card, and I'm going to use the dotted separated here, like this. And let's go ahead and see whether we did something incorrectly here, because it looks like our dotted separator at the moment is not appearing. So I'm just going to go ahead and debug what went wrong. Well, the issue seems to be in my typo. So go back inside of the dotted separator and I misspelled circle. This is circle, so circle. And there we go. We now have a nice dotted separator, which we can use either vertically or horizontally, depending on our needs. Great. We can now continue developing our sign-in card. So I'm just going to leave this at px of 7 here, like that. Below that, I'm going to go ahead and add a card content here. I'm going to give the card content a class name space y4, like this. My apologies, I'm going to give it a padding of 7, actually. And then I'm going to add a form element, which will have a class name space y4, like this. And now let's go ahead and let's add our input component from components UI input. Let's go ahead and make it required. Let's give it a type of email. Let's go ahead and give it a value of email. Let's go ahead and give it an onChange for now to just be an empty arrow function, and value here can also be empty because we don't have the email constant just yet. Let's give it a placeholder, enter email address. And let's give it a disabled prop of false. Now make sure you have added the input import here. You can remove the separator import. And one thing that I want you to add is use client here. Once you add use client, you will get rid of that error. So what happened with that error? In Next.js, every component and file which is used inside of the app folder is considered to be a server component. So in order to, well, it would be incorrect to say to convert a component to use client. The more correct term is to open a boundary between server and client. Why am I using that terminology specifically? Well, you can see that adding use client here fixes our issue. But we can also do this. We can go inside of the auth folder and we can go inside of a sign in and we can mark this entire thing as use client. You can see that that resolves the issue as well, right? So that's why the terminology convert a server component to a client component should be avoided, right? It's incorrect. The correct version is you've opened a boundary between server and client, because once again, you can also resolve it by going in layout, for example. If I go inside of the auth layout and mark this as use client, let's go ahead and refresh and see. Looks like it doesn't work on the layout. All right, I was incorrect. My apologies. Yes, So why does it not work here? That's because we are passing our children through the children prop. So you can actually combine client and server components if you're going to pass them through children. But that is, a topic we can discuss later. I don't want you to confuse you too much. What I want you to do now is go inside of the sign in page and mark the page as use client instead. This way you don't have the errors anymore in the sign-in card, and you don't have to open the boundary that low. You can open the boundary a bit higher because we are going to use some client stuff in this page here as well. So let's focus on the sign-in card for now. Great, we have added this input here. Let's go ahead and copy and paste this input now. And I'm going to go ahead and give this a type of password, and this will be enter password. Let's go ahead and give it a minimum value of 8 and a maximum value of 256. And let's give it the disabled is already false. Great, so we now have enter email and we have enter password. And below that, I want to add a button component from components UI button. So make sure you have added this as well. And our button component will simply say login. Let's go ahead and give this a disabled of false. Let's give it a size of large and a class name of full width, like this. There we go. You can see that we now have a very nice looking sign-in component here. Let's go ahead and develop it a bit further. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go outside of the card content here, and I'm going to go ahead and add another div with a class name px of 7, and I'm going to add a dotted separator here again. And then I'm going to add a new card content here with a class name of padding 7, flex column, and gap y of 4. And then inside of here, I'm going to add another button, which will say login with Google. And I'm going to give this a variant of secondary, size of large, a class name of full width, and I'm also going to give it an explicit disabled false. So the reason I'm adding those are because I just want to remember later on to disable them. Great, so we have this. Let's copy and paste this, and let's change this to login with GitHub, for example. Or, you'll see later when we add Appwrite, it will be quite easy to add any other providers you might want to. Great, so I kind of want to improve this a bit by adding a package. So either bun add or npm install, depending on what you use, React icons. So that's the package we are going to need. And now let's go ahead and let's add 2 of which we are going to use. So that's going to be FC Google from React icons FC. And we're going to need, I think, FA GitHub from React icons FA. I hope I'm correct with this imports. So my login with Google will have FC Google here with a class name MR of 2 and size of 5. There we go. And my login with GitHub will have an FA GitHub with a class name MR of 2 and a size of 5 as well. There we go. So a very nice component for us to have here for signing in. And now what I want to do is I want to copy this entire component here called sign in card. And let's call this one sign up card, like this. Let's go ahead inside of the sign up card and let's just briefly modify it. So it's going to be pretty similar. Let's immediately rename it so we don't forget sign up card. So the difference is going to be that the title will say sign up here. And we're also going to have a card description, which you can import right here from Components UI card. And before we develop anything further, I just want to go inside of my source app auth sign up page. I want to mark this page as use client, and I want to return the sign up card. Whoops. From features auth components sign up card. And now we can go to localhost 3000/sign up here. And there we go. Now it says sign up. Now let's develop that card directly. So we left off at the card description. So let's go ahead and add, a description which you would most likely have on your sign up form. By signing up, you agree to our, let's go ahead and add a manual space like this. And then let's add a link component. You can import link from next link like I'm going to do here. And inside, let's go ahead and add a span privacy policy. And this can simply go to /privacy, even though we're not going to develop this page. This will, simply render your privacy policy. Let's go ahead and give this a class name of TextBlue700. There we go. You agree to our privacy policy or privacy policy. And then let's go ahead and add another space here. And let's go ahead and copy and paste this link like that. We can remove this one at the end, and this will go to /terms. And we can go ahead and do the following. And then another space here, terms of service. There we go. So now our sign up form has, by signing up, you agree to our privacy policy and terms of service. Great. Now, besides the inputs for email and password, the sign up form will also have a typed text here and enter name like that, or more personally enter your name like this. So when we sign up, we're also going to have enter your name and enter alongside these other features here. Before we wrap up our sign up cards, let's go ahead and let's actually add the functionality to control these values. Now, since these are very simple forms, there is actually nothing stopping us from, just adding a set state here if that's what you want. But if you remember in the beginning when we set up Shadcn and added all the components we need, we also installed React hook form. So just double check that you have this installed inside of your package JSON here. If you don't, go ahead and install it. And same is true for Zod. You need to have this as well. And I think there is also one more, maybe not. All right, we're gonna go ahead and develop and see whether it's missing or not. So let's go inside of our source, inside of features. Let's go inside of sign in card, and inside of here, I'm going to import use form from React hook form. And then I'm going to create my form schema here from which I will use Z from Zod. So let me just import Z from Zod here like that. So Z.object here, and I'm going to have my email, which will be a Z.email. Let's go ahead and say z.string.email like this. And we're going to have a password, which will be a string as well. Great. Now inside of here, let's add our form to be use form. And let's go ahead and add default values here. Email empty and password empty, like this. And now we need to add our Zod resolver to connect it with the form schema. So let's see whether we have this package or not. So from hook form, we do. Hook form resolvers Zod. That's the one we need. And inside of here, we need our Zod resolver. So let's head back inside of package JSON. We do have hook form resolvers right here. Just double check you have that as well. You should have all of this because we have added the form component from Shadcn, which automatically installed everything for us here. Great, and we can now add a resolver here. So resolver, Zod resolver, and simply passing create, form schema here. And for the use form, you can also add z.infer type of form schema. Like this. There we go. Now our form is strictly typed right here. Great. So now what I want to do is I want to import some other things from form which we're going to need. So let's go ahead and prepare that. So these are all the possible things you can import from form. So we're going to need the form control, form field, form item, but we're not going to need form label. We're not going to use that. So just form control, form field, form item, and form message here. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's wrap our form here inside of this form component from our UI components form. And let's just indent the entire thing. And inside of here, you would simply spread the form like this. And then let's go ahead and modify this to be our form field. And it will use the render and get the field. And then inside of here, we're going to go ahead and add our input inside of that render. So that's how you use React Hook form. Now let's go ahead and add the name which this form field controls, which is email, like this. And we also have to pass in the control to be form.control. And let's go ahead and wrap this input inside of render, instead of a form item component, like this. And what we're going to do now is we're going to remove the value. We're going to remove the onChange. We're going to remove the required. We're just going to leave the placeholder disabled and type. Actually, we don't even have to hold the disabled. What we can just do is spread the field. So that's the cool thing about React Hook form. This field will have all the controllers, right? So on blur, on change, value, disabled, name. So we don't have to pass those manually. We just spread the field and it reads the properties from these schemas right here. That's how it knows what type is it and everything else. Great. So I think that if I now visit my sign in component, there we go. I can already control this. And if I go ahead and add, let's go ahead and let's do this. Let's also add .trim and .minimum here. Or maybe we don't need to add .minimum if we have email. Let's see. If I click login, okay, I think I still do. So a minimum 1. And let's add the message required. If I submit now, okay, let's see. Inside of the form item, I think I forgot to add another thing here, which is form control around my input. And outside of the form control, I need form message, like this. And still, okay, not exactly working as I expected, but I think that's because of this field right here. So I'm just going to remove it for now. And okay, so now I know what's going on. Well, we have to modify this form to actually handle our onSubmit. So let's do this. Let's do const onSubmit, values z.infer, type of form schema. So the same as our Zod resolver above. This is a very simple arrow function, which is simply going to console log the values. And now let's go ahead and modify the native form element here and override its onSubmit to be form handle submit, and then pass in your onSubmit method here. So now I think if you click login, there we go. You get back an error which says required. And let's see, can I now maybe remove this .minimum value here, and can it simply use the email address? There we go. Now it works. I don't even need the trim, I think. There we go, because it is an invalid email. Perfect. And for the password, we are going to need to define some things. So it's going to have a minimum of 8 characters. And let's add the message for that as well. Like that. And then we can just copy this entire form field here. Change this one to the one we just copied to control the password. Give it a type of password and enter password here. There we go. You can see that now we have those controls here. But here's a tip for you. Whenever you're developing a sign-in component, don't define the minimum value of characters. Well, make it at least 1, like this, and just make it required. So the reason I'm telling you this is, let's say you initially allow your users to create passwords with 6 characters, right? And then you have accounts in your database which have created their account with 6 characters. And then a year later, you modify it to be a minimum of 8 characters. And then you go to your login screen and you limit your users to a minimum of 8 characters. What happens with all of those accounts who a year ago created their account with 6 characters? So that's why I want you to create a minimum requirement on the sign up screen where user is registering. So there it's fine. But when logging in, no need for that. Great, so we now modified our sign-in card to actually use the React hook form like this. And if I go ahead now and open this, I'm gonna zoom in here and I type test. This is still invalid email and .com and click now. There we go. You can now see the values and you can see my email and my password right here. Great. So before we wrap up the chapter, let's do this exact thing inside of our sign up card. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to copy this imports. Let's go inside of the sign up card. Let's add all those imports here. Great. And let's copy the hook form, use Zod and the Zod like this. Then let's go ahead and let's define the form schema here. Let's paste it inside of the sign up card. And in here, you can add a minimum of 8 characters. So minimum of required like that. And then let's go ahead and let's add the constant form and the onSubmit. And let's copy it inside of the sign up card here. And this will also have a name. And let's also add a name inside of the form schema here. So I'm going to go ahead and make it at least 1 character. You never know how many characters other people's names can have. So I don't like to restrict this as well. So I will just say required for this, like this. And let's also ensure that you cannot just enter, white space here. For the password, I'm not going to care if they enter white space or not. Great, we have that now. And now let's go ahead and modify this as well. So I'm just going to copy my form here. And I'm going to wrap my native form around that. So now it looks exactly the same as my sign-in card. Then let's copy the onSubmit here from the sign-in card and paste it in the sign-up card to the native form element. And let's go ahead and copy one form field here, which is a self-closing tag. And let's replace this email here. There we go. So let's go ahead and enter your email. So this is sign up, so enter email address. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. And now I'm just going to copy this, replace it and replace your name as well. So this will control the name field, type will be text, enter your name. Like this. Let me just indent this and I will copy this and I will replace the password input with that as well. So this will control the password, the type will be the password, and this will be enter your password. And all of them have form messages here, and I think this should now work just fine. So if I go inside of my sign up method now, and if I click login, there we go. And I should be able to fulfill all of this. So mail.com, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, login, values right here, an email, name, and password. Perfect. So you've just added React hook form to both of your sign up and sign in cards. So you have a more seamless control over your forms here, and then you can safely submit them to where we are going to use them next. Great. So just one more thing I want to do, which is inside of the layout in our auth layout right here. So inside of the app folder auth group, go inside of the layout here. And what I want to do now is I want to mark this as use client, because from here, I'm actually going to go ahead and I'm going to render the path name. So const path name will be use path name here. Use path name. Like this, and then we have to import use path name from next navigation. So let me just move these imports in the order I like them, like that. And then, depending on where we currently are, we are going to display either sign up or login. So I'm going to go ahead and do this. If path name is /sign in that case, show sign up as the button. Otherwise, show login as the button. Great. And one more thing I want to do is I want to import link from next link. Let's just not do the wrong import here. And we're going to go ahead and add a link inside of the button component. And it's not a good practice to add anchor elements inside of button elements. So what we can do is we can use the as child prop, so the button becomes the anchor element. And now let's go ahead and add dynamic href here. So if path name here is currently /sign-in, we are going to redirect to /sign-up, otherwise /sign-in. Like that. If you want to save some time, you can go ahead and define const is on sign up page, or let's go ahead and just call it is sign in. Let's be simple. So path name here will be /sign-in after we define the path name, and then you can replace these two with that is sign in. There we go. Make sure you don't misspell sign up and sign in here. And I think that right now, if I go ahead and click on login, there we go. It redirects me to login. If I go ahead and click here, it redirects me to sign up. Amazing. And one last thing, just to wrap it up, is I also want to add these two functions right here in the bottom of these cards, because that's usually where your users will expect them to appear. So let's go ahead inside of my sign in card. Right here, let's go all the way to the bottom where we end our card content. Let's add a div. Let's go ahead and render a dotted separator here. Let's go ahead and give this a class name of px7. Below that, let's add another card content with a class name of padding 7, flex, items center, and justify center. And inside of the card content here, we're going to add a paragraph. Already have an account. If you do, we're going to add a link, which you have to import from next link. I'm just going to go ahead and add it here. There we go. The link will simply go to href/sign-in. Well, we are in the sign-in card, so this will go to /sign-up. So this will be the opposite message instead. This will not be already have an account. Instead, this will be don't have an account. So don't have an account, like this. And if you want, you can replace this with and appus, like this, in case you're getting errors in your IDE, because this apostrophes can sometimes, cause errors. There we go. So if you don't have an account, we're going to redirect you to /sign-up and a span here, sign up. And let's go ahead and give the span a class name, text blue 700. So if I go to login now, there we go. Don't have an account, go to sign up, and let's just go ahead and add a little space here. So I'm just going to add @nbsp and a semicolon at the end. And this is Unicode white space. So there we go. Now we have a white space here. And that redirects to sign up. So I'm going to copy this too. So the div which holds the dotted separator and the card content. And I'm going to go inside of the sign up card. And I'm just going to go ahead all the way to the bottom after our card content ends. And I'm going to paste that here. And let's see, do I have link? I already have link imported here because we use it for privacy policy and terms. And let's just reverse the logic. So this is going to ask already have an account, and it's going to redirect to sign in, and this will say sign in. So let's go ahead and try it now. If you click on sign in, there we go. Don't have an account, sign up. Already have an account, sign in. And you can also change this up here. Amazing. What we have to do next is set up Appwrite so we can finally create some users. Great job. Now let's go ahead and let's learn how to create API routes inside of Next.js. So you've learned that whenever you create a new folder inside of Next.js app folder, and you put a reserved file name page.tsx inside of it, that will transform into a URL route. So that's exactly how you build API routes. The only difference is in the reserved keyword. So let's go inside of our app folder, and for example, let's create a new folder called test. And instead of a page.tsx, let's add a route.ts, so a different type of reserved file name. The only thing that's important is that you created this inside of the app folder. Now inside of here, let's create a simple get function. So export function get, make sure it's all in caps like this, and simply return a response JSON and a simple hello world like this. And then you can simply go to localhost 3000/test. So I'm gonna go ahead and go to /test, and there we go, hello world. One practice that you might be used to seeing is keeping API routes inside of an API folder. So if you want to, and what we are going to do is we're going to have an API folder like this, and then our API routes are going to be moved inside. I'm just going to update the imports. Looks like I have an unsaved file here. This can happen sometimes, and if you're wondering what that is, if this is your first time using Next.js, this is basically the next cache. So you can see the file route right here. It's pointing to this next folder. You don't have to worry about this file, but I don't like having unsaved files. So what I'm going to do is just go inside of that file and save it, and then I'm going to close it, just like that. So I've moved my test folder inside of my API folder. If I now refresh here, I'm going to get a 404. But if I go to localhost 3000/API/test, there we go. So this is how you build API routes inside of Next.js. That's fine, it's great, it's built in, but I have a few problems with it. Primarily, I don't like that I am losing any type interference. What do I mean by that? Well, let's say you want to add a parameter inside of your API route, which is something that you will most likely have. So let's say inside of this API folder, I create a users folder, right? And then I want to create a specific user ID folder. So this is how I would do that. This is how you create parameters inside of URL. And then inside of that, you would add a route.ts. And then you would get this route. And from this request and response inside of here, you would destructure the user ID. So for example, inside of here, we would have request as the first argument, which can simply be a type of request. And then inside of here, we would have an object which holds params. And we would have that params. And we would manually have to define the user ID and make it a string. And then I can go ahead and say user ID is params.user_ID, like this. So inside of my API folder, users user ID route.ts. So now if I go to /API/users/1234, there we go. User ID is 1234. There are a couple of things I don't like here. Primarily, I can already see how this will get, too confusing to work with, because the way routing works inside of Next.js is using folder or file-based routing. What I prefer for my backend is code-based routing, and I have this great example if it's still not clear to you what that means. This is from 10stack Router. We're not going to be using 10stack Router. I just found this random post in their documentation, and I think it's a great example. So this is file-based routing. It's basically what we're doing, right? Instead of routes folder, we have an API folder, and then we have, reserved file names inside of that. So that's how you create, API routes inside of Next.js. But I prefer this for my backend. I'd rather just simply define what I want to, the file of my route, and then specifically define the path, how to access that route. For example, post ID edit. This makes more sense to me, and it's kind of easier to work with, especially on the backend side. So on the front end, I'm okay with file-based routing, but on the back end, I highly prefer this way of working. So I'm going to close this for now. That's the first issue that I have with this. The second issue that I have is param interference. So as you can see, nothing is telling me that user ID will be a part of this route. So I know that I'm looking for user ID here because I named this folder user ID, but there is so much room for error here. For example, let's say I forgot to capitalize ID and I search for this now. Let's see what happens. As you can see, my user ID no longer exists, right? So that's what I'm trying to showcase to you. It's not strictly typed, and this is a very big issue for me when creating something that's supposed to be, a scalable API route. And the reason that's also the reason why instead of using this native API routes from Next.js, we are going to override that system using Hono. And if you're wondering what is Hono, well, Hono is a web application framework. And the easiest way to explain what it is and what it does is Express, right? So if you've ever worked with Express, you can imagine Hono as Express. I personally prefer Hono. I think it's definitely a new technology. It's still to be tested by these huge companies. Express is definitely battle tested and used by millions. But Hono is new and definitely growing. It has a great author behind it, and it's also supported, as at least from my understanding, from the team from Cloudflare. So definitely something to look out for. And I use Hono personally in my production products, so I'm pretty confident to teach you about Hono. So great thing about Hono is that you can use it standalone in a bunch of different frameworks. So you can use it, let's go ahead and zoom in a bit so you can see. You can use it on Cloudflare, Fastly, Dino, Bun, AWS, or Node.js, or Vercel. So you can deploy it on all of those things. And the coolest thing, if you ask me, is that you can easily include it inside of Next.js. So I'm going to go ahead and search for Vercel here. And there we go. Now you can see how we can create our API routes using Hono inside of Next.js. So we're going to skip this part because we already have our app running. So what we're going to do is we're going to visit our terminal here, and I'm just going to do bun add, or in your case, if you're using npm install, not Vercel, but Hono. And let's see if we need anything else. I'm not sure if I need Hono/Vercel. I think this comes from Hono package. So now we're going to create this API route in the app folder, API, and then we're going to create this special kind of looking folder. So let's see what that is. And here's another cool thing about this whole system that we're doing. You can have both native routes in Next.js and API routes from Hono. So you don't have to choose between one or another. You can have both of them. If for any reason Hono doesn't support some very specific thing that you need in Next.js, completely fine. You can still create normal API routes. But let's go ahead and let's do this. Inside of our API folder, we're going to go ahead and create a catch-all folder, and we're going to spread a route inside of it. So this is, again, a special kind of folder similar to this, which is a constant folder, and similar to our auth, which is a route group. So it's important that you put double brackets inside, and it's important that you spread the constant inside like this. And then inside, create a route.ts file. And now let's go ahead and let's import Hono from Hono, and let's import handle from Hono Vercel. And now let's go ahead and create a const app to be new Hono. Base path will be /API because we are in the /API folder here. And now let's simply do app.get /hello. And inside of here, let's go ahead and let's return this context, hello world. So pretty much the same thing we did in the beginning. And what we have to do now is, remember, the way routes work in Next.js is by having specific exports of get, post, put, patch. So right now, that's what we are missing here. So what we can do, what Hono allows us to do, is to export const get, and we just use this handle wrapper around our app instance right here. And that's it. The get route is now overwritten and will redirect to Hono. So let's go ahead and check this out now. So if I go to my API /hello, there we go. Hello world. And the coolest thing about this is that I can now do code-based routing. So I can, for example, do, let's say, project/project ID like this. And I can return c.json project, and let's for now just write project ID like this. So now I can go to /API/project/123, and there we go. Now it says project ID, and now let's actually destructure the project ID. So destructuring the param is as simple as params or project ID to be c.param. My apologies, c.request.param, and this is the coolest thing. It actually inferred the project ID from my URL, which I've written here. So if you remember that little problem we had, let's first just confirm this works, right? So I'm just gonna pass this project ID here. I'm gonna refresh, and there we go. You can see that now it says project ID 123 here. And the cool thing is, if I make a mistake, for example, and make this a lowercase, and let's go ahead and see why isn't it throwing an error. It should be throwing an error. I just think I'm using a different way. For example, I think that I can do, let me just find a different way I can do it, which I just want to showcase that little problem that we had. It can actually be fixed with Hono. It can be using cRequest param like this, and inside of here, there we go. So if I were to make this a capital, there we go. Now we get the error. So yeah, if you use the first way, which we did, you won't exactly get the error. Why won't you get the error? Well, because you are specifically looking for this, right? It doesn't matter that it doesn't exist. But if you don't specify which param you're looking for, and instead you destructure the project ID, you can see that it can only be exactly what's written in the URL. So that's what I wanted to showcase to you. And this is how I want to build my API routes. So that's why we added Hono. I think it's absolutely great, and it supports Next.js. So let's clean this up a bit. Let's remove the test folder from here. Let's remove the users from here, and let's simply continue to work inside of API route route.ts right here. So for this chapter, I want to stop here, and I want you to maybe play around and explore Hono a bit for yourself, right? Because what we're going to do next is we're going to go ahead and add Appwrite. So I want to give you a chance to play around with Hono. Go ahead through the documentation page, learn about the motivation, why it was made, and learn about how this whole amazing, project ID param interference actually works. So you can learn a lot here. So I would highly suggest you go ahead and just, take a peek at the documentation. It's very well written. I've learned a lot just by looking at the documentation here. And in the next project, we're gonna go ahead and extend Hono even further by adding something called RPC. So you can read about this feature as well if you're interested in what that is. Great job. Now that we have Hono set up, let's add TanStack query, or previously known as React query, to our project. And we're going to use that in combination with Hono to get an end-to-end type-safe requests. You're going to see what I'm talking about just in a moment. You already saw, how great param interference work with Hono, and now imagine that extended all the way to the front end when you actually make that request. Because usually, when you write your fetch requests, let me go ahead, you would do something like fetch/projects, and then you would add, a project ID. Something like that. But none of this would actually warn you if your project ID is valid or not valid, or whether this route even exists, right? Now imagine that level of type safety from your backend to your frontend. So end-to-end type safety. That's what we are going to achieve with our setup now. So for that, we need 10-stack React query. It is simply the best in business here. So this is the current highest version at the moment of me making this tutorial, so 5.59.0. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to do bun add at 10stack/react query at 5.59.0. You can use the latest if you want to. I rarely see React query having any breaking changes, but I'm giving you this overview just so you know the exact version I will be having. Great, we now have this, and what we have to do now is follow React query docs to install it inside of Next.js. And I would highly suggest that you right now open 10-stack query, make sure your framework is chosen as React, make sure your version is chosen as latest right here, or version 5, which right now is the latest version. We just installed version 5, right? So inside of the documentation page here, I want you to go into search, and I want you to search advanced server. And you should get advanced server rendering topic right here. Go ahead and click on that. And now you have a file that you have to copy and add in your project. Let's go ahead and let's copy this file. And let's go inside of source, inside of components, and let's create a query-provider.tsx. And let's paste everything inside. We have a couple of errors. We're going to resolve all of that. So if you want to, you can leave the comments so you understand what's going on here. Just make sure you don't have the errors here. You won't have any errors if you have the package installed. You don't have to modify these options. The only thing we're going to change is the following. We're going to create an interface called query provider props, and it's going to have children, which are a type of React node. And we're not going to export default. Instead, we're going to do const query provider, and we're going to turn this into an arrow function, and we're going to assign these props right here. There we go, like that. You don't have to modify anything further. And make sure you do export const. Yes, that is very important. So make sure you do export const query provider. Great. And now let's go ahead and let's go inside of app, inside of layout.tsx. And now we're going to add that right here. So I'm going to go ahead here and import our query provider from components query provider. And very simply, we're going to wrap our children around that. So query provider, like this. There we go. We now have our React query ready. And what I would like to do is just revisit my localhost 3000 here. Just ensure, that my project is still working. I'm going to visit some of the routes we have, like sign in. There we go. Everything seems to be working just fine. So what I want to build next is I want to go ahead and actually add Appwrite. I want to set up Appwrite using their console. And I want to create my very first hook, which will connect to Hono RPC, which we talked about just a few seconds ago. So this is what I want to do next. I want to go inside of source here, and I want to go inside of features, inside of auth. And inside of here, I'm going to create a new folder called server, like this. And inside of here, I'm going to create route.ts. And inside of here, I'm going to import Hono again from Hono. And I'm very simply going to do const app to be new Hono here, like that, and export default app. And inside of here, what we can do is we can go ahead and create a, for example, /login. We can do things like that. Let's get the context and let's return c.json success. Okay. Just a placeholder for now. So we now have a post login here. So that's the cool thing. We don't have to write all of our API routes inside of here, because that would be quite convoluted as well, wouldn't it? We can separate them inside of our features right here. So now inside of our features out, we have components and we have the actual API routes for our authentication. Now, this specific login routes will also have to accept some fields, right? And there is a cool package which can help us in Hono to actually have type-safe values as well. That's right, not just the params, but also values. And this is, again, going to be end-to-end. From front-end to back-end, you will have full type safety, knowing that what you're passing from the front-end can 100% be accepted on your back-end. So let's go inside of our terminal here, and let's do bun add Hono/zod-validator. And I just remembered that I didn't exactly show you my versions of this, but I guess you can see the version every time I install something. But let me just quickly revisit my package.json for you. Two important packages which I've added was Hono Zod Validator here and Hono itself. So this is my Hono version. If you want to, in case you're having some big problems, in case Hono has changed a lot since the time, I made this tutorial, you can just downgrade to this specific version and you should have a relatively the same experience as I do. And we already have Zod installed when we developed our forms. So with this Hono Zod validator, we can now go ahead and create something called, a schema and a Z validator here. So every time we do a post request to /login, we're going to go ahead and add a middleware here. So what's a middleware? A middleware inside of, also inside of Express, but also inside of Hono, is basically anything which returns a next method before the final controller. So you can chain as many middlewares as you want before you do the final arrow function, which I like to call the controller, which is called the controller, and return back a value. So you can chain as many items in here that you want. But next is a reserved param, which all middlewares have, which you can then return, execute, and then that will fire the next middleware, and the next middleware, and finally the controller. And middlewares can be built by us, and we are gonna build some custom middlewares in this project, but we can also use some newly installed ones like the Z validator from @Hono Zod validator. So that is a type of middleware. And inside of this middleware, we define what to validate. In our case, we are validating our JSON field. And then in the second argument, we have to create a schema. So let's prepare our Zod here. And then what we would do is write z.object. And let me remove the extra comma which I have here. And inside of here, we're gonna accept an email, which is a d.string.email, and a password, which is a z.string, like this. And what I like to do is have my things ordered one beneath another. I just think it makes more sense like this. You can, of course, do it in whatever way you prefer or like. Great, so we have this now. Should I do it like this? There we go, like that. So now what we can do is, if you want to, you can also go to, for example, your sign-in card, and inside of here you already have a form schema. So if you want to, what you can do is you can go inside of your features, auth, and you can create a new file called schema.ts, or maybe schemas, because there's going to be multiple, right? And you can export const login schema. Actually, let's do, login schema like this, export const, and let's import z from Zod like this. And what you can do now is you can remove this from the sign-in card. Make sure you're doing this in the sign-in card, right? We're doing logging in here. And instead of, writing it here, you can import login schema from /schemas, because we are in the same folder. We are in the auth right here. So we just go one folder outside, and here are our schemas, right? And I'm going to replace all instances of form schema with login schema. There we go. No more errors in my code here. And what I can do now is also go inside of my server route here and do the same thing here. So I can just add login schema from /schemas. And now they share the exact same schemas here. So let's go ahead and try this out now. So what we have to do is we have to build a use login method. So we're going to go ahead and do that. But before we can do that, we have to revisit back our auth folder right here. My apologies, API folder route.ts. So here's an important thing when building this thing called RPC. So let me go ahead and quickly show you this. So the RPC feature allows sharing of the API specifications between the server and the client. This is important for us. We can export the types of input types specified by the validator and output type emitted by JSON, and Hono client will be able to import that. So this is the functionality that I want. And this is the important thing of working with Hono. So you can see that right here, Hono allows us to create routes like this. We can use the app instance anew every time. But when working with RPCs, we can't exactly do that. What we have to do is we have to chain them from one app, right, like this. And I have to chain another one here. So that's how we build RPCs, because I need one constant to have the entire type specifications of everything I can have. So I just want to bring that to your attention. Right? That's why when I defined const app new Hono, I immediately chained .post, right? I didn't end this and then do app .post, because this doesn't transfer the types. So it's important that you immediately chain it here like that. Now let's go back inside of here and let's actually go ahead and chain our routes. So I'm going to go ahead and leave the app as it is, and I'm going to define the routes, and that's going to be app.route/auth, and then I'm going to import auth from @features/auth/server like this. And let me go ahead and see what's going on here. So inside of my features auth server route.ts, I do export default app, but I think I have to do /route to actually get it. So just ensure that you added an export default in your features auth server route right here. And then you can import that out right here. There we go. And you just chain this to routes. So every subsequent, route that we have, like users, it will go here, and we're going to import them in the future from features users like this. That's how we're going to chain our routes, and we're going to keep them all in this constant called routes. So remove the users because we don't have them at the moment. You can put the semicolon here at the end if you want to, for now at least. And now what we have to do is we have to create a type. So let's export type app type to be type of routes. And now we have an app type which holds our entire API. You can see the input, JSON, email, password. You can see the output, which is a success and string. Why? Well, because right here, that's what we output. So if I change this to 1, 2, 3, 4 and hover over app type, now success is a number. So you can see how useful this is for us, because we're going to use this for end-to-end type safety. Excellent. Now that we have this set up, let's go ahead and let's create our RPC util. So now we're going to go inside of source, inside of our lib, and we're going to create a new file called rpc.ts. Let's go ahead and let's import hc from Hono/client, and let's import app type from @/app API, the catch-all route file, and then route. So that is this, our entry point of Hono, and we are catching this app type right here. And then let's export const client to be hc app type, and inside of here we have to add http localhost 3000 like this. Now, obviously, this is not how we should do it, so let's go ahead and immediately fix this. First thing I want you to confirm is that your app is actually running on localhost 3000. If it's not, that's completely fine, but you have to know which port your app is running on. So I know that mine is running on localhost 3000. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go inside and create a new file called .environment.local. Make sure you add .local, because in Next.js and gitignore, only .local is hidden. So if you add it in your normal .environment, it will be pushed to GitHub, which is not something you want. And now let's add a next_public_app_URL, and let's add http:/localhost/3000. What's important is that you use the proper protocol. So if you know that you're using HTTPS, which is rare, because usually, if I just do run dev, you can see that it uses HTTP, right? So this is your URL which you need to put right here. So I'm going to remove the S, and don't put a slash at the end. So just like this. The reason we are doing this is because in production, our app is not going to be running on localhost 3000. So we need to create this dynamically. Let's add process.environment next public app URL. Whenever you work with environment variables, I suggest that you copy and paste them rather than write them out, because you can easily make a mistake. You can add a third P here and not notice. So just be careful. Make sure you copy and paste these things. Great. We now have the client, and let's go ahead and let's see what the magic now. So we're going to go inside of source, inside of features, auth, and we're going to create a new folder called API. And inside of here, a new file called uselogin.ts. And inside of here, let's go ahead and let's import mutation from Tanstack React query. And let's import infer request type from Hono and infer response type from Hono. And let's also import client from /librpc. Of course, make sure you've added an export to this client here. And since we have all the types here, what we can do is we can prepare our response type from this request, which will be an infer response type here. Type of client.api.auth.login. So that's the cool thing. I don't have to guess if my API route exists. I have type safety to tell me. So if I think it's sign in, I get an error because it's login. And not only that, but you have to open brackets for the next thing, because it's in a special kind of syntax with a $sign at the front. So you cannot use $sign. You have to use this kind of accessing of the object. So select the post request here like this. And let's also get a type request type to also be infer request type of client API out login. And again, post. And now inside of here, if you want to, you can already specify JSON. So now we have the request type, which tells us that we need an email and password, and a response type, which will tell us exactly what will happen. So we can export const use login here. We can get our mutation here from use mutation. And let's go ahead and assign it some types. So let's give it a response type in the first argument, a native error in the second argument, and a request type in the third argument. And then let's open an object here. Let's remove the trailing comma so we don't have the lint error. Let's add a mutation function, and let's use asynchronous JSON. And let's hover over JSON for a second, and there we go. So when we use this in our front end, you can see that we have type safety for what we have to pass to our backend. So that's what we just achieved, a very, very strict type safety here. Now let's get the response constant by using await client.api out login. And in here, you can use .post, right? But when using it inside of type interference, you cannot do it. So you go, if you want to, you can be consistent, and you can just do post in this way if you want to be consistent. And just execute this and pass in the JSON instead, like this. And let's return await response.json, just like this. There we go. And what we have to do, of course, is we have to return the mutation. There we go. So let's go ahead and let's add this to our sign-in card right here. So I'm going to go ahead here, and I'm going to add const from use login. We can get that from /API use login. And inside of here, let's get our mutate method. And then when we submit, very simply, mutate, and we pass in the values, or we can just add the values like this. And there we go. You can see that type safety matches 100%. So if for whatever reason we use a different schema here, it would warn us that something is wrong. So this is what we just achieved, end-to-end type safety. So you can see from my sign-in form, I know exactly what I have to pass, and I know exactly what I will get back. So that's the power of Hono, and adding that to your Next.js project. That's why I like it so much, and that's why I started doing this in all of my courses lately. I just think it's amazing, and I think it really gets you closer to, scalable and production-ready project. Great, so we have that, and here's another, quick tip for you. So for example, if you go inside of your auth here, server, and let's say that our login for whatever reason had a user ID here as well, right? So then how you would target that is, before you select the post request, you would also have a user ID. But there is one problem with our current implementation here. You don't have to type this out. You can I'm just trying to demonstrate something here. One problem here is that our current request type is only passing in JSON. So I just have to add user ID here. There we go. This is the problem. We are passing JSON, but we are not passing our params. What you can do whenever you define a request type is just not be specific. Like this. So now your request type has both the JSON that you need and the param that you need. And then you can, inside of here, immediately destructure the JSON and the param. And you can then pass the JSON and the param here. There we go. And now inside of your sign-in card, for example, you would also be specific. So your JSON will be the values, and your param will simply be user ID 1234. There we go. So that's how you would do that. I don't know if I just confused you, but I just wanted to show you, if you already want to drop off and try out this yourself and you play around with params, that's how you can be more specific. So I actually want to keep that practice. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to remove the user ID from login entirely. I'm going to go back inside of my use login method, and I will remove all of these instances of user ID here. I'm also going to remove that here. But what I'm going to leave is my request type. So previously my request type here was specifically targeting JSON, but I don't want to do that. I want to be less specific and in the same time being more explicit about what I'm passing. So instead of having, JSON as a prop here, I'm going to destructure JSON like this, and I don't have to pass the param at all because we just removed that. So there are no errors right now in the use login method, but there will be in the sign in card. So just remove this. And if you previously passed values like this, you now have to pass them a bit more specifically, like this. I think by being less specific, you are more explicit. And again, I think this shows in a type-safe way, and you will make less mistakes this way. Great. And let's actually try this out now. So I'm going to go inside of here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how to actually get these params. So I know that I will get my name, my email and my password. And while I can do that, from c.request.json, for example, let me just see, how can I use this? c.request.json would be, I guess, body. And then inside of my body, do I need to await this? Turn this into an asynchronous method? Well, we pretty much always have to do that. Okay, still not exactly clear. Never mind, because this is not how we're going to do it either way. So we would have the exact email and password from c.request.valid and then our JSON. And you can see that I know that email is a string here and password is a string here. If I go to login schema, for example, add, I don't know, some weird code, which is supposed to be a number, inside of my route here, I will also have that code right here. So Again, type safety is following us everywhere. It will be almost impossible for you to make errors in this kind of environment, right? So great, we can use c.request.valid only when we are using the z validator. Let me quickly revisit the documentation to see how do I actually access the body or JSON. I'm gonna pause and I'm gonna find the exact thing. So looks like it is what we tried in the beginning, await c.request.json, but I think you remember we saw and we couldn't find any type safety there. So it's best to use this c.request.valid JSON. And again, just a quick tip. If we had a param here and you wanted to access a param in a type safe way, so you already know that you can do the user ID from cRequest param here. You can do it like that. But if for whatever reason you want to define it, in a z validator, you can do that. You can do z validator and you can add param, and you can do I have z here? I don't think I have z. I do. Okay, you can do z.object here, user ID, and you can, for example, make it a number if for whatever reason you want to do that. And then, for example, you can see right here, this c.request.param still tells me that it's a string because it's reading from the router it uses. But you can also do user ID from cRequestValid and simply choose the param. And this will infer user ID as a number. So if you, for whatever reason, want to do that, you can do it as well. I'm now going to remove this. I'm going to remove the user ID, and I'm going to remove this. There we go. And now let's go ahead and let's create, we can return back the email and the password. And let's also, console log this so it's easier for us to catch in the terminal. There we go. So I'm now going to go ahead and I'm going to entirely focus, just confirm you have no errors in the route, no errors in the sign-in card, no errors in the use login here. Let's go ahead inside of our create next app. I'm going to pass in Antonio, mail.com, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I'm going to press enter. And I'm going to go inside of network here. And let's see, I think we actually might get an error here. Let me just see. Yes, we are getting an error 404 not found because I forgot a very important thing. Let's go ahead and see what I forgot. Inside of my source app API route.ts. Can you guess what I forgot? My auth routes are post routes, but I'm only overriding the native Next.js get route. So I have to add export const post here and let it handle the app as well. Remember, native Next.js apps API routes require explicit export of get, post, put, patch, delete options, all of those routes. So whenever you introduce a new route to your Hono, just remember to go back to your root initialization of Hono. And if you want to, you can already do all of them here, right? If you want to, you can add all of them. I'm going to go ahead and, I will probably forget once again, and we're going to get a 404 and we're going to get reminded that we have to do it again. Let's try this now. So I'm going to go ahead and prepare my network request again. And let's click login. Let's refresh maybe. Okay, it's already here. Let me just go ahead and click this. Antonio, mail.com, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And there we go, login 200. Let's see my payload. My payload is correct, exactly what I wrote. And let's see my response. My response is exactly what I wrote. And if I go inside of my terminal, there we go. We have that exact thing written here. So what I want to do before we wrap up this chapter is just create the exact same thing for my sign up route. And then in the next chapter, we're going to finally connect to Appwrite and turn that into a real user. So let's start by extracting the schema. So I want to go inside of source, features, auth, components, sign up card. And inside of here, I believe I have my form schema. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to go inside of auth schemas and I will export const register schema. and I will add it here. Let me just remove the extra. There we go, like this. And then let's go ahead and create our API route. So instead of features, auth API, my apologies, server route.ts. Remember, we have to chain. So chain/register right here. And I'm going to go ahead and do it the way I like. So after register, we add a Z validator here. We're going to validate JSON using the register schema from .. schemas alongside our login schema here. And then we can copy and paste this entire thing. There we go. But instead of having just email and password, we're also going to have name. So we can append this as well. There we go. And we can then go inside of API and we can copy use login and paste it. And we can add use register here. Let's go ahead and change this to be use register. And let's change these two to be register. So both the response type and the request type should be changed to use auth.register here and here. And inside of here, we also have to change it to register. And nothing else needs changing. So this is all automatically inferred from the backend, from the API route. What we have to do now is revisit our components sign up card, remove the form schema, replace all instances of form schema with register schema, which we can import from .. schemas. And then we have to add our mutate method from use register from .. API use register, and the on submit we call the mutate method passing JSON values right here. There we go. Let's try it out. Just ensure you have no errors in any of those files. I'm going to keep my network tab open here. I'm going to go and click sign up here. I'm going to go ahead and select my name to be Antonio, my email to be antoniomail.com, and my password 123456778. And there we go, register, and you can see that my response is exactly what I have written, meaning that my payload has been properly processed. Great, we are now ready to add Appwrite and to actually save this information coming to our backend and to finally create some sessions. Great job. What we have to do now is set up Appwrite, create an API key, and install the SDK inside of our project so that we can use those information from our sign in and sign up screens to finally create a user, save them in our database, and also create a session. Before we can do any of that, you have to visit appwrite.io or use the link in the description and click on the Get Started button. Go ahead and create your account. Once you have created your account, you will probably see a screen similar to this. So I'm just going to go ahead and create my organization. I'm going to call this CWA, short for Code with Antonio, and I'm going to select a completely free plan, $0 a month. And let's click Get Started. And there we go. Now let's go ahead and let's create our project. So I'm going to go ahead and call this a Jira clone. And let's click next here, and I'm going to select Frankfurt for the region. Let's click create here as well. And there we go. We now have our first project right here. So what we're going to have to do next is set up a database and also set up our API keys, which I'm not sure where we can find, but we will set them up now following the documentation. So let's go and click on support here, and you can always click on the docs. And I want you to go inside of products, auth, and I want you to find SSR login. If you want to, you can explore Appwrite, on your own. They have a great documentation, but we will specifically focus on using Appwrite's server SDK. So we won't be making Appwrite requests from our browser, from the client. We have our own API and we're going to use it. So every API request from the client will be going to our API first, and then we're going to communicate with Appwrite. So make sure you are on the SSR login. No big problem if you can't find this documentation page, you don't have to do this. But if you want to learn, about the schematics of how this works, you can do that. So let's go ahead and let's see what we have to do first. So first things first, we need a server SDK. So let's go ahead and find that. There we go. Node.js SDK seems to be 14.0.0. So what you can do here is you can go and add node Appwrite, and you can go ahead and append this exact version. So 14.0.0, like this. There we go. We now have the server SDK. So I'm just going to go back here. The second thing we need is to initialize an admin client. And for that, we're going to need to generate an API key. So I'm going to click here and let's see where exactly do we do that. So create an API key integrations. Let's see. I'm going to click go to console in my upper right corner here. And inside of my Jira clone here, there we go. It says integrate with your server, and I can add an API key here. So I'm going to go ahead and call this Jira clone. And I'm not going to set the expiration date. I'm going to click next here, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to select sessions.write right here. And I'm going to click create. We can always go back here. So let me try and find this. If I go back here, okay, so on my overview page, if I scroll down, I can find my API keys. And I can click on an API key, and from here, we can go ahead and add some more scopes. But I think for now, this might be the only thing we need. I think we also need users.write. Go ahead and select users.write as well, and click update. So make sure your new API key has sessions.write and users.write. Great. And stay on this page for now. And I'm just going to go ahead and open this in a new tab. Here are my documentations. And I'm going to go back to auth, and I'm going to find the SSR login. And I'm going to click on tutorials at the bottom, and I'm going to select Next.js SSR. So we created our project. We already have this. We have installed Node Appwrite. And now we have to create this. But we're not going to create this part just yet. So what's the difference between the create session client and create admin client? Well, create session client is part of Appwrite's SDK, which will be called when a user directly creates new records. For example, a user creates new task. So for that, we're going to use a session client. But there is a specific functionality in our project where user is not exactly responsible for creating something. For example, a new user. A user that is not logged in, that is getting registered for the first time, cannot be responsible for creating themselves. So for that, we need an admin client. So what I'm going to focus on is just creating this, the admin client. And as you can see, for that, we're going to need a couple of environment variables here. So let's set .app first. I'm going to go inside of my .environment.local first. We have next public app URL. I'm going to add some spaces here. And here's what we have to add next. So we have to add the next public Appwrite endpoint. A very important prefix here is next public. This will allow us to read that inside of client components as well. Now let's go ahead and let's add this. And let's add this like this. And then we're going to add next Appwrite key. Notice how I didn't add public in front of it. So why do we need public here? Well, technically we don't need it since we're going to use Node Appwrite. But in case you also in the future want to add client Appwrite SDK, you want to make sure that you can read using these three. But your API key should not be prefixed with next public. It won't exactly be the same as leaking your key, but adding next public will certainly make it easy for malicious users to grab it. All right, so just ensure that you have these set up. Make sure you don't misspell any of those. And now let's go ahead and let's fill our project with that. So I'm gonna go ahead and do the following. I'm gonna go inside of my project here, and I have my API key secret. I'm going to copy this. Don't share your secret with anyone. I created a new account for this, and I'm gonna delete it after this. And I'm also not gonna add any credit cards. So that's why I can show you this, of course, but you should not show your API keys to anyone. So make sure you have copied the API secret key. After that, let's go ahead and let's get our endpoint. So let me just find, where can we find our endpoint? Not exactly sure, but what I can see immediately is our project key. So we can copy this. I think we can also see that in the settings. There we go. You can go into settings and you can find project ID and API endpoint. So let's click project ID here, and then we can assign the project. And let's copy the API endpoint. Then we can add that here. This doesn't necessarily have to be in your environment variable, but in case you ever want to change it, or you can also self-host Appwrite using one-click setup. So for if you ever want to change that, it's good to have this as an endpoint. And we can leave the database ID empty just for now. Now let's go ahead and let's do the following. Let's go inside of source, let's go inside of lib, and let's create appwrite.ts like this. And now inside of here, let's go ahead and let's import from node appwrite the following. We're going to add client, account, storage, users, and databases. And then let's export asynchronous function, create admin client. Let's create a client using new client instance, and then let's set endpoint to be process.environment. And as always, don't write it out, copy it. It's gonna save you some headaches. And put an exclamation point at the end to override type safety here. Let's add set project and do the same thing. Don't write it out, copy it. Process.environment, and there we go. And set key. That is the next Appwrite key. So process.environment. There we go. And then let's go ahead and let's return. For example, if we need an account, we're gonna go ahead and return new account instance and pass in our admin client. There we go. So right now we pretty much created the same thing that we have inside of here, right? So instead of having this huge session client, we now have just this admin client, and we just return the account. And you can already kind of see the difference between the admin client and the session client. In the session client, we set the endpoint and we set the project, but we don't set the key. Which means that this session client is pretty harmless, right? That's why we're going to use this when user needs to create something. And we're going to use this when we, as an admin, need to create something, like a new user. So I also want to show you one kind of a important thing in Next.js. So Next.js is a framework that allows you, to create your front end and your back end in the same project. There is nothing stopping me from, for example, inside of my page.tsx here, doing this. For example, create admin client from @lib appwrite. So I just did this, right? So I can go ahead and, for example, console log create admin client here. Let's see what happens. I'm going to go inside of my project here, and I'm just going to go to the root of my page, localhost 3000 right here. I will refresh. Can I see anything? Let's see. Okay, I'm not sure why I can't see anything, but here's the thing. I don't even want to be able to do this, right? I want to be thrown an error when I do these kinds of things. And especially, I think if I add, oh, okay, I know why I'm not seeing console logs. We are seeing something. We are seeing it here in the terminal. There we go. Hello. It's because this is a server component by default. So if you go ahead and you add use client here inside of your app folder page.tsx when we are playing with the buttons. There we go. You can see I have the entire admin client right here. Not only that, but take a look at this console log. I can see all of my environment variables, right? And you can see how my set key is thankfully hidden right here, right? You can see how these two are filled because they have the next public prefix, but my key is thankfully hidden. But still, you know, I can now kind of access this. A malicious user can definitely find their way around this and fire it inside of client side. That is a very bad thing to happen. So this is what I want you to do. I want you to do bun add server only or npm install server only. This is the version I'm using, 0.0.1, if you want the exact one. And what I want you to do is go inside of your new lib. So inside of source lib Appwrite, and at the top of your file, simply add import server only. Once you do that, you immediately get an error here. You're importing a component that needs server only. That only works in a server component. So that's how we are protecting this little util, so you don't accidentally do things like this, right? You need an error to happen. And right now, if you remove use client from here, you're not getting an error. Why? Well, because this is a server component. This is an equivalent of the environment is equivalent of an API route. So it's safe to do it this way. But you never know, you know, especially if you're new with Next.js, you might accidentally add a use client somewhere and accidentally add a very, very dangerous import. That's why they developed this package server only, so that you can protect yourself from that. This will fail the builds, and obviously it will give you a big warning right here. So you can remove use client, and you can remove this as well for now. There we go. I just wanted you to do that. Great. So now let's go ahead and let's see what does it say next inside of the SSR initialization. The first one we need to handle is the register route, right? So we already did this. We set the environment variables here. We created our first project, and you can see that they say that for this tutorial, we are only going to need sessions.write. So yeah, if you want to, you can go back to your Appwrite settings, find your API keys here. Where are my API keys? Why are they not loading at the moment? Let me just find my Jira clone right here in the overview. Just a second. It appears like I have lost my API keys right now. Let me try and find them here. API key. Okay, it didn't load. Now it loaded. So Jira clone. Inside of auth, I'm going to remove users.write because, you know, the admin SDK is quite powerful and you want to be very specific with what it can do and what it can't do. And since we will not be creating users, we'll be creating accounts, right? So you're going to see what we're doing in a second. So make sure you have sessions.write and click update here. You don't need anything else for this API key. No biggie if you left the users read and write on. Let's go back inside our app right here. Let's see what does it ask us to do next. So it shows you how to get the logged in user. That's fine. I want to do the sign up page first. So we have our inputs, and now this is what we have to do here. So we have to initialize the create admin client, and we have to destructure the account from that. That's all good. We have exactly that here, right? Instead of our lib Appwrite, we have account, and we can call this create admin client in an API route, even though we have this server only. And then we have to create a new account with ID unique, which comes from Node Appwrite package. And we have to pass in the email, password, and the name from the register form. And then we have to create a session, and we have to store that session in a cookie. Let's go ahead and let's do that. but just a little bit differently because they are using server actions, or as they are renamed now in new React, server functions. So we're not going to do that. We're going to use good old APIs. Honestly, I prefer them over server functions, and I just add RPCs because server functions technically are RPCs in a way. Let's go ahead and let's do that. Inside of API, inside of route.ts, my apologies, inside of features out server route. So the server route here and the auth, let's find the register. We have name, email, and password. Make sure this is an asynchronous controller. Don't forget that. And now what we're going to do is we're going to get the account from await create admin client from lib Appwrite. So make sure you've added the lib Appwrite import here. And then what we're going to do is we're going to do const user to be await account.create and pass in ID from node Appwrite .unique, and then an email, then a password, and then a name. So you can hover over the create method and you can see the exact order. First we need a user ID, then we need an email, then we need the password, and then we need a name. I don't like when they do this. Usually I like when it's an object. So, you know, I would have to pass ID to be this. I would have to pass email to be this. This way, you know, you always have to double check your methods and check if the order is correct. So ID, email, password, and then name in that exact order. And then let's create our session here to be await account, create email password session. Add the email and the password that the user just created. And now we're going to go ahead and instead of using the cookies from next headers, we're going to use cookies from Hono. So let's go ahead and add set cookie like this. Whoops. And we can import set cookie from Hono cookie. So import set cookie from Hono cookie. And then inside of here, we're going to go ahead and pass in the context in the first argument. And what I like to do is I like to create a constant for my auth cookie. So let's do that inside of the auth folder in the features, create a new file called constants.ts and export const auth cookie. And let's give it a name. I like to always use a prefix for my cookies. For example, CWA for code with Antonio, -Jira -clone -session, like that. So just make sure you have the auth cookie here. And then you can, instead of using strings every time, just pass the auth cookie from your /constants because it's in the same folder, right? And what we have to pass next is from this session, the secret. So session.secret, like that. And then some additional safety options here. So path will be a /, HTTP only will be true, secure will be true, same site will be strict, and then we're going to do a max age 60 times 60 times 24 times 30, like that. And we're going to go ahead and we can simply return success true, like this. And looks like I don't need the user here. I think I don't need the user. Actually, what we can do is we can return back the user. So data user, we can do that. There we go. Great. Let's go ahead and let's try this out and let's see if anything important here happens. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go to localhost 3000/sign up. So it's important we are working in the register form now. And I want to show you inside of my application here, I think I will have some cookies because this is a localhost. I don't have any cookies. Great. No cookies for me. Perfect. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new account now. I'm going to call myself Antonio. I'm going to give myself an email of antoniomail.com and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Actually, let's do this. I think Appwrite has some specific password requirements. So what I'm going to do, I'm just gonna change this type to text so you can see my password. So I'm gonna call my password Antonio 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Let me show you. Antonio 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. So that's gonna be my password. I'm gonna click instead of login, this should obviously be registered. We're gonna change that, and let's see what happens. So it appears that I got 200. Let's see my response. There we go. I have returned back an entire user here. Not exactly sure if this is the smartest thing to do, but I don't think there are any secrets here. So perhaps it's good. Yeah, it looks like just dates. I don't see any secrets here, so that should be okay. But nevertheless, we can change what we return. What I'm interested in is inside of my application, there we go. Instead of my cookies localhost, I have my CWA Jira clone, and I have my cookie right here. There we go. So we are now logged in. So what I want to do now is I want to develop the rest of the methods, including login and including logout. So we already have login, so let's just continue working with login here. We're going to have the email and the password here. Let's go ahead and let's do again account from await create admin client. Let's go ahead and do const session to be await account create email password session. Let's get the email and the password here. So pretty much the same thing as we did here. You can even copy it if you want to. And then what we're gonna do is, well, set the cookie again. We can copy the exact same cookie. Make sure you're doing it in the login route. We have the session. There we go, session.secrets set to auth cookie. You can see how handy it is that we use the constant. Otherwise, when you use it in many places, you will probably misspell it at least once, and that's quite dangerous to do. And we can go back and we can return data. We can just return success true. And we most likely won't need the user in the register method as well immediately. So you can return success true here as well. And you can not assign this. You don't have to assign this in the register. You don't have to assign this to the user. You can just await, right? There we go. Great. So we now have our login here, and we can't really try it out because we already have a cookie. But what we can do is this. We can go ahead and do the following. Go inside of your application, find the cookie and remove the cookie like this. But I don't think that this is enough. Let me just see. If I refresh. Okay, I think the cookie is definitely gone. Okay, that's good. Let's just quickly visit our app, right? Because I think I completely forgot to check. Do we have a user? We do have a user. Here it is, right here. We have a user, and in Appwrite, you can actually control it. You can also verify the account. You can go ahead and create different targets. You can go ahead and close the user session. You can see their activity and everything else here. Great. So now that I confirmed that this user was actually created here, let's try logging in this time. So remember, I just removed my cookie from my application here. I'm now going to go ahead inside of sign in, and I'm going to go ahead and log in. So antoniomail.com, and I'm going to use that password, Antonio12345678. And login is 200, success is true, and application new cookie is set again. Excellent. And now we have to do the easiest route of them all, which is the logout method. So I'm going to go ahead and use post for the logout. I'm not sure if maybe this should be what exactly am I trying to say? I'm not sure if this should be a delete method, but I think post can work pretty well. So for now, I'm just going to go ahead and do this. I'm going to add a context here, and inside of here, I'm going to do delete cookie from Hono cookie, and I'm going to pass in the context and auth cookie here. and I'm going to return c.json success true, like this. So for now, I'm just deleting the cookie, but there is one more thing I have to do here. But before we can do that, we need to create a session middleware. So let's go ahead and do the following. Well, we can't really try it out in any way now. So what we're gonna have to do next is we are actually gonna have to create our session middleware, and we're gonna have to create another route which we're gonna use to get the currently logged in user. And depending on the result of that route, we're gonna redirect the user away from this screen, or if they try to go, to dashboard, we're gonna direct them back to the login screen. But I want to end this chapter for now. So what we did is we set up Appwrite. We handled the login and the register routes to set our cookies and to create users in the Appwrite database. We learned about the server-only import, which is currently protecting our create admin client. And you've kind of understood what the admin client does. So it's used for things that users themselves cannot create, right? So what we're going to do later is, of course, we're going to use the storage, the users, and the databases here. But what we have to do next is we have to create the session client, and we're going to use it as a middleware. So we're not going to use it like this. Instead, we're going to use it, let's say this logout route should only be accessible to logged in users. So we're going to use a custom middleware called session middleware here. And session middleware will redirect the user away if they are not logged in. But if they are logged in, they're going to provide the controller with the currently logged in user SDK. So then we're going to create like a little client, but without the key and with just the write-read access that the currently logged in user has. So that's how we're going to handle that. Great job. Now let's go ahead and let's create the session middleware, which we're going to use to authenticate requests, which should only be accessible to logged in users. So I'm going to go inside of source lib, and inside of here, I'm going to create a session middleware.ts. We can also mark this as server only. And then let's go ahead and let's import get cookie from Hono cookie. Let's go ahead and import create middleware from Hono factory. Let's import the constant auth cookie from features constants. And let's import account client databases modals storage type account as account type databases as databases type, and a lowercase as type storage as storage type, and then we're going to have users as users type from node Appwrite. And now let's go ahead and let's export const session middleware. Let's use the create middleware from Hono factory, and inside of here an asynchronous method which gives us the context and the next method, which I briefly demonstrated in a first few chapters of our Hono exploration. Now inside of here, I'm going to create a new client and I'm going to give it an endpoint using process.environment. And as always, I will copy it from my .environment.local and I will add an exclamation point at the end. I'm then going to set the project as well, process.environment, and again, I'm going to copy it from here. Like this. There we go. After I have set my client, I'm going to go ahead and obtain the cookie using getCookie, context, and auth cookie. So in register and login, we set the cookie. In our session middleware, we read that cookie. And in case that cookie is missing, we're simply going to return context.json error unauthorized and an error code of 401. Otherwise, if we have the session, we're simply going to append the session to the client. So client set session and pass in our session here. So this set session will serve as a set key which we have inside of our admin client. But our session client here does not need an admin key. It's not supposed to be that powerful. It's only supposed to be as powerful as the currently logged in user. That's why we are using session-based SDK inside of this middleware. And then I can initialize an account to be new account and pass in the client. And I can do the same thing for a couple of other things. For example, databases, new databases, and storage, new storage. And I can also immediately obtain the currently logged in user using await account.get. The reason I'm doing this is because we will never, as a logged in user, we're never going to use the account in a way that we are using it from the admin client. So in here, we use the account, right? And if you're wondering, why do I use get account here and I just do this here? It's the same thing. You can do this if you want to, const account and then just return account. I'm just following the documentation in case you're confused. You don't have to do it in this way. So as a logged in user, the only reason I will be using the account SDK is to get the current user. So that's why I just want to do that immediately in the middleware so I don't have to repeat this piece of code everywhere, right? So we set the user here. And then what I can do now, thanks to the Hono factory middleware, is append all of this to the context. So c.set account will be account, just in case I need it. c.set databases will be databases. c.set storage will be storage. c.set user will be user. So what did I do by that? Well, let's check it out. What's important to end this middleware is await next, like this. So now let's go inside of our features server, features auth server route.ts. And for example, let's find our logout route, this post logout route, and let's add the session middleware here. Make sure you add a comma after the session middleware. Once you've added the session middleware, what will happen is that if an unauthorized user tries to log out, they will be stopped right here because we cannot find a cookie for the user that's trying to log out, meaning that they shouldn't even attempt to do this, and we're going to throw back a 401. Otherwise, if they pass this, we're going to append all of these SDKs and their session and pass them to the context, which means that, for example, if I want to log out, I also need to clear my account session. So how can I get my current account? Well, since we used c.set account, we can now access it right here. So const account will be c.get account, like this. But as you can see, there is an issue. This is not type safe. This context right here has no idea what the account is. And since we were already that careful with type safety, using the RPC, using React query, using Zod validator, and all of those things, let's continue with that type safety. And thankfully, Hono allows us to do that as well. So go back inside of your session middleware here. And what we have to do now is create the type which this middleware will return. So type additional context, or whatever you want to call it. I think this is an appropriate name. And you have to have a variables here. And then inside of here, you have account to be account type. Then you have databases to be databases type. After that, storage type, users type, and user is going to be modals dot user modals dot preferences. And let me just see. Okay, we imported models right here. I wasn't sure if we have the models. So yes, this is obviously different from the ones above because these are SDKs, but user is a result from this method. This is a fetch request, right? So that's why we have a very specific type for that. Models user with models preferences. How do I know this is the type? These are fairly obvious, right? Well, I know because I hovered over here and saw that. So I just appended it to be here. And then we are simply going to use the additional context. Again, make sure you have variables here. Don't misspell it and use the capital V here. And now use the additional context and simply add it in here. Let's see if there are any errors. It looks like there are some errors here. So let's see, did I do something wrong? Databases type databases as databases type. I'm not exactly sure what is incorrect here. Databases, maybe I misspelled it. Yes, databases. I have a typo inside of my additional context. Now there are no errors here. And if I go back to my route, guess what? My account is now type safe, no more errors. So we successfully inferred from this middleware exactly what is extended in this context right here. So you just learned how to create a custom middleware for Appwrite. So even if there was no third-party library, we created our own. Why am I emphasizing on that? Well, if you go to Hono, if you go inside of their middlewares here, you can see they have a bunch of built-in middlewares, but they also have third-party middlewares for Nextjs, for Clerk, for Firebase, right? For all of these things which, you might want to use, but they don't have one for Appwrite. And the reason I want to tell you this is, you don't have to be afraid of building your own middlewares. You are not stuck if there is a third-party middleware or library that's missing. You can always create your own, and that's what we just did, right? If there was an Appwrite middleware listed here, I would definitely use it. It's probably made from the Appwrite authors themselves, and it's probably the best practice, right? But no biggie, we can create our own, and now we're gonna see whether it works or not. So we just obtained the session middleware here. We have the account, and what we have to do for a proper logout is after we delete the cookie, await account, delete session, and delete the current session. And since we use await, this needs to be asynchronous. There we go. We can't test this out yet because we don't have any screen for the currently logged in user. And if we want to have a screen for the currently logged in user, we also need to have a route which will fetch the currently logged in user. So in the top of this server route, I'm going to add a get current, and we're going to use the session middleware. So I get the currently logged in user. I'm going to add, just a context here. And session middleware, what exactly happens to be the error here? I think it's because I'm missing a return here. So let's just get the user using c.get user, and let's return c.json data and user. Whoops. There we go. Once I added the return, the error was gone. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to order this how I like it, like this. And I'm going to show you just one quirk here. Let me just indent this and this. So I think that for some reason, if you add a comma here, you will get an error, right? I don't know why, but if you add comma at the end of your controller here, you get an error like it's missing inference from session middleware. And I think I technically know why. If you add a comma this get route probably thinks that this is a middleware, because this is supposed to be the last controller which returns something, and it's not supposed to have anything after it. So if you add a comma, the type safety of Hono probably thinks that this is still a middleware and it did not infer the types to the last controller. At least that's my theory. So I just want to give that to your attention in case you add a comma and you're wondering why does Antonio have types and I don't. Maybe it's just a comma. You can see the same thing in the logout. If I add a comma here, I think, there we go, same thing happens, right? So just remove the comma, because this is supposed to be the last function in this array of middlewares and routes and everything. All right, so we now have the current route here, and we have to now create a React query hook to fetch the current user. So let's do that inside of features, auth API, and let's add use current.ts. So creating queries is even easier than creating mutations. Let's get use query from 10-stack React query. Let's import our client from our RPC library, and we don't have to define the request or response type. So we just have to write one, use current, define the query to be use query. Query key here is going to be always written inside of an array, and this will just be current. And let's add a query function here to be an asynchronous method. And inside of here, let's get the response from await client API auth current, and we simply fetch the get method like this. If response is not okay, we're going to return back null. We are not going to throw an error because we will always attempt to fetch this. And if you're wondering, why do I have to explicitly check for response okay? Why can't I just wrap it in a try and catch block? That is because this is using fetch. It's not using Axios. Axios is a library which, when you wrap try and catch around it, you will receive errors in the catch method. Fetch does not work that way. So for fetch, regardless if you wrap this in try and catch, it will not throw the errors in the catch method. You have to handle errors like this. Otherwise, if we are okay, we're going to go ahead and get this from await response JSON like this. And we can simply return the data and remember to return back the query. There we go. So what I want to do now is I want to check if I can actually, load my currently logged in user. So I'm going to go inside of app, inside of page.tsx, and I'm going to clear all of my buttons and inputs here. I'm going to mark this as use client. And inside of here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get data from use current like this. And I'm going to do something here inside of my use effect. Not the prettiest solution, I know. But if I don't have data, and if we are not loading, I'm going to go ahead and redirect the user. So const router from use router here. Let's go ahead and do the following. I want to do router.push /sign in. And I'm going to call this only visible to authorized users. And we can remove this as well. Make sure you have marked this component as use client because you're using hooks here. So let's see if this works or not. Let's see what happens. I'm going to go inside of create next app here. I'm going to refresh this. And I'm going to go and open my network tab. And I'm going to go to localhost 3000. And it says only visible to authorized users. And if I click on current here, you can see the currently authorized user. That is great. You might get redirected, and I think that I might get redirected if I actually remove this cookie. So if I do this and I refresh, There we go. I'm redirected to sign in screen. So if I go back to localhost, there we go. You can see that I briefly saw the screen, which we can easily hide with, if is loading, just show the loader instead. And you can see I'm getting 401 in my network tab the moment I removed that cookie. So now what I want to do is I want to add a logout button in case I am logged in. So let's go ahead and create a mutation for that. So I'm going to go inside of my features, auth API, and I'm going to copy use login, and I'm going to rename it to use logout, like this. And I'm going to change these two to be logout, and logout is also using a post method, so we don't have to change that. I'm going to rename this mutation to use logout, and I don't have to pass any JSON at all. And I will change this to logout. There we go. I just have to execute it. That's it. And now let's go inside of our page.tsx where we call the use current. And let's add the mutate use logout here from features auth API use logout. And I'm going to go ahead and add a button here from components UI button logout. And on click, we'll simply call mutate. And it looks like it's expecting some arguments here. Use logout, mutation function, request type. I think what we can do here is just add undefined or nothing. We can just do nothing here, and we can remove the request type from here. And yeah, then you can just call mutate directly. I think you can even do mutate. No, okay, it needs to be, because this is an on-click handler, right? Let's try this now. Let's see what happens now. And what I want to do inside of the use logout is one more thing. So once I log out, I'm going to go ahead and I want to get const query client, use query client from TanStack React query here. And I'm going to call on success here. And I'm going to call query client invalidate queries. And I'm going to invalidate, I think maybe this is an object, query key, yes, current. So when I log out, I'm going to invalidate the query current, which we use in use current right here. So make sure you didn't misspell the query key right here. So once the user log out, we are going to force a refetch of the current user, and then it will be undefined, meaning this data will be deleted, and then we're going to redirect the user to sign in. Let's see if our logic is working. I'm going to go ahead now and I will log in using antoniomail.com, Antonio 1234567 I will log in. Nothing has happened yet because we didn't create redirects from this screen, but I will manually go to localhost 3000. There we go. I'm not redirected, and it says only visible to authorized users. I'm going to open my network tab here and I will confirm. So my application has cookies. There we go. I'm going to keep the network tab and I will click log out. And there we go. I was redirected and my cookie here is deleted. And you already saw the network tab. I got the logout success true, and then I refetched the current user and I got back the error, unauthorized. And since we catch the error inside of our use current, so if we get the error, we simply set the current user to be null, which triggers a final redirect in this use effect right here. Amazing, amazing job. So what I want to do in this chapter is the following. So I'm going to leave it at this for our login options. So I'm not going to implement the Google and GitHub login right now. I'm going to do that later. If for any reason you immediately want to explore this, you absolutely can. And in this documentation that we were looking at, which is basically auth, and then we choose SSR login, we go to the bottom, we choose the tutorial for Next.js. Inside of here you have step number 7, which says auth authentication with SSR. So it's definitely possible and we will do it later, but if for any reason you want to explore it right now, we can go ahead and do it. Otherwise, you can go ahead and follow what I want to do next. So I want to implement a user button, and besides user button, I want to implement a different solution for redirecting my user from an unauthorized page, because I just don't like using use effects. So let's go ahead and do the user button thing first. I'm going to go ahead and log in, so antoniomail.com. And I'm gonna go ahead and enter my Antonio12345678 password. And I'm gonna go back to localhost 3000, and there we go. Only visible to authorized users, meaning I am logged in. And I don't want to show a button like this. Instead, I want to create a component called user button. So let's go inside of source, let's go inside of features, inside of auth, components, and let's create a user button.tsx. Let's go ahead and mark the user button as a use client component. And inside of here, let's go ahead and let's import everything we need from the avatar component. So that's avatar, avatar fallback, and avatar image. After that, let's import everything we need from the drop-down menu component. So that's drop-down menu content, drop-down menu item, and drop-down menu trigger. While we are here in the imports, let's also import the dotted separator. And finally, let's also import our use logout and use, well, not use get user, use current like this. From use current, like this. So that is our API, which we've just created recently, which fetches the current user from auth endpoint. There we go. Now let's export const user button here. And inside of the user button, we're going to go ahead and do the following. We are first going to fetch the user using use current. And then we're going to do if is loading, we're going to go ahead and return a specific view. So inside of here, I'm going to go ahead and return a div with a class name size 10, rounded, full, flex items center, justify center, background neutral 200, border, and border neutral 300. So basically, I am creating a placeholder for what we will have here below the loader. Now let's add a loader, which you can import from Lucid React. We have Lucid React installed when we set up Shadcn, so just double check that you have Lucid React installed. Now that you have the loader here, go ahead and give it a class name, size 4, animate spin, and text muted foreground, like this. And then inside of here, let's go ahead and let's actually return our avatar component, which will have an avatar fallback inside. And inside of here, we are very simply going to destructure the name and email from the user, which we have loaded above. And let's just see. So I have the user here and I have name. Property name does not exist, but it's pretty obvious that it does exist here. Is that because I have to, let's see. Okay, not sure why. Let's go and leave it like this for now. Const avatar fallback here will be name character at 0 to uppercase. Otherwise, we're going to use the email character at 0 to uppercase. If we can't do either of those, we're just going to default to letter U for, user. All right, and I think I know why this is happening. So in case we cannot load the user at all, we're not going to load anything. There we go. Now my linter is fixed. Excellent. And now let's go ahead and let's put the avatar fallback, the inside of the avatar fallback right here. And now we're going to go ahead and style this. So first of all, the avatar itself will have a class name of size 10. On hover, it's going to have an opacity of 75. It's going to have some transition properties, a border and border neutral 300. The avatar fallback will have a class name of background neutral 200, font medium, text neutral 500, flex item center, and justify center, like this. And now let's go ahead and let's go inside of our page.tsx inside of the app folder. And instead of rendering any of those, let's just render the user button component from features auth components user button, like this. And there we go. Now we have a nice user button here because we are logged in. So make sure that you are logged in while doing this. Let's go back inside of our user button and let's now turn this into a drop-down menu. So I'm going to wrap the entire thing inside of a drop-down menu like this. I'm going to give this a property of modal false in case we want to use it inside of some other drop-down menu components. Sometimes this property can cause the body to freeze with an overflow hidden. Now let's go ahead and let's wrap the avatar inside of a drop-down menu trigger component. So the entire avatar like this, and let's give this a class name of outline none and relative. Now let's go ahead and let's add a drop-down menu content with align end, side bottom, class name width of 60, and a side offset of 10. So that's our drop-down menu content. Inside of the drop-down menu content, we're going to create a div with the class name flex column items center, justify center, gap to px 2.5 and py 4. Inside of this div right here, we're gonna go ahead and just copy our avatar from here. Let's just copy it and let's put it here like this. And I think that already we should be able to click here and get our avatar right here. There we go. Let's go ahead and expand this and let's code this further. The only thing I want to change in this avatar inside of the drop-down menu is hover and opacity. So we don't need this here. And we can change this size to be 52 pixels like that. And we can go ahead and add a text XL here like this. Now let's go ahead and let's go outside of the avatar and let's add a div here with a paragraph, which will either render the name of the user or simply user. Now let's go ahead and let's give this a class name of text small, font medium, and text neutral 900. And let's give this one a class name of flex column items center and justify center. Because below this paragraph, we're going to have another one which will render the email. And I misspelled the center here. There we go. Now both of them are centered. And let's give a class name of text extra small and text neutral 500. Just like that. Now outside of this div, still inside of the drop-down menu content, we're going to have a dotted separator here. And we're going to give it a class name of margin bottom of 1. I will just zoom out briefly so we can see this better. I will then add a drop-down menu item here. And I will very simply add a log out from Lucid React. So make sure you've added this. And I'm going to give it a class name of size 4 and MR of 2. It's going to be a self-closing tab and add a logout method here as well. Now let's style the drop-down menu item to have a class name height of 10, flex items center, justify center, text amber 700, font medium, and cursor pointer, like this. And now I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to add mutate logout, use logout, which we've added an import for right here. And now let's use this logout method here as well. So I'm going to collapse this drop-down menu class name here. And I'm going to add onClick here to call the logout method like this. There we go. We've created a very nice and reusable user button, and we don't need the avatar image here. There we go. Now we have the functionality to log out from here. So I can now log out and I should be redirected back. So I can log in again. And the problem is still here that we don't get redirected to the dashboard page once I log in, right? So let's go ahead and fix those things now. And here's the thing. So I told you that I really don't like the solution where I have to use useEffect to redirect the user. So I really don't like this. So let's start by kind of removing stuff here. First of all, we are no longer using use logout here. Let's remove that. The second thing we're going to remove is, well, everything. We don't need any of this inside. Let's remove this, let's remove this and this and this, and let's remove use client. So make sure that inside of your user button, you have use client. Otherwise, you're going to get some errors here. And now let's go ahead and rethink how we can work with this. So by default, every page and component inside of an app folder is considered a server component. This gives us an advantage because technically, what we can do now is we can create a special util we can call only in server components, which can be served as authorization checks. I'm going to show you exactly what I mean. So instead of calling hook, which will get the current user, we could, for example, check for a cookie and redirect the user if they don't have a cookie. But that's not the safest thing to do. Let's actually do this. Let's go ahead and visit our session middleware here. So our session middleware has this client, it has the session where it gets the cookie, and basically this session middleware is optimized for Hono, right? It uses getCookie from Hono cookie. So we're going to do a similar thing, but we are not going to treat it like an API endpoint. Let's go ahead and see what I mean. So we're going to go inside of features, inside of auth, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to create a new file called actions.ts. Inside of here, I'm going to mark this as use server, and I'm going to export const get current. This is going to be an asynchronous method. And inside of here, I'm going to go ahead and do the following. I'm going to set up my client again, like this, from node Appwrite. And then I'm going to go ahead and get the session, not using Hono cookies, but by using cookies from Next headers, like this. Now, depending on which version of Next you are using, because in Next 15, you're going to have to await cookies. So I can write await cookies, and I have a little note here. Await has no effect on this type of expression. But if you're using Next.js 15, I'm pretty sure that you're going to have to await the cookies to get them to work. So just hover over cookies and see what you get. If you get a promise around here, you most likely have to await cookies. But I think that I can await them as well, so you can just write it like this. This will have no effect if you're using Next version that I am, but in case you're using a newer version, you have to await a lot of stuff which you usually didn't have to await in Next 14. So let's go ahead and get our auth cookie here, like this. And then we're going to go ahead and do if there is no session, we're going to go ahead and return null. And then let's go ahead and let's define our account right here. And we have to import account from node Appwrite. So account and client from node Appwrite. And then we're finally going to do account await account.get, just like this. And if you want to, you can also wrap the entire thing inside of try and catch and simply return null in case any error happens. All right. And now let's go ahead and let's do the following. Let's go inside of our page.tsx in the home page right here. Make sure there is no use client at the top. And we're going to now turn this into an asynchronous method. Keep in mind that you can only do this in server components. If you were to mark this as a client component, you will most likely get an error. There we go. I briefly got an error here. I don't know why it's not appearing right now, but you cannot use asynchronous and use client at the same time. So just make sure you remove that. So now that you have asynchronous here, what you can do is you can get the current user, or you can just mark it as user, and you can now call the getCurrent method from features auth actions. And if there is no user, you can redirect using next navigation, which can be used in server components, and simply redirect the user to /sign in, just like this. So now I'm going to go ahead and log out, and I'm going to refresh, and let's see what happens. It looks like I'm still getting a user. Let's see if that is true. So I'm going to go ahead and scroll all the way down and debug what's going on. So I have getCurrent right here. So I'm going to go ahead and see inside of my page.tsx what happens with my user here. Perhaps I'm still getting something, but I should not be getting that. Looks like I still have something here. And I think that's because I didn't await getCurrent. My apologies. Let's try this now. There we go. I immediately get redirected. Yes. So we have to await redirect here. There we go. So I'm going to go ahead and try this again. If I go back to localhost 3000, I am immediately returned here. There we go. So that's how we handled that. If you want to, you can rename this to protect, for example. And then inside of here, you can do redirect to something if you want to, depending on, but if you're using redirects, keep in mind you cannot use them inside of try and catch. That's one caveat with using a redirect from Next.js. So I'm going to be explicit in my, oops, I think I modified something. So yeah, getCurrent. So I'm going to be explicit in my tutorial here. I'm just going to call the user, and then I will manually redirect here. It's 2 lines, not too much code, if you ask me. And now let's do the same thing inside of our sign in and sign up pages here. So I'm going to remove use client actually here, which means that I have to go inside of the sign in card and mark the sign in card as use client instead. There we go. Now I no longer have the error here. I'm going to mark this as an asynchronous function, and I'm going to get the user using getCurrent from features auth actions. If I have the user this time, my apologies, await, don't forget to await. If I have the user, I'm going to redirect using next navigation to the root page, which will be the dashboard. Just like that. There we go. And now I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to go inside of my sign up page right here. I'm going to remove use client here. I will go inside of sign up card, and I will mark sign up card as use client as well. So first of all, confirm that that is fixed. Go inside of sign up. There we go. No errors on the sign up page. So now I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing here. I will mark this as an asynchronous function, and I will get current from features auth actions and redirect, redirect from next navigation like this. There we go. And let's briefly go inside of sign up card here, and let me just change the button which I have here, which says login, to register. There we go. Let's go ahead and try this out now. I'm going to go and sign in now, and I will do antoniomail.com, Antonio 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's log in. And looks like I am still not getting redirected. If I refresh, still, okay. Let's see what I did wrong. Maybe I entered the wrong password. So we also have to handle those states as well. But I first want to debug whether I did something wrong or not. So this is my sign in page. If I have the user, I will redirect it to the root page. So I will console log the user here. And let's see, do I have the user or not? I will refresh this page. I will scroll down. Looks like user is a null. So perhaps I have entered a wrong password. Let me try one more time here. Nope, looks like it's still not working. I will go ahead and try this. So my login seems to be success true. And inside of my application here, I seem to be having a cookie, but it looks like I'm just not getting redirected. So I'm just going to go ahead and pause and debug this and tell you how to fix it and how I debugged it. Well, I think I know what is the issue. So let's go back inside of our features auth actions here. And we've wrote this incorrectly because if you take a look inside of the session middleware here, we forgot to add client set session, right? We don't do that here at all. We immediately get the account here. So let's do session set, which one is it? A client set session, and pass in the session.value here, like this. And there we go. Now I am immediately redirected. Let's go ahead and try this again. So if I go to /sign-in, I am immediately redirected back. Same thing for /sign-up. But if I log out from here, let's see if this works. Okay, so this works after refresh. So let's see, how can we improve that from happening? Well, here's a solution that I like to do here because I did this in my original source code. We're gonna go inside of my use logout method, and this is what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna do window location reload, like this. This will invalidate all queries without me having to do them. It will ensure that user doesn't have any, global states set, and it will simply clear any, global states, right? And it's kind of a brute force way of doing it, but honestly, it saves so much time and you don't have to worry about whether you refreshed or done anything wrong. So let's try this again. I will log in. Okay, looks like we have the same issue for logging in. All right, my apologies. Looks like I didn't exactly calculate this as well as I thought. Looks like they work after you refresh. So I think they log out now. There we go. Logout now is working because of this. So we could do this, but I think there is a proper React Next.js way of doing it. So there is a method called router.refresh, which is supposed to refresh all server components, which would technically refetch this. So let's try with that solution first. If not, we're gonna go ahead and trigger a window location reload inside of use login as well. But first, let's try this. Let's get the router from use router from next navigation here. And inside of here, I'm gonna do router refresh. Let's do that first. And we no longer need the query. Actually, let's keep the query client, yes. And then let's do query client, invalidate queries again, query key, and let's give it current value. Let's go ahead and copy this. Let's go inside of use login, and let's do the same thing. Make sure you import the router from next navigation. Don't import the router from next router. And inside of here on success, I'm gonna go ahead and call router refresh. Just like this. And we can also copy the invalidation for this. And for that, we also need the query client. So const query client, use query client from TanStack React query. Let's try both of this again now. Make sure you are testing the login route right now. Let's hope this works. If not, we'll just fall back to window reload. And there we go. So router refresh seems to have its magic on. Perfect. Thanks. I'm thankful we don't have to use the window location reload because it's kind of an ugly solution. It works, it's great. I used it initially in my source code, but I just remembered that we have a proper way of refreshing our server components. Great, and now I have to do the exact same thing for my use register. So let's do that. Let's add use query client. Let's add use router from next navigation. I will move both of these here, and let me just copy one from on success here. There we go. Perfect. So what I want to do now is I want to go back inside of my sign in cards here, and I want to see if it's possible for me to oh, I can actually extract is pending here, and I want to disable all of my fields if it's pending, like this. Actually, we don't have to disable all fields, we just have to disable the button. So disabled is pending. And the same thing for the login with Google and login with GitHub, because they are a single click, you know. So let's try this again. Maybe we're gonna have some better experience now. So now if I click login, there we go, it's disabled and then it redirects. So this is at least telling the user that something is happening. And I now want to do the same thing to the sign up card here. So let's destructure from use register is pending, like this. And let's go ahead and let's assign it to not the inputs, but just the button here and these two buttons here as well. Great, so I now think this will work even without testing here. Perfect, and we have very nice redirects from the home page and from the out screens. Now at this point, you might be wondering, why did I not add a middleware? Well, I've been, using middlewares in some of my tutorials, but lately I've been trying to avoid them, and there's a reason for that. Maybe avoid them is not the correct term. I'm not avoiding them, but I'm definitely not relying on them. And this blog post by Pilcrow, who is the author of Lucia Auth, is honestly a perfect explanation. And basically, my way of protecting pages from now on is simply being explicit. So you're gonna see me write authentication inside of each page. And if you personally find it too tedious to do that in each page, just keep in mind, you can always create an abstraction, right? If those two lines are too much, you can always go ahead and add the redirect to be done directly inside of the actions right here. So you can redirect the user here. But I am no longer going to rely on the middleware. The reason being quite simple. I don't want to assume my middleware is protecting all of my routes. I want to explicitly protect my routes. I want to see them being protected, right? At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. It sounds funny when I say that, but our most important layer is protected. That is the server. Now I'm also handling the protection on the client side as well, and I'm going to do that explicitly. I'm not going to do it through the middleware. Does that mean that you should not be using the middleware? No. Using the middleware is great if you want to enhance user experience, right? So if you want to have 3 layers of security, so individual page layer, a middleware layer, and API layer, great, the more the merrier, but don't rely on the middleware. I personally regret that my website personally runs entirely on middleware protection, because honestly, I'm unsure if everything that I want covered is covered. This would not happen if I just explicitly added, just like I do in my API routes, with keep in mind that when I say middleware, I mean on the middleware in Next.js. I don't mean on the middleware concept in Express or in Hono, right? So those are different types of middlewares. Also, Next.js middleware lives in a different runtime than the rest of your app. That's also important thing to know. There have been reported security issues because of the middleware itself. And here's the most important thing of all. You might got a brilliant idea. Well, I could just put it in layout, right? Do not do that at all. That is the worst of all three options and the least safe way of doing it. I highly suggest that you read on authentication in Next.js. And as always, I think you can't go wrong with just being explicit. You know, if you want to protect the sign-in page, protect it. If you want to protect the dashboard page, protect it. That's why we, learned how to work with server components and how to simply fetch the current user using a server action, right? Even though I think this is technically not a server action, this is just, we could have written this entire thing, directly here if we want to do. It's just a lot of code to repeat. So that's why we're not doing it. And I think we don't need use server here. Use server is used when writing server actions. These are not server actions. So we don't need that. It's still going to work just fine. So that's the reason why I'm not using the middleware. So again, we're going to be using explicit authentication for each page in this tutorial. If you want to, you can create an abstraction around these two lines, like something like, server protect, and then have props to be passed as to where to redirect if authentication is missing or if it's not missing. You can do that if you want to. Great, so we have that working. I'm going to link this, or you can Google this exact title if you want to read. It's a very interesting article. And now, what we're going to do next is, now that we are finally logged in, is we're going to start developing the sidebar. Great job. The first thing I want to do in order to build my dashboard layout, including the sidebar and the navigation bar, is to move this page.tsx file in its own route group, just as we have the auth route group. So I'm going to do that by creating a new folder, dashboard. And let's just not misspell dashboard. And I'm simply going to drag and drop page.tsx inside, just like this. And now I have this weird unsaved file. Let me just remind you, that is from cache, right? So you can just save this file and close it, no biggie. And now if you refresh, nothing much should change. Everything should still work as expected. And now inside of this dashboard, I want to go ahead and I want to create a layout.tsx file. And inside of here, I'm going to create a dashboard layout. And inside of here, I'm going to get my children. Let's quickly create an interface, dashboard layout props with the children here, which are React node. Let's go ahead and assign these props here. And let's add a div and children inside, and nothing much should change. You should still see your user button right here. Great. And now let's go ahead and let's actually create our sidebar and our navbar. So I'm going to go ahead and give my entire layout a minimum height of screen, meaning 100 VH, as you can see here. And then inside, I'm going to go ahead and create a div here, another one with a class name, flex, full width, and full height. I'm going to move children inside. And then I'm going to wrap children inside of a div here. And this div will have a class name. On large devices, it will have a padding left of 264 pixels. Now, in order to try this out, make sure you are zoomed out. And you should see a big padding next to your user button here. So make sure you are zoomed out. If you are zoomed in, you are looking at the mobile view. So make sure you always have enough space left. I'm now just going to collapse this so you can see the code. Now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to prepare my to-do navbar like this. And I'm going to add a main element here around my children. And I will encapsulate my navbar and my main element in another div which will handle how far these two can expand. So we're going to use mx auto and max width screen to excel and height full. And if you remember, we already used this trick inside of auth layout. Right here, mx auto max width screen. So let me remind you what that does. So you can see how this is following my screen expansion, the user button, right? And you can see how I zoom out, it's also following to the left. But at one point, it will stop expanding, right? So that's basically what we are achieving right here. Excellent. So max screen to excel, mx auto, and height full. Great. And let's go inside of the main element here, and let's give it a class name, height full, py of 8, px of 6, flex, and flex column. Just like that. Great. And now let's go ahead and let's actually create our little navbar here. So we're going to do that outside of this div which pushes our content. So we're going to create a div here with a class name fixed left 0, top 0, hidden, large block, large width of 264 pixels, which is the same amount that we push our content for. Height full, and overflow y auto, so we can scroll inside if it overflows. And then we're going to add a sidebar component inside. Now let's go ahead and let's actually develop the sidebar component. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go inside of features, and I will create a new feature called, actually we can go and do this in components. Yes, perhaps this is a better solution. So let's go ahead and create a sidebar .tsx component here. And inside of here, I'm going to go ahead and export const sidebar. Now I'm going to simply return an element called aside, not div. And let's go ahead and spell sidebar inside. I'm now going to go back inside of my app folder dashboard layout, and I will import the sidebar from components sidebar. So there we go. Now on large devices, I see a text sidebar right here. Great. Let's go inside of the sidebar and let's actually develop it. So I'm going to give this a class name, height full, background neutral 100, padding 4, and width full. And then I'm going to add a link from next link here with an href to the root of the page. And I'm going to add an image from next image here. And I'm going to add our logo.svg with an alt of logo and a width of 164 and a height of 48, like this. So now, there we go. We have a nice logo here, and it's the same one that we had, if you remember, on our auth screens. Great, so we have that. And now, outside of this link, let's add a dotted separator here. Let's go ahead and give it a class name, my4. And then in here, let's add navigation component. So I'm going to go ahead and create that in components as well. Navigation.tsx, like this. Let's go inside of the navigation here. And let's go ahead and just create a constant called routes, like this. Inside of here, we're going to have a label, home. Oops, this is supposed to be an object. So the first object will have a label of home, as in homepage. An href will just be an empty slash. You're going to see why later. And then we're going to have two types of icons. One will be the outline icon, and then we're going to have an active icon. So for the first icon, I'm going to use go home, and then I'm going to use go home fill. We can get both of this from our React icons. So go home and go home fill from React icons go. And I think we installed React icons, I don't know where, but just make sure you have React icons installed. Great. So we have that, perfect. And now let's go ahead and let's copy and paste this. Let's add an href / tasks here to be my tasks, like this. And let's go ahead and change this to be go check circle. And this one will be go check circle fill. Make sure you are adding these imports here. After that, we're gonna have settings, which will go to /settings. And they can use the settings icon from Lucid React. And it can be the same for the active icon because we're going to redirect to a different type of layout. You're going to see that later. And lastly, we're going to have members. And for this, we're going to have the users icon also from Lucid React, and you can repeat the same one for the active icon. Make sure you have added all of these imports. And now let's export const navigation. And let's actually render this. So we're gonna create a div with a class name, flex call, or actually we could maybe use an unordered list. Let's do that. And then inside of here, let's use routes.map, and let's get the individual item here. And we're gonna go ahead and do this. We're gonna open like this, and then we're gonna return. The reason is because later I'm gonna create some constants here like is active, right? So for example, let's just set this to false. And inside of here, I'm going to use the link from next link. So make sure you've added an import for that as well. There we go. Inside of here, we're going to go ahead and give it a key of item href, and an href will for now be item href. We're going to change that later. Let's add a div here, which will very simply have our icon, which will be defined here. So make sure you use icon with a capital I so it can be used as an JSX element. And this will simply be item.icon. Or we can already do it. So if is active, it will use item icon, active icon, otherwise item icon. And then inside of here, we can render that icon like this. And below that, item.label. Let's give this icon a class name of size 5 and text neutral 500. And let's go ahead and give the div here class name using cn library. So make sure you import cn from utils. First, let's add the default classes, which will be flex, items center, gap 2.5, padding 2.5, rounded medium, font medium, hover text primary. Let's add a transition and text neutral 500. So these are our class names for the first div. And then let's add a comma at the end of the first class, and let's simply do if is active, background white, shadow small, hover opacity 100, text primary, like this. Great, so let's add that. Now let's go inside of sidebar and let's import the navigation from /navigation like this. And I'm going to expand, and there we go. We now have a nice sidebar here on our hands. Of course, if you click on any of these, you will most likely get a 404 error. So make sure don't be surprised if you get an error. We're going to create those pages later. Great, so we have that. Let's see, is there anything else we can do? I think we can leave it as this. We're gonna come back to this later. Now I want to go back inside of my dashboard layout, and I want to build this navbar component now. So let's go ahead and let's remove this to-do comment with an actual navbar component like that. And let's go inside of our components and let's create a navbar.tsx. I'm going to export const navbar like this. And instead of using div, I will be using the nav element. And before we start styling this, I want to go back to my layout, just save this file. Go back to the layout and import the navbar from components navbar so you can actually see what you're developing. Now I'm going to go ahead and give this nav a class name padding top 4, px of 6, flex items center, justify between. I'm then going to go ahead and create a div with a class name, flex column, hidden but on large flex. So we just need flex column, my apologies, like this. After that, add an h1 element, which will render, for example, home and a class name, text of 22 pixels, or we can simply use extra large. Let's see how much is that. That's 20 pixels. 2XL is 24. Let's use that. And let's also give it a font semi-bold. And below that, a paragraph, for example, monitor all of your projects and tasks here. And let's give this paragraph a class name of text muted foreground. If you want to see this, just make sure you are zoomed out, right? So I'm in mobile mode, so I can't see it, but there we go. Home, monitor all of your projects and the tasks here. Great. And now what I want to do is I want to add a user button here. And let's import the user button like this. And then let's go ahead and let's go inside of our page.tsx where our dashboard is. And instead of here rendering the user button, we were just going to say this is a home page. And let's remove the import for the user button. So there we go. Now we have a better experience here, but this is supposed to be all the way here. Why is it not? Let's go ahead and fix that. I'm going to go inside of my navbar here, and I want to see whether we're missing something. So we have flex, we have justify between here. Let's see if our layout seems to be missing something. And I think that we have to add with full to this LG right here inside of our dashboard layout. So just add with full here. Let's see if that fixes it. There we go. So now, as you can see, in this corner, I have my user button. In here, I kind of have my title and description for the current page. Of course, we're going to make this dynamic later. And if I expand, at a certain point, you can see that it stops expanding as close to the sidebar as possible. So, on certain breakpoints, it follows, but then when it gets, too wide, it will no longer expand unreasonably much because design simply can't look good, except if, if you have a designer who can, of course, create widescreen solutions. And while we are here, I want to create a solution for the mobile sidebar, because on mobile, the user button is moved here, but we can fix this quite easily. So let's go ahead and create the mobile sidebar. So let's go inside of our source components and let's create a mobile-sidebar.tsx component. And let's export const mobile sidebar like this. And I'm going to mark this as use client. Let's go ahead and let's add a sheet component from /UI sheet. And we're also going to need two more components from here. So content and trigger. And inside of here, let's go ahead and give it a modal false here, because this can cause some overflow issues. And let's go ahead and add the trigger component here. And let's add it around a button component from /UI button. Let's go ahead and add as child here. So this trigger becomes the button, because the trigger component is already a button. So you would have a button inside of a button, and this will cause a hydration error. So just add as child prop there. Let's go ahead and give the button a variant secondary, and let's give it a class name LG hidden. So it's only visible on mobile. And let's add a menu icon from Lucid React here. I'm going to separate this content. There we go. And while we are here, let's go quickly back to the navbar. And above the user button, let's add mobile sidebar from /mobile sidebar. There we go. You can now see this button right here. And let's go ahead and let's give this button a size icon while we're here. There we go. And this menu icon will have a class name of size 4 and text neutral 500. There we go, like this. And I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna give this button a class name size 10 or maybe size 8. Oh, it already has a class name. Let's see. So can I do size 8 here? Okay, I'm gonna do this. I'm just gonna roll back and give it the size of icon here, like this. And now let's add a sheet content, and let's simply render the sidebar from /sidebar inside, just like this. And I'm gonna go ahead and give the sheet content a side of left and a class name of padding 0, like this. So now on mobile, when you click here, there we go, it opens a nice sidebar here. Great. So let's go ahead and let's just see. If I go into actual mobile mode, I think this button might be a bit small. So I'm gonna go ahead and do this. I'm just gonna remove size icon. I think it looks okay, and let's give this a size 5. Okay, that just enlarges the button, so let's keep it at size 4. Okay. Great. So now I think, yeah, now it's much easier to click on mobile. Great. We have some errors here. We can resolve those later. They're just semantic issues, I believe. Great. And now that we have that, I think we are ready to close this chapter. And I just want to add one more thing here. So const is open and set is open. Use state, react, and let's give it false by default. Let me just move this here. And I'm going to add path name from use path name. So every time that we actually change our route, I will want to close this sidebar. And this is like a brute force way of doing it. So every time we detect a change in the path name, we're just going to call set is open to false. So we're going to go ahead and extend the sheet to be open when is open is true, and on open change will simply control the set is open method. So this sheet trigger will call set is open and set it to true. And when we click close somewhere, it will set it to false. Or when use effect happens, it will set it to false. So you can see that this still works just fine. Great. So you just handled the mobile view and the desktop view of the sidebar and the navbar. You can go ahead and log out, and you can see all of these things are working just great. Again, don't worry about Google and GitHub login. We'll do that later. We are right now focusing, on adding as many functionalities to this project as possible. Great. So we have the dashboard layout ready, and we are now ready to build our first workspace and create some onboarding screens. Great job. Now let's go ahead and let's create our workspace entity and our workspace creation form. In order to do that, you first have to go back inside of your Appwrite console. Go ahead and select your project here and head into the databases section. Go ahead and create your first database. I'm going to go ahead and give this a name of Jira clone, and I'm going to leave the custom ID field as empty and click create. After that, I have my Jira clone database right here. So once you click on databases again, you should now see your database ID right here. Let's copy our database ID immediately, and let's go inside of .environment.local here, and let's assign it to next public Appwrite database ID, like this. Now let's go inside of here, and let's go ahead and create a new collection. We're going to call this collection Workspaces, and let's click create. Let's go ahead and go back just so we can see that we now have a new collection. So we now have a database. Inside of the database, we have a collection right here. And we can already use this collection ID for the workspaces. So let's copy the collection ID here. And I'm going to go ahead and just separate these things. So let's go ahead and add next public Appwrite Workspaces ID. And let's add it right here like that. So we now have the Workspaces collection ID here, and now we're not going to create any documents, but what we are going to create are some attributes. So let's go ahead and click create an attribute, and let's go ahead and call this a string. So we're going to give our workspace entity an attribute called name, and I'm going to limit it to a 256 characters at most. If you want to, you can limit it at 10. So I'm going to go ahead and make this a required attribute. So make sure you have you have checked this as well, and make sure you've named it name. Let's go ahead and click create. After that, let's go ahead and let's add a user ID property so that we can keep track which workspace belongs to what user. And user IDs in Workspace are limited to 50. So we can safely put 50 here and set it as required as well. In case you're watching this into the future and this has changed, you will get an appropriate error in your terminal here when you try to create a workspace and you try to assign a user ID. But I think 50 should be just enough. In case it's not, you can go back here and increase it to whatever you need. I'm not going to do that now. Great, so we now have the name and the user ID for our workspaces collection. What I want to do now is I want to use these database ID and workspaces ID, and I want to create them into reusable constants so that we don't have to write that all the time. So let's go inside of source, and inside of here create a config.ts. And let's write export const databases ID, and let's go ahead and give it my apologies, database ID, because we are working with one individual database. And let's give it the process.environment, and let's revisit our .environment.local and copy the Appwrite database ID here. And you can put the exclamation point at the end to avoid, so that when you hover over here, it must be a string. And then let's go ahead and export const workspace ID like this. Actually, it's the collection workspaces ID. So this will be process.environment, and then copy next public Appwrite workspaces ID and put the exclamation point at the end. So this way we can easily just use these instead of having to write this every time. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's create our API endpoint for this. So we're going to go inside of features, and we're going to create a new feature called Workspaces here. And inside of here, let's go inside of features, and let's create our schemas.ts file. Let's go ahead and let's import z from zod here. And let's go ahead and export const create workspace schema to be a z.object. Let's give it a name of z_string. Let's trim it, and let's give it a minimum value of 1 and make sure it's required. Besides that, we're also going to have a user ID, but we are not going to pass that through any forms or through any API payloads, so we can just leave it at name for now. Great, we now have the schema, and now let's go ahead and let's create a server folder here, and let's create a route.ts. Let's import Hono from Hono, and let's go ahead and create a const app new Hono, and let's export default app here. Now that we have our workspaces server route, we can go inside of the app folder, API route.ts, and inside of here we can now import workspaces from @/features/workspaces server route, and then we can chain it just below auth with a prefix of workspaces. So just be careful, don't misspell these things, even though it won't really matter because we are using type-safe RPCs. Now we can go back inside of our Workspaces server, and let's go ahead and let's create a very simple post route. So you can just put an empty / because this will be /workspaces, because our base endpoint is /workspaces here. So you don't have to define workspaces again. Let's go ahead and let's add a Z validator here for our JSON, and let's go ahead and add our create workspace schema. And then finally, we're going to have an asynchronous context here. And now we also need to add our session middleware here. So let's not forget that. Let me just reorder my imports here. There we go. And now let's go ahead and do step-by-step creation of the workspace. So the first thing I need to do is I need to get my databases. So I can get my databases thanks to the session middleware here, because we create the databases with a new client here. So let's go ahead and do const databases to be c.get databases like this. And let's go ahead and get the user from c.get user. Since we have type safety, you can see that we have all the necessary information about that here. Then let's go ahead and let's destructure the name from cRequestValid JSON like this. And then let's go ahead and actually create the document. So const workspace will be await databases.create document. In the first argument, we're going to pass in which database to create a document in. So let's add our database_ID from our config file. The second argument is which collection, which is our workspace ID, workspaces ID, again from the config file. And then finally, we assign the ID of this document, and we can use randomly generated IDs using the ID import from node Appwrite like this. So let's just add id.unique and execute that method, and then finally we can open the body object and we can assign the name. And since it's the same name as the key, we don't have to write name, we can just write name like this. There we go. Great, so now we have our document created, and we can just do return c.json data workspace just like that. Remember, if you put a comma here, you're going to lose your type inference from the middleware, so just don't put commas at the end of your middlewares. Great, we have this ready now. So what we have to do now is we have to create our API. By API, I mean my React query mutation. So let's go inside of features and let's copy from the API folder in auth, let's copy the use login one. Let's go inside of workspaces, let's create a new folder called API and let's paste use login. And let's rename it to use create workspace. Let's rename the constant inside, use create workspace. Always double check that you have the proper file opened, so just close use login so you don't accidentally modify it. Now we have to create the response type and the request type here. So we are not going to go inside of api.auth, but we're going to go inside of api.workspaces. And then we are directly going to go to the post method here. So the response type, there we go, as you can see, is our created workspace, and the request type is JSON requesting a name. In the mutation function here, we also have to modify the same thing, so workspaces like this. And what we're going to do here, when we create workspace, I'm going to go ahead and add workspaces here. Basically, this doesn't yet exist, but we are going to have a different use get workspaces, which will use the query key workspaces. So when we create a new one, we're going to make sure to refetch our workspaces. So for now, this will not do anything, but later when we add a use get query with this key, it will refetch. And we don't need a router refresh to happen here, so you can remove that. and remove the use router from next navigation. Great. So we now have this. And now let's go ahead and let's actually build our form. So we're going to do that inside of source, inside of features, inside of workspaces. Let's create a new folder, components. And inside of here, we have to create a new form. So create workspace form.tsx. Let's go ahead and let's create our interface here. So interface create workspace form props are going to have a prop called onCancel. Why am I adding an onCancel prop to a component which is supposedly just a form to create a workspace? Well, I want to reuse this form in many different ways, one including being opened in a modal. If it's opened in a modal, we have to give it some proper instructions on how to close that modal from the submitting or canceling inside of the form, right? So that's the only reason why I'm adding that, and I don't want to forget it later, so that's why I immediately added it. Let's go ahead and add create workspace form here, and let's destructure our onCancel create workspace form. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's define the form to be use form from React hook form. Inside of here, we're going to go ahead and create a resolver to be Zod resolver from hook form resolvers Zod, and we're simply going to use create workspace schema from .. schemas. The default values will be a name with an empty value here, just like that. I'm now going to go ahead and give it a type. So Z from Zod, make sure you've added an import for Zod. .infer, type of, create workspace schema. Did I do this correctly? No, not here. My apologies. Not in the Zod resolver. In use form. There we go. Now let's go ahead and let's create an onSubmit method with the values which have the exact same Z infer here. If you want to, you can set that aside in a reusable type if you don't want to type it 2 times. And we're just going to do a console log of the values inside of this onSubmit method here. Now let's go ahead and let's create our layout for this. So we're going to return a card element from components UI card. So make sure you add imports for this. And while we are here, let's also add the rest of the imports which we will need. Card content, card header, and card title, like this. And we are also going to need all the items from our form. So import form, form control, form field, form item, form label, and form message from add/components/UI/form. Like that. And do I have a mistake here? I do. Create workspace form props. My apologies for that. Let's go back inside of our card here. Let's give the card a class name, full width, full height, border none, and shadow none. Inside, let's create a card header. Let's give it a class name, flex and padding of 7. Let's create a card title inside. Let's give the card title a class name, text extra large and font bold. And let's create a new workspace, like this. Below this, let's add a div, which is going to encapsulate our dotted separator alongside with a vertical or horizontal padding 7. Dotted separator. And let me just move it alongside here. There we go. Dotted separator, and then card content with a class name padding 7, just like this. And I want to stop here because I want to see what I am developing. So we're going to go inside of app folder, inside of dashboard, inside of page.tsx, and let's go ahead and add our create workspace form here. Let's give it a non-cancel to just be an empty arrow function, like this. So let's go ahead and go inside of our localhost 3000. Let's refresh and let's see what's going on. So I believe the issue is that my create workspace form is a client component and this is a server component. So what we have to do is go inside of our create workspace form and mark it as use client. And now the error should go away. Oh, but we are passing this on cancel. All right, this is what we're going to do for now. We're just going to go ahead and make this an optional prop like this. So put a question mark here. Then we don't have to pass this. And then there we go. We can now just see create a new workspace here. And if you want to, you can give this entire div a class name of background muted, or maybe background neutral 500, and just give it a bit of a padding 4 and a height full maybe. There we go. Just something so you can see, you know, our actual card. Obviously it's not going to look like that, but I just want to give you an idea of how it's going to look. Great, so we now have our card content, and now inside of here we are going to establish our form. Let's go ahead and spread the form element inside. Let's define the native form inside with a class name, my apologies, with an onSubmit, form handle submit, and pass in our onSubmit, which we have defined right here. Basically the same thing we did in the sign up and sign in cards. Now let's add a form field, which is a self-closing tag, which will have a control of form.control. It will have a name of name and a render, which is going to immediately destructure a field in its method here and return a form item. The form item will include a form label this time with a text workspace name. And below form label, we're going to have form control, which will include an input from components UI input. So just make sure you have included this in your imports as well, like this. And let's go ahead now and give the input a placeholder, enter workspace name, and make sure that you are doing the spread of field like right here. And outside form control, don't forget form message so we can display the errors right here. So now let's go ahead and let's add our submit button here. So this is how we're actually going to do that. We're going to go ahead inside of this form and let's add a div here, encapsulating this single form field. And let's give it a class name, flex call and gap y of 4. And inside of this div at the bottom, we're going to add, well, let's do it like this. We're first going to add a dotted separator like this. And let's go ahead and add it outside of this div, which is encapsulating this form field. So you might be wondering, why did I even add this div? Well, because later we're going to have some more fields for the workspace. So make sure you have encapsulated your form field in this div. And then you've added a dotted separator here with a class name of py7. And then add a div with a class name flex items center and justify between. Now let's go ahead and let's add 2 buttons here. Again, confirm you have the button import ready. Do I have my button? Where is my button imported? It's not. Okay. Make sure you've imported button from components UI button. I'm going to go ahead and move it here alongside with the input. And the first one in this list will be the cancel button, which will be our type button. This is very important because by default, it will submit the form if you don't explicitly give it a type of button. And we're going to go ahead and give it a size of large. We're going to give it a variant of secondary like this. And on click will be our on cancel method like this. And then you can copy and paste the button here. And you can go ahead and remove the type for this one, or you can give it an explicit type submit if you prefer it that way. And the variant here will be primary, which you don't have to explicitly write. And we won't have an on click because it will serve as a submit for the form. And let's go ahead and give it a label of create workspace like this. There we go. And now let's go ahead and actually try this out. So right now, if I click create workspace, there we go. I get an error that the workspace name is required thanks to our schema. Now let's go ahead here and let's add our mutation. So const mutate will come from use create workspace. From /API use create workspace. So basically it's this API which we've created recently, which invalidates the non-existing workspaces query key for now. In here we have mutate, and let's also get is pending from here. And very simply, we're gonna go ahead and call the mutate method here and pass the values as the JSON prop. And now let's go ahead and disable our buttons here if we're pending like this, and same thing for this one. Let's go ahead and try this out. I'm gonna go ahead and prepare my databases, my collections, workspaces, which currently has no documents inside. And I'm also gonna prepare my network tab here so I can see if any errors arrive. Let's go ahead and create a test workspace and click create workspace. And looks like I do get a 500 error. And it looks like my user is unauthorized to create this. So why is that happening and how can we resolve it? Well, that is the security that I was talking about, how we should be careful which client of Appwrite we are using, and we should give which Appwrite client should we give our user access to. So inside of our lib, we have the admin client, which is the almighty, all-powerful client which can do anything, even though we have restricted the API key to only be able to create sessions. But inside of our session middleware, we create a different type of client, which is only as powerful as its user. So for example, we never gave this user permission to write to our database. So we have to do that. Let's go inside of Workspace right here. Let's go inside of our settings. Make sure you are, of course, in the Workspace collection. So go inside of your databases, find your new Workspace collection, go inside of settings here. And inside of here, you have permissions. You can click the big plus and go ahead and select all users. So all users can create, read, update, and delete this like this, and go ahead and click update. There we go. Now go back to documents here. Let's go ahead one more time. I'm going to open my network tab. And I think this time it's going to work. I don't even have to refresh, I believe. And again, it looks like I'm having a 500. Yes, invalid document structure, missing requiring attribute user ID. Yes, my apologies. I forgot the user ID. Let's go ahead and do that. And then let's quickly add some, error feedback here to the user, because user has no idea what's going on here. And I think we also forgot to do that for login screens. So I'm going to go inside of my server for my workspaces. So inside of features, workspaces server route.ts, and inside of here I prepared the user, but I'm not using it. So I'm gonna go ahead and add a user ID to be user dot, and here's a quick tip. Inside of Appwrite, we don't use .id, we use $ID like this. Of course, if you're watching this far into the future and this changes, just look at what you have auto-completion for. If you have ID, you can use ID. And I think that now we should finally be able to create this. Third time's the charm. Let's go ahead and click create workspace. There we go, 200, and we have a new workspace right here. So now, if I go inside of my workspaces here and refresh, there we go. We have a name test workspace and my user ID right here. In case you got any additional errors, go ahead and look in the terminal and simply see what does the message say. If it says that the user ID is too short or too long, perhaps you have to go inside of the attributes and confirm that your user ID has the proper size. Maybe you have to increase it and update it depending on when you're watching this video. Great. So we have that resolved. And now what I want to do is I want to add some error messages and some success messages. So let's go ahead and do the following. We already have something called toaster, I believe. Inside of my package JSON, I already have Sonar installed because I installed that with Shadcn. So if you by any chance don't have that, you would go ahead and use Banex Shadcn. I have no idea what is my version, so let me just see, 2.1.0. So banex --ban Shadcn at 2.1.0 add Sonar. That's what you have to add in case Sonar is missing from your components here. You should also have a toaster, I believe. But let's go ahead and let's just see how we have to implement this. So we're going to go ahead inside of the app folder inside of layout.tsx right here. So make sure you're in your root layout for now. And let's go ahead and let's import Toaster from components UI Sonar. So if you have components UI Sonar, you have definitely installed Sonar, right? So you can command click or control click inside, or simply find it in the components UI here. Now that you have the toaster, go inside of the query provider and simply add the toaster inside and self-close it. That's it. Nothing else you have to do. And now let's go ahead inside of source, inside of features, inside of workspaces, API, use create workspace. And let's go ahead and let's import toast from Sonar. And in the on success, let's add toast.success workspace created. And on error, let's go ahead and add a toast.error failed to create workspace. Just like this. So let's go ahead and try this now. You can see nothing happens, but if I write test, I should get a nice toaster. Let's see. There we go. I had to refresh. And now it says workspace created here. And you can go ahead and try with an error. So if you go inside of your server, not auth, but inside of your well, we can try it like this. Yes, while we are here, let's also do this. Let's go inside of our auth API. Let's go to our mutations. So use login, use logout, and use register. Let's start with use login, and let's import toaster from Sonar. My apologies, toast from Sonar. And on success, toast success logged in. On error, toast error failed to log in. And let's go ahead and do the same thing inside of our use logout. And we can remove this infer request type from here. We are not using it. So import toast from Sonar. On success, toast success logged out. On error, toast error failed to log out. And inside of the use register as well, let's go ahead and let's import toast from Sonar. And on success, toast success registered. On error, toast error failed to register. There we go. Now let's go ahead and let's log out. And if you try and type in something that doesn't exist, let's see. I should be getting back an error, but perhaps, so it says 500 internal server error, and I think, yes, I think I'm not handling this error properly here. I think I have to do if not response.ok, throw new error, something went or failed to register. So I'm doing this inside of the use register. Let's copy this. Let's go inside of use logout, and let's do the same thing here. We have to handle errors. So failed to log out. Let's go inside of use login. Failed to log in. Let's also go inside of my workspace API, use create workspace, and do the same thing here. So this will be failed to create workspace, like this. And now we should be getting proper errors. I think I have to refresh. There we go, failed to log in. Great. So if I go ahead and write my proper email here and my proper password here, I get logged in. And if I create new workspace, workspace created. Great. So we just handle that. What we have to do next is we have to create another entity called members, because each workspace will have a member. And we also have to implement uploading images to the workspace. And then we're going to be able to easily reuse this form inside of our models. Great, great job. Now that we have finished our workspace form, let's go ahead and let's extend it with one more important field. And let's start the same way we started initially, from the schema. So we're going to go inside of source, we're going to go inside of our features, inside of Workspaces, schemas.ts. And inside of here, alongside name, we're going to add image URL like this. And image URL will be the following: z.union, and open an array inside. It will either be an instance of file or a string, but we're going to add a special transform method here to accept the value. And if value is equal, and I actually should have used the term identical because this is equal, this is identical to an empty string, in that case, we are going to consider this as undefined, otherwise as the value itself, like this. And let's also chain .optional here, like this. And now we have to implement actual image upload inside of our routes. And just to clarify, why am I doing a union here? Well, when I was building this image URL, one thing that was actually problematic was how to pass that through the API body form. And we need to use a specific form data in order to pass file uploads. And form data will parse undefined undefined fields as strings. So we need to additionally tell our parser, if you accept an empty string, you should consider that as not passed, and you shouldn't consider it as a field value. You're gonna kind of see what I mean once we actually add our form to this. And it also helps with the proper types of this. And perhaps we should not have named this image URL, but it depends, because later when we create our edit or update workspace schema, we are gonna be working with an actual URL. So yeah, maybe we can just name this image, so we're not exactly, too specific. So let's just go ahead and specify this as an image for now. So rename it from image URL to image. And now let's go back inside of Workspaces server route.ts right here. And now you should be able to extract image from here. And we are going to have to change this to actually use the form, but we're going to do that in a moment. For now, what we have to do is, actually upload the image. So as you can see right here, image will potentially be a file. And if it is, we have to handle the upload. So let's go ahead and prepare our Appwrite storage for that. So go back to the console where you have your collections and your databases. And this time go to storage and go ahead and create a bucket. We're going to call this bucket images and click create. And there we go. You now have the ID here. You can copy it from here or go into settings, I believe. And I believe you can find an image here somewhere. But while we are in the settings here, you can also go ahead and play around with the configuration here, such as maximum file size or even simply allowed file extensions. And this actually will kind of be important because of this. So we now have images. So let's just copy this bucket ID and let's quickly go back inside of .environment.local here. And let's go ahead and add next public Appwrite, and we're going to call this images ID. And I just want to add a bucket ID. So it's clear distinction that this is not, an images collection. This is a bucket. And then let's go ahead and let's go inside of our config file where we have exported the database and workspace ID. It's in the root of our source folder. And let's go ahead and export const images bucket ID process environment next public Appwrite images bucket ID, like this. All right, we have this ready. And now we have to go back inside of our databases inside of our workspaces, and we have to go inside of the attributes, and we have to add a new attribute, which will be a string image URL like this. And this is where our maximum allowed file size comes into play. There are, different ways we can store this. Another way we can do this is by storing image key, for example, and then we will simply store the ID of that object in the bucket. That would mean that every time we load this workspace, we would have to populate that image. Now, that is obviously, the preferred way of doing it. That would be the correct way of doing it. But since we are working with a type of image that we know what it will be used for. It will be used for mostly static avatars. And we can safely assume that this will be very small images. In that case, I say it's okay to use base64 to store in a database. So for that reason, and for simplicity's sake, we're going to have an image, a new string attribute called image URL. And now inside of here, we're going to go ahead and define a size, a maximum possible size for that database, for that data or base64 URL. Now they can go to very, very big lengths if, a file is too big. But since our files will barely go over a megabyte, I used, ChatGPT to calculate me what should be appropriately the size for a base64. And that number ended up being 1,400,000, like this. And we're not gonna make this required, and it's not going to be an array. And let's go ahead and click create, and just double check that you entered the correct number. So 400,000 and 1,400,000. Great. And let's go ahead and click create, and make sure it doesn't say required because image URL is optional. And I would also suggest that while you're here, you also go back to your storage and click on images bucket and click on settings, and let's just modify the maximum file size here and the allowed extensions. So I'm going to change the maximum file size to be 1 megabyte here. Really no need for a avatar image to go above that. And the allowed extensions will be JPEG, PNG, SVG, and let's also add JPEG with an E here, right? Because just adding this, usually I've seen, some buckets handle this as the same thing, but you have to explicitly add JPEG here. So just make sure you add this, and I think this will cover, the most popular ones, and click update here, like that. And while we are here, let's also set up the proper permissions. So we're going to go ahead inside of permissions here. Let's click plus, and let's first select any. So we're going to allow anyone to read them. And let's go ahead and select all users here. And let's make sure that users can create, read, update, and delete them. And well, you know what, actually most of this will never be public facing, so no need for any role at all. We can just work with all users role and make sure they have all the options and click update. There we go. So I have set 1 megabyte here for my maximum file size. I have set JPEG, PNG, SVG, and JPEG with an E here. Not sure how to distinguish between these two pronunciations. And that's it. So make sure you have saved that. And now we can go back inside of the code and we can do the actual upload. So we're going to go back inside of features, workspace, server route.ts. And now that we have the image here, let's prepare a constant called uploaded image URL. And let's make that either a string or undefined. And now if our image is instance of file, in that case, we're going to go ahead and handle the upload. So const file will be a type of, well, not a type of, but we now have to create the file using storage. So let's prepare that. Const storage comes from cget storage. So remember, we have that instead of our session middleware, we set up the storage here. So just make sure you do that as well. Now that we have the storage, we can go ahead and do const file to be await storage create file like this. Let's add our images bucket ID from our config file. So just make sure you have added this import. After that, let's go ahead and give it an id.unique. We have the ID from node Appwrite. And lastly, we are passing the actual image we plan to upload like this. So just double check you have ID from node Appwrite here. And now that you have the file, this by itself will not give you any preview URL. We have to create one. Now, if you ever used Appwrite before, you might have explored file upload already, and you might know that there is a method which usually generates a URL. But when working with Node Appwrite, the server SDK, it works a little bit differently, and we don't have that option. So we need to create an array buffer and transform this to base 64. So let's create an array buffer here using await storage, get file preview, pass in the images bucket ID and file.id with the dollar sign here. So now when I hover over this, you can see it's a type of array buffer. This same method in the client SDK, which is usually called just Appwrite, usually returns the direct URL, but the server one works differently. So now we have the array buffer. Double check that this is your type here. In case, in the future, get file preview gets changed to return a promise and a string, perhaps you already have the URL, so, check that. But you will most likely have the array buffer here, as I do. And now we have to assign the generated base 64 URL to our constant here. So let's go ahead and open backticks, and we have to go ahead and add data, image/png, semicolon, base 64. Comma, and then open the template literals here, buffer.from, and go ahead and pass the array buffer, which we have above here, and then chain to string base 64, like this. And now you have the uploaded image URL. And then you can go ahead inside of here and add image URL to be uploaded image URL. And this size of the buffer will vary, from the size of the file which we just passed, right? And since we have limited the size inside of our storage, we ensure that it most likely will never go above that. If it does, it will simply throw an error to the user, but since we made it not required, it won't really break any workflows. Great, so we have this ready, but we are not, finished just yet. What we have to do next is we have to create an interface for this on the actual front-end side. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's head inside of source, features, workspaces, components, create workspace form right here. Let's start by importing useRef from React here, and we're going to call useRef by attaching it on an input field, which is going to open our file explorer. But we're not going to, literally click on that input. We're just going to use it. So let's go ahead and assign that here. So const input ref will be useRef with the default value of null, but let's go ahead and give it HTML input element inside. And now we're going to go ahead and create another form field below this one. Let's go ahead and give it control form.control, and the name will be image. So that's what is going to be resolved using this form field. Let's go ahead and destructure the field property inside. And now we're going to go ahead and create our form item inside of here. And then, well, actually, we don't have to open up form item right now. Instead, actually, we won't have to, follow the usual semantics as we do, because this is a very, custom-made input that I will do now, since it won't really follow. It won't use any of the normal HTML, input fields. So let's scratch this and let's just return a normal div. And we're going to give this div a class name flex column and gap y of 2. Inside, I'm going to go ahead and create another div with a class name flex item center and gap x of 5. And now, depending on whether we have uploaded an image or not, meaning do we have fill.value? If we have fill.value, we're going to go ahead and render that image here. Otherwise, we're going to go ahead and render an avatar. So let's import the things we need. First of all, we need to import image from next image. And then we need to import avatar from components UI avatar. And we need avatar fallback and avatar image. Like that. Now let's go all the way down here. And let's go ahead and give this image some properties here. So source will check if fill.value is an instance of file with lowercase o. In that case, instance of file. In that case, we're going to go ahead and do url.createObject URL field.value. Otherwise, you can just use the field.value, and let's fix the instance off here. There we go. And let's see URL, create object URL, like this. So this part needs to be capital. Great. So if we receive fill.value as a file, which will happen if we are on this form for the first time and we click, on this add a file, and we literally select one from the file explorer, at that point, fill.value will be an instance of file. And in order to display that to the user, we have to convert it to an object URL. In an odd chance that we actually receive the full URL in field.value, well, then we can just use that. And this will happen in the edit form. So this actually makes more sense in the edit form. Perhaps we don't even have to check for this, but since we defined that field.value can be a string or file, I think type safety will definitely complain if I just assign field.value here, as you can see. So let's go ahead and do this instead. Let's go ahead and give it an auth of logo, like that. Let's give it a fill and a class name of object cover. Great, so that's if we added an image. And if we did not add an image, let's go ahead and give this a class name of size 72 pixels. And let's go ahead and add an avatar fallback here. And let's add an image icon here from Lucid React. So make sure you have imported image icon from Lucid React here. And I'm going to remove the avatar image from components UI avatar since we are not going to be using it. Let's give the image icon a class name of size 36 pixels and text neutral 400, like this. And then let's go ahead and give this div, which encapsulates our image here, which will be, the attached image from the file explorer, a size of 72 pixels as well, relative, rounded medium, and overflow hidden. Just like that. Great. And this relative is very important, otherwise the fill will not work properly for this next image here. Great, and now that we have that, I think we can already revisit our localhost here, and let's refresh, and there we go. So I'm going to refresh once again, and you can see I have a placeholder of my image icon here, meaning I don't have any image set at the moment here. So let's go ahead now, and below all of this, let's add a new div with a class name, flex and flex column, and let's add a paragraph workspace icon. Let's give this a class name of text small. Let's copy and paste this. And this one will also have a text muted foreground as well. And it will simply say either JPEG, PNG, SVG, or JPEG, and max 1 megabyte. Now let's also go ahead and add that hidden input. So a native input here. Let's give it a class name of wfit hidden, and let's go ahead and give it an accept here of .jpeg, .png, .jpeg, and .svg. Let's give it a type of file, and let's go ahead and give it a ref of input ref, and let's give it a disabled of is pending. And now we also have to create an onChange method here. So let's give it an onChange to be handle image change. So we're going to go ahead and do the following. We're going to create a new method here, const handle image change. We're going to have an event, which is a type of React change event, HTML input element. And then we're going to get the file from event.target.files. And then we're going to optionally get the first in the array. And if we manage to get that file, we're going to use form set value image file. Just like that. There we go. And I think that already this should be working. Let's go ahead and, we didn't actually add a button which will call this hidden input here. So let's just quickly go do that as well. So just below this input here, we're gonna have a button which will say upload image. This button here will have a type of button which is important. It will have a disabled if is pending. It will have a variant of territory. It will have a size of extra small, a class name of wfit and margin top of 2, and on click is going to be interesting. So on click, we're going to call the input ref dot current click like this. So that's how we're going to trigger that hidden input. So now I'm going to go ahead and select an image here. And there we go. You can now see my image was selected right here. Excellent. So just, double check that you didn't accidentally write the incorrect accept here. If you want to, you can remove the entire accept because we do have validation on backend, which will throw errors. But, for user experience, it's also a good practice to simply allow specific images as well. So this query right here is working for me to add the images I want to add. Great. And what we have to do now is, handle the upload. So let's see if that will be working or not. And I'll give you a little hint. It's not going to work. So if I now go right here and write test and click create workspace, there we go. We get 400 here. And here's an interesting thing. Our image is just a plain object. That's because we cannot send an image through JSON. We have to use form data. So that's the last thing we have to do to enable file upload from this form. So let's go ahead back inside of our route for workspaces, our post method here, and we are simply going to change our Z validator here to not validate JSON, but instead to validate the form, and then valid form here. Then we also have to revisit our Workspaces API use create workspace, and instead of sending JSON, we will now be sending form, and that should get rid of all the errors inside of here. And now we have to go back inside of the create workspace form, specifically in the onSubmit method, and we just have to do some modifications here. So let's go ahead and define a constant final values to be a spread of existing values, and then get the image. If values.image exists and it is an instance of file, in that case, we're going to submit that. Otherwise, we're just going to send an empty string. And this will be okay for our Zod schema here. So if I send final values, you can see no errors at all because of this. But we know that our create workspace schema will treat an empty string as undefined. So that's why we had to add that. And I think that now already this should work just fine. I will add test. Let's try. And here we go, workspace created. Let's go ahead and revisit my bucket here. I'm gonna refresh my images, and there we go. You can see my image from Unsplash right here, 10 kilobytes, and it is a JPEG image. There we go. And if I go inside of my databases, inside of Workspaces, I should find, I think this is the newest one, and you can see the image URL, and there we go. You can see the exact where is my data image, and I'm gonna go ahead and paste that here, and there we go. So the actual uploaded image is definitely here, and it fit in our field with 1,400,000 values. Great, that works just fine. What I want to do to wrap this up is just add an onSuccess field here, and let's do form reset. So if we create a new form like this, I just want to clear the entire thing the next time. There we go. That's it. And I'm going to go ahead and just add to do redirect to new workspace once we have that available as well. Great. You've just implemented file upload in your create a new workspace form. And now what we're going to be able to do is actually use the created workspaces to create our workspace switcher component to modify, how some specific logic is going to work. And we're going to go ahead and find a way to move this form to its proper place and also to enable it in modals. And then we're going to create an almost exact form for our projects, and then we can create our first tasks. Great, great job. Now let's go ahead and let's create the get workspaces endpoint so we can fetch all of those new workspaces which we just created. So let's go inside of source, features, workspaces, server, route.ts. And I'm going to go ahead and add as a very first route here above the post, a get route. And right now, I'm only going to add the session middleware here and an asynchronous controller, just like this. And inside of here, I'm just going to get my databases from c.get databases. And then I'm very simply going to go ahead and do const workspaces to be await databases dot list documents database ID, which I think we already have imported, and then workspaces ID, just like this. And then we're just going to return c.json data workspaces. Let me scroll for you so you can see this is the entire controller for now. And now let's go ahead inside of API and let's do useGet workspaces.ts. And let's copy from auth API. We have use current, so let's just copy the contents inside and paste them inside of the new useGet workspaces. I'm going to rename this to useGet workspaces, and I will refetch this query key to be workspaces. And then I'm going to change this to simply be API workspaces.get. And inside of here, I'm going to go ahead and remove this, but perhaps we can just go ahead. Well, we can return null as well here, or maybe we can just do this. Let's see. Just a second. Let's see what's the best way of handling this. Well, we can throw an error in this case. So throw new error failed to fetch workspaces. And then we can safely return data afterwards. Great. Now that we have useGet workspaces, let's do the following. Let's go ahead and simply try this out inside of our sidebar here. So I'm going to go inside of my components, and I'm going to go inside of my sidebar right here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new component called workspace switcher. So I'm going to copy this dotted separator and I'm going to add a workspace switcher component like this. And then I'm going to go ahead inside of my components and create the new workspace-switcher.tsx. And I'm going to mark this entire thing as use client. And I will do export const workspace switcher here and return a div workspace switcher. Let's quickly go back inside of the sidebar component and let's import the workspace switcher from /workspace switcher. And now in your workspace, you should see a place which says workspace switcher. And what we're going to do now, since we marked this as use client, is go ahead and fetch useGet workspaces. And we're going to destructure the data here. And what I'm going to do is very simply JSON stringify the data like this. And there we go, a bunch of documents appearing right here. And if you want to, you can also do this, data.total. And this will tell you the number. And let's go ahead and put an exclamation point, question mark here. There we go. So you can do this. So it will just tell you the number of workspaces that currently exist. And let's try something out. So remember in our use create workspace hook, I told you to add the query client invalidate queries with a query key of workspaces. At the time, this query key did not exist, but now inside of our useGet workspaces, it exists right here. So technically, if everything is set up correctly, right now it says 6, but if I go ahead and write test 1 to 3 and create a new workspace without refreshing, now it says 7. Exactly what we wanted. Great. So we now have that inside of our workspace switcher. So let's go ahead and, well, develop this further. I'm going to go ahead and give this div a class name of flex column gap y of 2, like that. I'm going to remove everything inside for now, and I will add a new div here with a class name flex items center and justify between. And this will be position for our label workspaces. And on the other side, we're going to have an RI add circle fill icon. And you can import this icon from React icons RI like this. Now let's go ahead and style this too. So I'm going to give this paragraph a class name of text extra small uppercase text neutral 500 like this, and I'm going to give the RI add circle fill a class name of size 5 text neutral 400. My apologies, let's add 500 here. Cursor pointer hover opacity 75 and transition. And I think that already we should have this visible on our sidebar here. There we go. It says workspaces right here. And we have a little plus icon here. So now let's go ahead and just change this just a bit. I kind of don't like how this looks at the moment. Perhaps I need to add a bold text here. But let's leave it like this for now. We're going to, come back to this a bit later. So let's go ahead now and go outside of this div and let's import everything we need from our select component. So select content, select item, trigger, and value. From add components UI select, we've added this component in the beginning from Shadcn UI. Quick reminder, you can use Bonex, Shadcn. I think the version is 1.0, add select, right? So that's how you would do that. Just, go back and at least look at what's the latest version. So let's see. It's 2.1.0. Okay. So that's how you add components. Just a quick reminder, even though you should definitely have this, right? And then let's go ahead and add the select here. And let's go ahead and add a select trigger. Let's go ahead and give the select trigger a class name of full width, background neutral 200, font medium, and padding 1. And inside of the select trigger, we're going to add a select value here with a placeholder of no workspace selected. And then we're going to go ahead and create a select content here. Inside of the select content, we're going to query over our data right here, which we can remap to workspaces for clarity. So let's add workspaces $documents.map. So we are not directly working, with data. We have to access it through documents because that's what Appwrite list documents returns. So this list documents here, as you can see, returns the model document list, which consists of documents, which is an array of items, but also stuff like total, which will tell you how many total items are there. So let's get this individual workspace here, and let's return a select item inside. And inside of here, we can simply add a workspace.name. And let's give the select item a key of workspace ID, individual workspace ID, and this should be workspace like this. So workspace and workspace. And let's also give it a value of the same workspace.id with a $sign, like that. So I think that now we should be able to click here, and I should be able to look at all the available workspaces to click on right here. Great. So now I want to make this a bit prettier, and I want to display avatars of each of those workspaces. Let's go inside of our workspaces features, inside of components, and let's create a new file called workspace avatar.tsx. Let's create an interface, workspace avatar props, and inside let's add an image to be an optional string, a name to be a string, and class name to be an optional string as well. While we are here, let's go ahead and import a couple of packages, starting with cn utils, image from next image, and avatar fallback from @components UI avatar. Then let's go ahead and export const workspace avatar. Inside of here, let's go ahead and let's destructure the image name and the class name, and let's assign them to be inferred from the workspace avatar props. And then inside of here, if we have an image, we're going to simply return a div with an image, which uses that image as a source. We're going to give this image an auth of name of the workspace, fill property, and class name object cover. We're going to give the wrapping div of that image element a class name, which will be used inside of cn util. So the default classes will be size 10, relative, rounded, medium, overflow, hidden. And then we're going to pass class name as an optional second argument if the user wants to extend this look. Otherwise, if we don't have this, we're going to go ahead and add an avatar component with an avatar fallback. And in case you're wondering, why just not add avatar image here? We have that as well, and it accepts the source. Because inside of select component, which we are using right here, it causes a very bad flickering effect. It's too noticeable for me to left it inside. So that's why I opted for this option. So let's go ahead and go inside of the avatar fallback. It's not going to be a self-closing tag, so avatar fallback. And inside, simply render the first letter of the name. And let's go ahead and give this a class name of text white, background blue, 600, font semi-bold, text large, and uppercase. And then let's go ahead and give our avatar here a class name, cn size 10, and class name. There we go. And now let's go ahead back inside of our workspace switcher. And now let's utilize our new workspace avatar component. So instead of our select item, we're going to go ahead and create a div with a class name, flex, justify start, items center, gap 3, and font medium. Inside of that div, we're going to add our workspace avatar component, which you can import from features, workspaces, components, workspace avatar. And we're going to go ahead and give the workspace avatar here a name of workspace.name. We're going to give it an image of workspace image URL. And here's like an important thing to tell you. So yeah, this workspace, which we have here instead of these workspaces, you can see that one problem with it is that it doesn't have, you can see that it has this property. X is a string and a type of any. Basically, what they've done is, alongside the basic elements which Appwrite documents need to have, they also allowed for any custom field because it's not strictly typed. So you have to be a bit careful with this. Make sure you don't misspell name and make sure you don't misspell image URL. But there is a fix we can do to improve type safety on that end. And make sure when using IDs, you're using ones with the $sign. Great, so we now have the workspace avatar here set up, and below that, let's add a span element, workspace.name. And let's go ahead and give the span a class name of truncate in case it's too long. And there we go, you can already see how better this looks right now. We can now handle our workspace switcher components in a nicer way. The only problem is some are rounded, some are not rounded. So I'm going to go ahead inside of my workspace avatar, and I'm going to go ahead and give the avatar here a rounded MD, and it looks like that doesn't fix it. So let's also add it to the avatar fallback here. And there we go. Great, so we have that. What I want to resolve now is this outline which happens inside of this select component. So let's go inside of workspace switcher here, and let's go inside of the select component here, and let's go ahead and explore which one causes that outline right here. So we have the content. I don't think it's that one. I think it might be the trigger component right here. I'm gonna go ahead and explore. So let's try by giving this select trigger a focus outline none. Let's see, will that do something? And oh, do we already have that property? Okay, so we already have this property. So okay, no need to write it twice. But one of these causes this really ugly outline here. It might be, let's see, is it a ring perhaps? So what if I say offset transparent here? It still appears right here. Ring 1, ring transparent, maybe this one. There we go. So change the focus ring to transparent. Let me just find where it is, focus ring, and change it to transparent if you want to. And then that will, as you can see, remove that, I have to call it ugly outline. Great, we now have an amazing workspace switcher here. And what we have to do next is fix a little problem that we have. And that problem is the following. So right now I have this user, right, which is my Antonio user. And in here I can see all of these amazing workspaces. But here's the problem. If I log out and if I go ahead and create a new account here, John and johnmail.com and John 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, log in, I can see the exact same workspaces. Well, that's not exactly ideal, isn't it? So what we have to do in the next chapter is implement the members functionality. So we're going to have to invent something called an invite code for each of our workspace, and we're going to have to create a members collection so that we only load workspaces that we are a member of. Great job. Now let's go ahead and let's create the members collection inside of Appwrite. So I'm going to go back inside of my database here. So outside of my workspaces collection, right here, where we have database ID, and in here I have my workspaces collection. So I'm going to find the button create collection, and I'm going to call this members. I'm going to go ahead and create this, and I'm going to give it some attributes. The first attribute is going to be the user ID, which will have a size of 50, and is going to be required. The second attribute is going to be workspace ID, which will also have a size of 50, and it will also be required. There we go. Now let's go inside of settings here. Let's go inside of permissions, all users, create, read, update, and delete, and save that. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's go back inside of our app here. My apologies. Let's first copy the new collection ID for our members. So you can copy it from here. You can go inside of settings, and I'm pretty sure you can find it somewhere else, but just copy it here for now. Go inside of your .environment.local and go ahead and create an environment key similar to workspaces ID, but this will be members ID, and paste it here. And then go inside of your config. And just as you've added workspaces ID, we now have the members ID, and I'm going to go ahead and paste my next public Appwrite members ID, just like that. And now we have to go ahead and do the following. So every time that we create a new workspace, we're going to go ahead and create a new member as well. And I forgot one thing. So instead of the members collection, go inside of attributes and go ahead and create a new attribute, which will be a type of enum right here. Let's go ahead and give it a key of a role, and let's go ahead and give it some elements. So by default, you can either be an admin or you can be a member. So those two, and make it required. And let's go ahead and click create. There we go. So now let's go ahead back inside of our features, Workspaces API, my apologies, server. So Workspaces server route.ts. And when we create a new workspace, we're automatically gonna create a new member. So let's go ahead and do await databases.create document. And inside of here, I'm going to pass my database ID, which I already have imported. And then I'm going to add my members ID, which is the new constant I have added in my config file here. So now I have my members ID. I'm going to assign a unique ID, and the body will be as follows. User ID will come from the current user, which we have extracted here from the session middleware. So that's the current user. And then we're going to combine that with our newly created workspace.id. Like that. There we go. And we also have to pass in a required role, admin. But let's go ahead and improve this a bit. So I'm going to go ahead and create a new feature folder called members. And inside of here, I'm going to go ahead and create types.ts. And I'm going to export enum member role. It will be admin, and map that to admin, member, and map that to member. And now let's go back inside of the route and let's add our member role, which you can import from features members types, and go ahead and assign a member role admin. So the person that creates this is an admin. We could also use, the user ID in the workspace field, but it's easier to control it from a separate collection like this. Great, so we now have the actual member to be joined every time that we create a new workspace. So this is what I'm going to do for now. I'm going to go ahead inside of my collections workspaces, and I'm going to select all documents here, and I'm going to delete them like this. Be careful. Don't select workspaces like this and delete it, because then you're going to have to create a new collection and you're going to have to set up all the attributes again. You're going to have to set up all permissions again. In case you're wondering, can the collections and the storage and the databases, can they be programmatically created? Yes, they can. If you want to, you can go ahead and go inside of the docs here. I'm not entirely sure how to where it's located, so I'm just going to pause the video and show you that part of the documentation. So basically, you have to go to API reference here, and for example, click on databases here to see all APIs. And you can here in the upper right corner select your platform under server Node.js. And in here, you can, for example, create a database programmatically, giving it the database ID and the database name. So if you want to use this for your seed file, you can do that. You can also update it, you can delete it. You can also create new collections. You can give your collection a name, you can give them permissions, and you can also create some attributes here. So if you were wondering, can we do those things programmatically? Yes, you can. But again, be careful, don't select this for databases, don't select this for collections. It's just going to be a problem because you're going to have to create a new collection, and then you're going to have to assign all the new permissions and all the attributes here, and you have to remember, the size and everything. So just be careful with that. Great, so right now I have no workspaces and I have no members. So let's see that now. I'm going to refresh here. There we go. No workspace selected because nothing here works. So I'm going to go ahead and write test and create a workspace. And it says workspace created. So there we go. Now I have my workspace immediately here because of our reinvalidated queries. And let's see, do I have a new member? I do, with my current user ID and my workspace ID, and my role is admin right here. Perfect. And this matches exactly. Great. So what we can do now is create a couple of this. So I'm going to create test 2 and test 3 here. So I have test 2 and test 3 here. And what I want to do now is modify inside of my workspaces server the get method right here. Right now it just loads every single document that exists. So now let's modify that to only load workspaces which we are a member of. So for that, we're going to have to extract the current user from the extended context here. And let's go ahead and do const members, await databases, list documents, database ID, members ID. And let's go ahead and add a query from node Appwrite. So alongside ID, we now have a query dot equal the user ID property matches the currently logged in user dot $ID, like this. And now we have all members that this user is a part of. And then we can immediately make our lives easier by checking if members, if not members.documents.length. Or you can, for example, do if members.total is 0. You can also do that. You can immediately break this method and early return data documents empty array with total 0. So we are simulating Appwrite response here. We already know if you cannot find any memberships, no point in loading any workspaces for this person. Otherwise, we can go ahead and create workspace IDs array, which are members.documents. So for each member that we find, we are going to map over that member and simply return member workspace ID. Again, make sure you don't misspell this because none of these are strictly type at the moment. So just make sure you didn't misspell workspace ID here, and you should have an array of workspace IDs. And then we can expand our workspaces here with a query contains $ID and workspace IDs like this. And we can also do query order descending $created at. And now if I go ahead and refresh this, let's see, I'm still getting test 3, test 2, and test because I created all of those. But if I now log out, and if I log in with my other account here, if I've done everything correctly, I should not be seeing this, but looks like I am still, oh, after I refreshed, I cannot see them. So why is this happening? Well, it looks like that inside of my use logout, I don't re-invalidate those. So let's do query client invalidate queries, query key, and let's just do workspaces here. So now when person logs out, we are going to clear all existing workspaces for that person. So there we go. Now it works as expected. As you can see, my Antonio user has no workspaces here, but I'm going to create Antonio's workspace. And now it appears here. But if I log out now, and if I go into my John, I believe, and enter my account, there we go. I don't have Antonio's workspace. I only have these 3. Excellent. So you've just created the members functionality here. Let me just move this where it belongs. All right. So a couple of more things I want to do before we wrap up this chapter here. So I want to go back inside of my Appwrite cloud here, and I want to go inside of my workspaces. There we go. Let's go inside of attributes, and let's add a new attribute, which is a string, and let's call it invite code. I'm going to give it a size of 10. You can choose whatever size you want for your invite codes, and we're going to make this a required field. So let's create that. And now we can go ahead and go inside of documents, and we can remove all workspaces. So be careful, make sure you didn't accidentally select collections. And let's do the same thing inside of members. So I'm going to remove all members. And now let's go ahead and let's create a little util for creating a 10-digit invite codes here. So we're going to go ahead inside of our lib utils right here, and let's export function generate invite code, which will accept the length, which can be a number. And first of all, let's define the characters which we accept for our code. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to do the entire alphabet here like this. Then I'm going to repeat the entire alphabet but in lowercase. And then I'm simply going to add all single-digit numbers like this. So you don't have to do it exactly like this. You can, just type in the alphabet, or just type in any random set of characters here, or just numbers if that's what you prefer. And now what we're going to do is we are going to go ahead and prepare the result here and do a very simple for loop. So for let I being 0, I is lower than the length, we're going to go ahead and simply do an increase of the I. And very simply from characters dot character at math floor math random times characters dot length like this, and return the result. Just like that. And now that we have the generate invite code, we can specify the length here. Let's go ahead and let's go back inside of features, workspaces, server route in the post method here. And let's simply generate a new invite code here. We don't even have to do it in a variable. We can just add invite code. And let's go ahead and make it generate invite code 10. Or 4, 5, 6, it doesn't matter, but the maximum is 10. So if you want to, you can add just 6 here. You can, of course, use any other library for generating invite codes if you prefer. You don't have to build your own, but it's very simple to build one. Just give it a set of characters to work with and iterate over the length you've specified and use some math utils to create a unique code. Great, let's try it out now. So I'm going to go inside of here. I will refresh and I will create a test workspace. There we go, no errors. If I refresh, I should have a new member. And if I go inside of my workspaces, there we go, image URL is null, but my invite code is right here. And I believe it has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 characters, exactly as we have specified right here. Great, so we have all of that finished. And what I want to build next is the actual functionality to click on a workspace and change the actual URL and basically enable it so that we always have a specific workspace selected, so that then when we click on tasks or settings or members, we are always having the context of the current workspace. And then we will be able to wrap up our workspaces by adding the proper onboarding, by adding a modal when you click here, and settings and members. Great job. Now let's go ahead and let's create the individual workspace ID page. So I'm gonna go ahead and go inside of my source folder here, inside of my app folder, and inside of the dashboard route group. And then I'm gonna create a new folder called Workspaces. And then inside of that, a constant route workspace ID like this. And I'm going to create a new page.tsx file inside. And let's go ahead and create a simple workspace ID page here with a div workspace ID like that. And then let's go ahead and try it out immediately. So I'm going to go to localhost 3000 /workspaces/123 like this, and there we go, we have workspace ID here. So now I want to go inside of my workspace switcher component, and I want it so that every time I click on a specific item here, we get redirected to that workspace. So let's go ahead and add on this select item here. Let's go ahead, not on select item, my apologies, on the select, we're going to do an on value change on select, and let's define on select here to give us an ID which the user clicked on. And then we'll have to add our router from use router coming from next navigation, and we're simply going to redirect the user to /workspaces/ID that the user just selected like this. And I also want to do one more thing, which we're going to do in a second here. So right now, when I click on test, there we go, inside of my URL, I am redirected to that workspace, as you can see. The problem is my workspace switcher component is not controlled at the moment. So let's see how we can improve that. I'm going to go inside of my source, features, workspaces, and let's create a new folder called hooks. And inside of here, I'm going to create use workspace ID.ts. Let's go ahead and let's import use params from next navigation, and let's export const use workspace ID here. Let's define the params from use params, and let's return params workspace ID as string like this. And then you can go back inside of your workspace switcher, and you can get the current workspace ID using the use workspace ID method here. I'm going to move this alongside here. And the reason this will work is because, well, it won't work because we have to search for params.workspace ID. It needs to be exactly the same as your app folder, dashboard, workspaces, workspace ID. It needs to match the capitalization, so be careful. And then we're going to go ahead and do the following. We're simply going to give this a value of workspace ID, which is controlled from the params. So there we go. Now you can see this says test right here. So I'm going to go back to my root page just so I have this form. I'm going to create a couple of this, test 1, 2, 3, something 1, 2, 3, and just a random name here. So now you can see when I click on one, they stay selected because they are controlled by the URL inside, by the param called workspace ID inside of the URL. So they stay selected. Great. So now what we have to do is create a redirect every time user visits the root page. So I don't want the user to be able to visit this kind of page. This should almost never exist. What should happen is that the user gets immediately redirected to the first in the array, or we can store the last one the user used in local storage, or you can store it in the database. So let's go ahead and see how we can do that. So I'm going to go inside of app folder, inside of dashboard, inside of page.tsx. And for now, just go ahead and have a couple of workspaces created because we're going to remove this form. We're going to bring it back later, but for now, we don't really need it, right? So we are trying to finish this, home page here. So remove this, remove this. You can even remove, the div. Let's just write home page and just use this user redirect here. So what I want to do is I want to leverage the fact that this is a server component. And the same way I've created this get current action, well, it's not an action. I really should not be calling it that. It's just a database query in a server component. That's what it is. So yeah, this actions is kind of misleading, but I also like the name. But you should know these are not server actions, right? You can rename this to queries if you want to. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to abstract this client right here. Or maybe we can copy it. Let's see. Let's go ahead and do this. Let's copy the entire actions from here and let's put it inside of workspaces. So workspaces should now have its own actions here. And this is what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and get the auth cookie from its actual place. So auth features auth constants from here. And we're going to call this get workspaces. And we're going to initialize the client in exactly the same way. We are going to get the cookie because we need the cookie. But we're going to go ahead and do just some things differently. So if there is no session, we're going to return back total. Actually, no, we can return back 0. Null, yes. Let's do that. And we're not going to go and use the account, but we're going to do databases. So new databases. And then inside of here, what we're going to do, I didn't import the databases. So instead of account, I'm now importing databases here. And instead of running this query, instead of our get workspaces action, we're going to go ahead and copy the one from here, from our API, this one. So we get the members, and again, we get the workspace IDs. So let's copy from the members, this members total check, this iteration of workspace IDs, and finally the workspaces. Copy all of that and put it inside. Now let's fix the errors. So first of all, I'm going to go ahead and remove and import the database ID from the config here. I'm then going to go ahead and import the members ID from the config as well. And I will then import query from node Appwrite. We have it right here. We need to get the user, so we're gonna have to use our account after all. So new account from node Appwrite and pass the client. Make sure you have brought back the account here, and then we would simply get the user from await account.get. And then this is the tricky part. So instead of returning c.json, we would just return this object. We don't even have to do it inside of data. We can just immediately return what usually Appwrite would return. Now let's also add the Workspaces ID from the config here. And let's go ahead now and let's finally return Workspaces here, like this. One thing that's worrying me are the return nulls. I think that we can safely just return, these empty states instead of null. So this, and in case we get any errors, just return the exact same thing, empty documents and empty count. Because we are going to use this after our get current, so we don't have to handle any, missing session errors inside of here. We're just gonna go ahead and, return empty lists if we notice this is a logged out user. And now let's go ahead and can I do this after this? So can I keep these together and then get my workspaces here, await get workspaces? I think I can. And what I want to do here is if my workspaces.total is 0, in that case, we should redirect to /workspaces/create. Else we should redirect to open backticks /workspaces/workspaces.documents first in the array and get the ID of that item, like this. And then let's go ahead and give this. So let's see, it looks like this return will always be unreachable. Yes, this return will always be unreachable, it seems. So perhaps I don't have to return anything here. And there we go. You can see that now, if I try and manually go to localhost 3000, I'm immediately redirected to one of the IDs here. But if I happen to not have any workspaces, I will be redirected to workspaces create. So let's see, how can we handle this in the best way? So I think that there is one thing I can do to improve this, and it's to add a loading file, because as you just saw, if I planned on doing like a little spinner here in the return, the problem is this is unreachable code. So let's go ahead and add a loading.tsx file, which is a reserved file name. You can already see the error here. And this loading will fire during these awaits. So let's go inside of loading here, and let's go ahead and export dashboard loading. And inside of here, I'm going to go ahead and create a div with a class name. Let's do minimum height of screen, flex items center, justify center. And inside of here, let's add a loader from Lucid React, and let's give it a class name, size 6, animate spin, and text muted foreground. Like this. So now, I don't know if you will be able to see this, especially if you have, any cache, but I think you just saw for a brief second, before I redirected, I have a little spinner here. So that's what I wanted to achieve. And I think that we can also use height full instead of minimum height screen. I think this will actually take up the correct space. That puts it here. Okay, that's also fine. Great, so we now have that resolved. So what I want to do next is when I click on this button, I want to have my modal opened. So just before we go there, I still just can't stop thinking about my implementation of these actions here. I kept thinking that this is just not the correct way of doing it. And even, doing the try catch. Okay, let's just leave it like this for now. When I say not correct, I don't mean like a security issue. I just mean I kind of don't like it. But okay, let's not delve too much into this. We are using this purely to improve user experience, right? We are just using this to redirect the user from the homepage to a randomly assigned, well, the latest workspace they've created. So let's go ahead and do the following. We now have to create a model which will be opened every time we click on this handy little plus icon here. So let's go ahead and do that. And here's the cool thing. We're going to do something called a responsive model. So let's go ahead and do that first. So we're going to go inside of components and create a new file called responsive model.tsx. And let's go ahead and import use media from React use, which is a package we are going to have to install. So let me go ahead and check what version I have. So bun add React use. You're going to see the version in a second. So bun add React use at 17.5.1. So if you want to, you can run it like this, bun add, and then use this specific version. Great, so we now have React use here. And now let's go ahead and import everything we need from components UI dialog, which comes from Shadcn UI. So that is the dialog and the dialog content. And then let's also import everything we need from the drawer. This is actually the first time I'm doing something like this in my tutorials. So you are probably not used to seeing this component, but it's really cool, I promise. Let's create an interface, responsive model props, children, React node, and I have to use brackets here. So children, open, which is a boolean, and on open change, which accepts the open value, which is a boolean, and it returns a void. And let's export const responsive model here. Whoops. Okay. Let's assign responsive model props right here. And let's destructure the children, the open and on open change. And I forgot to put the equals sign here. And then let's go ahead and define, are we on desktop? So if is desktop, use media, we'll go ahead and in brackets do minimum width of 1024 pixels. And by default, we're going to consider this to be true. If we are on desktop, we're going to go ahead and we are going to use a model or a dialog, right? And we're going to pass in the open props and the on open change props like this. Inside, we're going to use a dialog content. We're going to give it a class name of full width SM, maximum width of large, padding of 0, border of none, overflow Y auto, hide scroll bar, which is something we have to implement ourselves. This does not exist in Tailwind. And maximum height of 85 VH. So let's go ahead and quickly implement our hide scroll bar method here. So let's go inside of our globals.css located inside of the app folder. And I want to do this all the way at the bottom here. So hide scroll bar will have -ms -overflow-style to be none. So this is for Internet Explorer and Edge. Then we're going to have normal scroll bar width to be none. This is for Firefox. And then hide scroll bar again, this time with a pseudo webkit -- scroll bar. My apologies, just a single dash here. Display none, like that. So now we have a working hide scroll bar class here, and inside of the dialog content, we're going to render our children like that. And now let's do a very similar thing outside of the is desktop, but instead of using the dialog, it's going to be using the drawer component, which handily accept the exact same props. So no need to change much here. And now we're going to add drawer content here. And we're going to go ahead and replace this with a div. So don't put these class names on the drawer content. And we're just going to modify it a bit. So I'm just going to leave the overflow y auto, the hide scroll bar, and the maximum height. And then I'm going to render the children inside. There we go. So we now have a very useful responsive model, which on desktop is going to display a dialog, but on mobile it's going to display a nice native looking drawer. You're going to see it in a second. I promise it's a really nice implementation, and I'm probably going to start doing this in every tutorial from now on. Great. So now let's go ahead and let's go inside of our source features, workspaces, components, and since we already have the create workspace form, we can reuse it. So let's create a new create workspace model.tsx. Let's import responsive model from components responsive model. Let's import create workspace form from /create workspace form like this, and let's export const create workspace model. And let's go ahead and return responsive model and pass in the create workspace form inside. And I'm just going to hard code open to be true, and on open change is just going to be an empty arrow function for now. So I want to hard code this to be opened so that we can see how this looks. So let's add this create workspace model to our dashboard layout, because it's only going to be used inside of that layout and nowhere else. So inside of dashboard, inside of layout here, we're going to go ahead and inside of this first div, simply add the create workspace model and self-close it. So make sure you've added the import create workspace model here, like that. And now we have a problem here because this layout by default is a server component. So let's go ahead and go inside of the create workspace model, and let's turn this into use client like this. And there we go. You can see how cool this looks on my mobile. So on mobile, this is a drawer, but when I expand on desktop or zoom out, it becomes a dialog. So that's what I wanted to show you. I think this is a really, really cool feature. And now we have to create the actual controls which will open or close this dialog. Usually in my tutorials, I use a global state management like Zustand or any YOTAI, context, and any global management. And recently, I've come across the idea to create a tutorial and have all of my global states, which hold not so crucial things, so like opening models, inside of my URL. And this is actually cool because I can then share a URL and open a model for someone. So I found the perfect package for that, which is called Nux. So let's go ahead and add that. Again, I'm going to show you exact version that I'm using, and I highly recommend. Actually, I'm not even going to show you any other version. This is exactly how you have to install Nux. So because a new version of Nux is coming out and it's going to be a breaking change. So if you want to use the code exactly as I do, make sure you are using this version. So Nux at 1.19.1. And this is very, very important because Nux will be updated to work with Next 15. And Next 15 includes a handful of breaking changes, and same is true for Nux. That being said, if you want to explore, you can explore the new Nux version. So simply Google it and visit the documentation. And I believe the new major version will be, well, 2. And you can see all the changes from there. But in this tutorial, this is the version I will be using. I highly recommend that you do the exact same things or npm install I Nux with that exact version. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's go inside of our Workspaces feature folder. And what I want to do is I want to go inside of my hooks, and I want to create use create workspace model.ts. So basically a hook that will control whether this model is opened or not. And let's go ahead and go import from Nux, use query state and parse as Boolean. Let's export const use create workspace model. Let's go ahead and define is open and set is open to come from use query state. Whoops. Use query state. In the first argument, we're going to define what query parameter in the URL is going to control this. And I'm going to call it create-workspace. And then I'm going to go ahead and add some options. So parse as Boolean with default option of false, and with some other options, clear on default to be true. This clear on default will basically mean that once I close the model, or once this set is open is changed back to false, I don't want my URL to be localhost 3000 create workspace false. I don't want that. So I only want this to appear if it's true. So in case set is open gets with a false value, it will simply clear it like this. That's what this option does. That's why we are assigning that. And this is, I also now explained how this works. So you can see you get a syntax very similar to your usual is open, set is open from React use state, right? You give it a default value. The only extension here is that it will be completely synchronized with the URL. So a very powerful package. And now let's simply return a couple of things here. So if you want to, we could have returned just this directly. It can also work with that. But I kind of want to make it more convenient for us. So let's return is open, which will simply be our is open here. And since we do parse as Boolean and with default false, this is actually parsed as a Boolean. As you can see, usually, technically all of these queries are strings, but we are parsing them as a Boolean, right? So if you run into any errors here, what you can do, what I did initially was this. I turned it manually into a Boolean, but in case you hover and it says Boolean, you're safe to do this. And then let's go ahead and let's create two handy little utils. Const open is simply going to be set is open to true. Const close will be set is open to false. So just a few handy little utils here. So we don't, just return this exactly. Let's at least make it easier for us. But I also want to return set is open just in case we need it in this format, right? We are most likely going to work with these two helpers here, but just in case we need the direct access to this, it's good to have it. Great, so we now have this, and now let's go inside of our create workspace model, and let's go ahead and add it here. So use, is it use create workspace model? Yes, use create workspace model. From /hooks use create workspace model, execute the hook. We're going to get the open is open, and let's go ahead and get set is open here. So I'm just going to go ahead and pass set is open inside, and this will be controlled with this. There we go. So now we're going to do this. We're going to go inside of our workspace switcher component. So make sure you're inside of here. It's located inside of our global components for now. And inside of here, I'm going to add that. So use create workspace model from features workspaces. I'm just going to move it aside with all these other imports for workspaces. And I'm just going to call our helper open like this. And very simply, I'm going to add to this RI add circle fill an onClick open, just like this. Well, let's go ahead and try it out now. So I want you to pay attention to my URL. Right now, nothing happens, but when I click plus, There we go. You can see that I have appended a new create workspace to be true right here, and it opens right here. And if I change this to false, you can see that it's not open. If I manually change it to true, it's opened. And this is really cool because I can share this state in a form of URL with someone else. So if your new employee needs help, you can just copy this URL and give it to them, and it will open a model on creating a new workspace right here. Great, so we now have that, and I can, let's go ahead and try out this. It works just well. One thing is missing though. So inside of my, where is my create workspace model, I'm gonna go ahead and also get the close helper, and I'm simply gonna pass the on cancel here to be close, just like this. So now if you click cancel, it actually closes the model. Isn't that a cool feature? And I think we can do the same thing on mutate here. So on success, you can also kind of do on cancel if you want to, but since we will be handling the redirect, that will in itself clear the URL of any queries. So, however you want to do it, let's do it. Let's add on cancel here as well. So every time, cannot invoke an object which is possibly undefined. Yes, so we cannot invoke it directly. We have to chain the execution with an optional parameter like this. So let's try it again. I'm gonna go ahead and do this, and once we create it, it actually closes, and we can actually now do this redirect. I completely forgot about that. So let's go ahead and inside of create workspace form, go ahead and add a router, use router from next navigation. In case you're lost where we are, this is create workspace form inside of features, workspaces, components. So the very first form besides auth forms, which we've created. And now inside of here on success, I'm going to destructure the data. How do I know that I have to destructure it? Well, because I am using the hook called use create workspace, which uses the workspaces post. So if I go inside of workspaces server and find my post method here, you can see that I know that I will return a newly created workspace inside of my data object right here. And thanks to Hono, we have end-to-end type safety here. So when I hover over data, I know that I have the ID of the new workspace here. So what I can do now is router.push, open backticks / workspaces, and then data, and get the ID just like that. Let's go ahead and try this out. Let's see if this on cancel will maybe mess some things up. I'm gonna go ahead and do new workspace. And let's see, it looks like I was not redirected, and I think that that actually might be because of this on cancel. So I'm gonna go ahead and comment it out and see whether it will be resolved now. So let's try another try here. And there we go. Now it works. With another try, it works. So I'm going to remove the uncancel. Looks like by the time this changes the URL, this gets overridden. So I'm not going to call uncancel here because the router will clear up the URL. And since we are using URL as our modal management, this is a good enough solution. Great. So we have finished that. So what I want to do in the next chapter is build the individual create page. So what am I talking about? I'm talking about this random page, which I've only wrote the URL of and haven't really spoken of more than that. So inside of my dashboard, workspaces, page, if we have workspaces, we redirect to the first in the array, but if we don't, we have to handle this route right here. That's what we're gonna do next. Great job. Now let's go ahead and let's create the individual standalone create route for a missing workspace. So we're gonna go ahead and do the following. So far, I've taught you that you can create route groups and put specific routes inside. But I bet you didn't know that you can create an additional route group and put almost the same type of routes inside, and I kind of butchered that explanation. Let me show you what I mean. So let's create a new route group called standalone. Standalone purely referring to the type of layout that this is going to be. I'm talking about the design, right? So let's go ahead inside of here and let's create a new folder called Workspaces again, and this time specifically create. And then inside a page.tsx. Let's go ahead and create the workspace create page and a div workspace create a page like this. So now at the moment you can see that my workspace ID page is in this layout with a sidebar. But if I remove the ID from my URL and replace it with /create, I am redirected to a page which definitely exists, but it uses a completely different layout. So you can do that as well, and that's exactly what we are going to do. So now let's go inside of the standalone route group and let's create a new file called layout.tsx. Make sure to put the layout file inside of the standalone route group and not inside of Workspaces. And let's go ahead and do the standalone layout here. Let's create the interface, standalone layout props. Let's get the children, which are React Node. Let's go ahead and extract the children from the props. And now let's go ahead and let's style this. So I'm going to go ahead and give this a main element and put the children inside. I'm then going to go ahead and wrap my children around a div with a class name flex column, items center, justify center, and py4. I'm then going to go ahead and give this main div a background neutral 100 and a minimum height of screen. Then I'm going to go ahead and create another div element here, which will encapsulate my children and the div currently encapsulating my children. And I'm simply going to give it a width restriction here. So mx is going to be auto, mx is going to be with screen, 2xl, and a padding of 4, like this. And I just had to refresh my page to finally see those changes. Great. And now above this div, which is encapsulating my children, I'm going to create a navbar with a class name flex justify between items center and a height of 73 pixels. And inside, I'm going to add a link from next/link with an href to the root of our app, which will automatically redirect the user to the first workspace in the array or back to this page if no workspace exists. And then let's add a next image where we are simply again going to render our logo.svg. Let's give it an auth of logo, a height of 56 and a width of 152. And besides that, a user button from features auth components user button like this. And there we go. You can see that now we have kind of a standalone layout. The only issue I seem to be having is that it expands too much. I wanted to stop expanding at some point, and I think that I made a mistake here. Instead of mx, this is supposed to be max screen. So now let's try this again. There we go. You can see that it stops expanding at a certain point. And the rest is actually pretty easy. So now that we have the standalone layout, we can go inside of Workspaces, create page.tsx right here. And what we can do is give this div a class name of full width and on large max width XL. And simply render the create workspace form inside. Just like this. And there we go. We now have our individual standalone workspace here. So now let's see how this will work. So you can go ahead and, create something from here and you will get redirected to that new page. But the real purpose of this is onboarding, because user will probably never visit this again unless they delete or leave all of their workspaces. So right now, this is how we create new workspaces. But let's say, we have a completely new account here. It looks like I'm logged out, but I seem to not be redirected away from here, and I know why, because we forgot to add the redirection controls in this page. So let's just manually go to localhost 3000 here. And now I'm redirected. So I'm going to go ahead and click on sign up, and I will create a new account here. So let me go ahead and call myself, I don't know, domail.com, do1234567 And now, since you can see that since I had no available workspace that I'm a member of, I get redirected to this page. So that is the purpose of this page. So let's go ahead and add a couple of improvements. So first things first, once we click cancel, I do want to do something. I kind of want to go back to my route, but we can actually fix this in a different way. So I'm going to go ahead instead of create workspace form. And if we don't have cancel, I can actually hide the cancel button. So I'm going to go ahead and do this. I'm going to give this a class name using the CN library from libutils. So just make sure you have added this. So I'm doing this in create workspace form in Workspaces feature folder components. And I'm going to find the cancel button again. And very simply, I'm going to do this. If we have on cancel, this will be block. Otherwise, it will be hidden. Or maybe I'm looking for invisible. There we go. And this will be visible. Or we can just do this. We can do this safely if we use CN, because CN will not, turn this into false here. It will not, like usually if you did this in a ternary, if you open the inspect element, you would see a class name called false or true, right? And I think that maybe I have to turn this into a Boolean. Let's see, visibility hidden. If on cancel exists, if on cancel does not exist, there we go. So if not on cancel, in that case, this is invisible like this. So right now, if I click here, okay, let's go ahead and just create our first workspace here. But here, cancel exists, right? Because we are passing on cancel in that model, right? And it's just to close the model like this. So if we are manually stumbled upon create, the cancel does not exist because this is supposed to serve as an onboarding screen either way. Great. Now that we are already here, let's go ahead and let's kind of see where are all the places where we forgot to put our authentication, right? So let's go inside of dashboard. Inside of this page, we are handling this. So I'll just copy this and prepare it. Let's go inside of Workspaces, Workspace ID here, and let's do the same thing. So this will be an asynchronous server component here, and I will simply do get current from features auth actions and redirect from next navigation like this. So if user logs out from the Workspace ID page, they will get redirected away. And let's do the same thing inside of standalone Workspaces create. So again, asynchronous, and let's import get current, and let's import redirect from next navigation. There we go. So now all of our routes that exist at the moment are protected. Great. So if I were to log out from here, I am redirected exactly as we expected. Great. So you have now developed the individual workspace create page. So what I want to develop next is the settings page for my workspace. So I'm going to go ahead and go inside of my Antonio account here, looks like I don't have any workspaces to Antonio. And I think that's because we cleared up the workspaces a while ago. So I'm going to go ahead and create my first workspace in my Antonio account. There we go. And now when I click on the settings, I want to see settings in my standalone layout. So that's why I want to do the settings next, and then I'm going to do the members because they both use the new standalone layout which we have just created. And once we finish up everything regarding the workspaces, we can go ahead and create our first project. Great job. Now let's go ahead and let's create the functionality to update our workspaces. We're going to start with the schema. So let's head inside of the source features workspaces schemas, and we can copy the create workspace schema like this. And this time, let's go ahead and let's make the update workspace schema. The only difference being that the name can be optional, meaning that it makes sense to change this message to genuinely be must be one or more characters, because that's the correct message. If you are about to change the workspace name, we require you to add at least one character. But if you don't submit a name, we're going to consider that you want to skip updating the name. So the image can stay exactly the same, nothing needs changing here, and it's optional. Great. So now let's go inside of server, inside of route.ts, and let's go ahead and let's create a patch method. So at the bottom, I'm going to add a patch to /workspace ID. Here's a quick tip, don't do this. Be explicit with your ID parameters. It's gonna help you and save you some headaches, trust me. Let's add a session middleware. Let's add a Z validator here for the form, and let's add the update workspace schema. So make sure you have added an import for your new update workspace schema here. And then add an asynchronous controller here. Let's get the databases here from cget databases. Let's get the storage from c.get storage. Let's get the current user from c.get user, just like this. And let's go ahead and let's destructure the param. So c request param will be workspace ID. And let's go ahead and let's destructure the name and image URL from c request valid form, and not image URL, it's just going to be image. What we have to do now is check whether the person who is trying to access this patch route, even though they are logged in, should they be allowed to do this? So we have to see whether this person is a member of this workspace. So let's go ahead and do const member, and let's go ahead and create a little helper called get member. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm gonna go ahead and do, for now, just null, and let's go inside of our members feature folder, create a new file called utils.ts. Go ahead and import query from node Appwrite and type databases from node Appwrite. Import the database ID and the members ID from the config, and export const get member to be an asynchronous method. Let's go ahead and create an interface get member props to have databases, a type of databases, workspace ID to be a type of string, and user ID to be a type of string. So we now have to assign these props right here: databases, workspace ID, and user ID. So we are getting the 3 minimum values we need to fetch the current member. And then let's do const members await databases list documents, pass in the database ID, pass in the members ID, and finally add a query. Confirm that the workspace ID equals the past prop workspace ID, and we can collapse these two in an array. The second query should match the user ID like this, and return members documents first and only in the array. Well, nothing is really, nothing on the ORM wise is protecting this to be the only member, but we know, thanks to our implementation and how we are working with the members collection, that with our implementation, how these are created, only one of this exact combination should exist. If two of them exist, we have a problem. All right. And now let's go. And by the way, yes, you can create indexes in Appwrite. So we can come back to this later and explore if we could perhaps have this be an index and also give it a unique property. So maybe perhaps that can throw an error. And if you want to protect it in another way, you can do it instead of workspaces server route.ts. When you create one, you can check for this new member which you've created, and you can then query. And if you can find another member with the same user ID and the same workspace ID, you have a problem. And you would have to do the same thing in the upcoming join route. I'm going to, repeat that once we get to that. For now, let's just focus on this. So now we have the getMember method, which will be our helper whenever we need to quickly access a member. So now let's go ahead and let's see, can this member actually update this workspace? So await getMember, pass in the databases, pass in the workspace ID, and pass in the user ID, which is user.id. And we have to import getMember, and we have to await getMember. Make sure you have imported this from features, members, utils. And then if there is no member to be found, or if member.role is not member role.admin, in that case, we're going to return c.json error unauthorized, like this. And let's go ahead and also assign a 401. Great. And to answer your question, yes, you could explore and see, can you do this in the session middleware? I've attempted to do it a few times, but it just became too big of an abstraction to keep care of. Right now, it seems very easy to do. The problem is we are not always going to have the workspace ID inside of our API URL. That's the biggest issue. So if you were to rework, when you finish the entire project, if you were to rework everything to have nested API routes, so every single API route will have the workspace ID in the context, then yes, you could probably extend the session middleware to accept some options like admin true, and then you would not have to do this every time. But for now, I think this is just fine. And now let's go ahead and basically what we have to do is, well, repeat everything that we did initially right here. So let's prepare the uploaded image URL and this if clause deciding whether the file should be uploaded or not. So I'm going to copy this exact block from my post method, and I'm going to paste it in my new patch method after my authorization here. There we go. And then what I'm going to do is const the workspace to be await databases dot update document. I'm going to pass in database underscore ID, workspaces ID, workspace ID, since I have it. It's inside of my request param right here. And then I'm going to go ahead and pass in the name and the image, which will be my uploaded image URL, and be careful, it's image URL when storing it into the database. That is the very important part. We can confirm that by going inside of our post method. You can see it's image URL that is being accepted. So to repeat, we are calling it image inside of our form data or our request body because technically, especially in this case of patch, it can be a string. It can already be a base 64 URL. So if I were to call this image URL, it wouldn't make sense when user sends a file. And if I were to just call it a file, it wouldn't make sense when user sends a URL. So that's why I've just named it image. And that's why we are doing the instance of check here to see what do we have to do with this. Because if we just receive an image, we can just go ahead, and leave it as it is. So no point in even updating it. But here's the thing. One thing that is kind of bothering me is that this uploaded image URL should by default it should be exactly what we have passed, right? I think I'm kind of seeing a potential bug here. Else, if image is a type of string, or I can do just else if uploaded image URL to be my image. Can I just do that? Else, whoops, just else, and then uploaded image is passed here. Okay, I think that we can do that to kind of preserve our uploaded image. And then what we're going to do in the end here is just return c.json data workspace. So the updated workspace. Great, so we have created our update method now. So let me close everything and let's go inside of our API. Let's copy use create workspace and let's do use update workspace here. Let's go ahead and change the constant name to use update workspace. Again, be careful, you're in the correct file. And we are now going to change both of the response and the request types to first get the colon workspace ID and then get the patch method. So these are the inferences which we need. And then we have to change that here as well. So we are now getting the workspace ID patch. And we also need to destructure the param this time. And we also have to pass the param this time. And this will be failed to update workspace. And this will be workspace updated. And inside of here on success, we can destructure the updated data, I believe. Data does not exist on response type. Okay, let's see what that is about. So if I go back inside of my patch method, server route, my patch here, return c.json data workspace. So this definitely should exist. So I'm not entirely sure why it's throwing an error here. Response type. Oh, yes. So we have to be explicit with our response types. Perhaps this is something that we should revisit. Our response types can, by default, will give us an error or the data. So I want to give this a 200, meaning that I only want the success version of the response type because I'm handling the error here. So now you can see that it works here. Now I can safely use the onSuccess method here. And then what I can do is I can invalidate queries, individual workspace, and data ID. This does not exist yet, but it will exist in the future. And we technically don't have to, well, yes, it's better that we update this as well in case, we rename one from our list. We need to get that updated in the workspace switcher as well. So yes, inside of your API, inside of your mutations, if you want to do something in the onSuccess, like data here, looks like here it's working. Okay, I think it depends on the type of API route that we use, right? So I guess that here somewhere we are throwing errors. Yes, in this one we are throwing errors. So that's why we have to specify that inside of our request response type here, we only want to focus on the positive, optimistic route, right? Because we are going to handle the error here. All right. Now that we have this ready, we have to go ahead and create our edit workspace form. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm gonna go ahead and go inside of my source, inside of my features, workspaces components. I'm going to copy create workspace form and I'm going to paste it and I'm going to turn it into edit workspace form. Double check that you are inside of the newly copied edit workspace form, and let's go ahead and create and remove these 3 instances to edit workspace form like this. Besides on cancel, this will also have the initial values. The problem is we don't have the type. So let's go ahead and let's create the workspace type. I'm gonna go ahead inside of my workspaces feature folder and I will create a new file called types.ts. Inside of here, I'm going to import modals from node Appwrite and I will export type workspace. And I'm going to make it be modals.document, which means this will hold all the ID, collection ID database, and also this ambiguous any, but this time we're going to extend it with the fields we know are there, like name, image URL, invite code, and user ID. So we know that these things are what exist in the workspace. So I'm going to go inside of my edit workspace form and I'm going to go ahead and pass my workspace from /types to be here. Like that. Now we have the initial values inside of here alongside on cancel. Great. So now let's go ahead and let's modify our hook form here to no longer use the create workspace schema. So we can remove 1, 2, 3, 4 instances of create workspace schema with edit workspace schema. Did I call it edit workspace schema? I didn't. I called it update workspace schema. Okay, so let me just fix this. So all these 4 instances in the onSubmit method, in the Zod resolver, in the infer of the form constant, and in the import, change all of them to update workspace schema. All right, and now let's go ahead and do the following. I'm going to go ahead and change the default values to spread initial values here, and then image will be initial values, image URL, or just an empty string. That's how we're going to initialize our values, and we need some special care for the image here. Great. And now inside of the onSubmit, we have to modify it just a bit here. So we are passing the form, but we also have to pass in the param, which will be workspace ID, and it has to be the initial values dot ID, like this. There we go. And inside of here, let's change this to be undefined. And that did not fix this issue. So let me see. The property name are incompatible. Okay, so I'm gonna have to improve this, but okay, let's leave it like this for now. Let's for now just change the text here. So I'm gonna go ahead and change this card title to simply say initial values dot name here for now. Okay, let's leave it as this, yeah. And now I'm going to close everything and I'm going to go inside of my source, inside of my features, my apologies, in my app folder, standalone workspaces, and I'm going to create a new folder, workspace ID. So exactly the same as they have in my dashboard, but then I'm going to do an additional folder called settings. So if you access the settings, you will have a standalone layout rather than the dashboard one because, well, it just suits more. Now let's go ahead and give this a page.tsx. Let's go ahead and turn this into a workspace ID settings page. I like to be explicit with my page names here. ID settings page. like this. And let's turn this into an asynchronous method. Let's get the user using await get current. If there is no user, we are going to redirect the user to /sign in. So let's immediately take care of that so we don't forget. And now what we have to do is we have to extract the workspace ID from our server component, because we can do that. If you have the workspace ID from here, the same way we used the hook use workspace ID to infer the params, we can actually get some default props that every server component has to destructure the ID inside of a server component. So let's go ahead and create an interface, workspace ID settings page props, and let's go ahead and give it params slug string, not slug, my apologies, workspace ID string. So now you can go ahead and assign those here, and you can destructure the params, and you should now be able to get params.workspace ID inside of them. So let's go ahead and I am now on my test workspace here. So if I were to append after my workspace ID /settings, I should get redirected to the standalone layout, and I can read my workspace ID from my URL inside of a server component. Because remember, inside of server components, I cannot use hooks like this. That's only for client components. Great. So now that we have this ready, one thing that I want to do before we even go here is enable the actual settings button here, because right now clicking on it leads us to nowhere. So let's first fix that, and then we're going to go ahead and finish the settings form. So in order to fix that, we have to go back inside of our source components navigation component, where we have our settings actually defined. And inside of here, I want to import use workspace ID from features workspaces hooks use workspace ID. And I also want to import use path name from next navigation. So inside of here, I think that the navbar, my apologies, the sidebar is it a client component? I'm not sure. The workspace switcher. Okay, so the workspace switcher needed its own use client. So the navigation will also need its own use client. So make sure that inside of the navigation.tsx, where you have the routes constant, you have added use client at the top. Great. Now inside of the navigation here, we're going to define our workspace ID to be use workspace ID, and then our path name will be our use path name here. And then we're going to go ahead and inside of routes.map, we're going to define the full href to where we are going to have to redirect, because we can't just redirect the /settings. We have to redirect to the current route and then /settings. So I want to go ahead and do this. I want to go ahead and create the full href to be /workspaces and then /workspace ID and then item.href. We don't have to add a slash here because each of these has a slash except the home page, which basically is just this. That's why it's okay to put an empty string in this case. And let's go ahead and check if path name is equal to full href. So only then is active actually going to be true. And let's change the href here to be our full href. And now, there we go, the home is now selected. And if I click on settings, I am redirected to the standalone settings page. And if I go back, you can see how home gets selected. Perfect. So now we can work on the settings page here. So the first thing that we need to do is make a way for this server component inside of our features workspaces here. Where is our, my apologies, inside of our app folder standalone workspaces, workspace ID, settings page, we somehow need to pass our edit workspace form, which we just edited and copied, from the create workspace form. The problem is it is missing initial values, right? You can see that a lot of issues here are appearing. So we need to find a way inside of our server component here to get those values. Of course, we don't have to do that. We could just create a wrapper and just use get workspace if that's what we prefer. But let's explore our options. Let's see if maybe this would be simpler to do. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna go inside of my app folder. My apologies, inside of my features, workspaces, actions. And I'm gonna go ahead and copy get workspaces. And I will paste it here. And at this point, I don't like how many times we have repeated this client. So I'm going to look into ways to abstract this somewhere. So I'm going to call this get workspace, and I will accept a workspace ID, which will be a string. And I just want to be consistent. So I'm going to separate this into an interface, get workspace props, workspace ID, which is a string, like this. So let me just assign this here. There we go. Workspace ID. So everything here can stay the same except this. This can be null because this time we are not going to list anything. So the members are not something we need here at all. We're just going to need the current workspace. So let me go ahead and do this. The individual workspace get, yes, we can do get document here. And we can simply pass in the workspace ID. And in the case of catch, we can just return null. And we can, let's leave the user here for now, because I think there is one thing that we can already do here is check should this user be able to access this workspace. So yeah, we can do that. Const member will be await get member from / members utils, like this, or you can change it to / features. I think this makes more sense. I want to see where it comes from, like this. So await get member, pass in the databases, pass in the user ID, which is my user.id, and pass in the workspace ID, which I'm getting from my props here. And then inside of here, if I'm not a member of this workspace, I can just return back null. I don't even have to throw any errors here. So let's return null, like this. And then let's go inside of page, and let's go ahead and after this redirect, let's get the initial values to be await get workspace. And I've imported that from workspace actions here. And I'm going to pass in the workspace ID to be params workspace ID. If there are no initial values, I'm just gonna go return null, or I can return, or I can do a redirect here to /, or maybe just / workspace ID. Params workspace ID. In case I cannot load the initial values, I will just redirect the user away from the settings page. And if I do have them, I think I will be able to send them now. All right, so document is not assignable to workspace. Okay, and we can actually fix that. So let's go inside of get workspace. And inside of here, when we get the document, let's go ahead and give it a specific type here of workspace from /types, and I can already see the error in my other tab is gone. So that's how you can, modify these queries from Appwrite to actually give you the proper types. And there we go. Now you can see it's gone, and you can also see my settings right here. Excellent. So what we have to do now is we have to, first change the text here, and we also have to change the methods we are calling. So you can see that now, if I go ahead and I create a new workspace here, workspace to edit, and create it, let me zoom out and then click on the settings. There we go. It says workspace to edit. And let's try, can we load the image? So I'm going to go ahead and call this test image, and I will upload an image. So let me just find the one that I use all the time. Well, let's go ahead and click create workspace. There we go. This is working. And if I click on settings, it works as well. Great. So we can definitely load this. Now let's go ahead and let's see inside of our edit workspace form, what are all the changes we need to do to make this actually work. Let's start with changing the design a bit. So I'm going to go back inside of my edit workspace form. I have loaded the initial values, and let me now modify the card header a bit. So I'm going to go ahead inside of the card header, and I'm going to give it a flex row, items center, gap x 4, padding of 7, and space y 0. So I override the existing space y. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a button before the card title. And this button will simply say back. This button will also have a size of small. It will have a variant of secondary, and it will have an on click to be on cancel. And then let's also go ahead and give it an arrow left icon from Lucid React, like this. Whoops. There we go. Well, where did I move my arrow left icon? Let's give it inside of the button, and let's give it a class name of size 4. And it should be before the text, like this. And this is 2 joined together, so let's give it an MR of 2 as well, so it looks a bit better. Great. And now in the card title here, we have our test image. Okay, so that looks fine. Great. And now let's go ahead and modify the text here from create workspace to become save changes, like this. And one more thing we're going to do is we have our router here. So for this button here, we're going to do, if we have on cancel, we're going to call on cancel. Otherwise, we're going to go ahead and do an arrow function, router.push, and simply go back to workspaces, and then initial values .id. Let me expand this so you can see what I did. So in this new button, which we have added in our card header, I have added an, if we have an on cancel, call the on cancel. Otherwise, go ahead and create an arrow function, which will simply redirect the user back to the workspace where they come from. Because in a server component, we're not going to pass the on cancel. This on cancel is only, for models and stuff. So right now, when I click back, there we go. I am redirected back to the workspace where I come from. Now I'm noticing that this just looks a little small. So let's see, why is that happening? I assume it's something inside of the app folder standalone layout here. Let's see, did I forget to do something here? So I think this is just fine. MXW screen to Excel, that's okay. Let's take a look in the workspaces. Workspace ID page. I think I know what I have done. So let's go ahead and give this div a class name of full width and on large maximum width of XL. So I think that now, there we go. Now we get some serious space here. Great. And let's go ahead and actually call the proper function in the edit workspace form, because so far I think we've been working with use create workspace. So now let's do use update workspace and remove use create workspace here. And you can see that the moment I replaced with that, this new mutate no longer gives us any errors. So let's see if this actually works. So my current workspace name is test image. I'm going to click settings and call this test rename and click save changes. And okay, I get an error. Let's see what's going on. And I get a 405. Can you guess why did I get a 405? So that means method not found. Let's go ahead and go inside of source, app folder, API route.ts. I forgot we have a new patch. So let's go ahead and handle that with Hono as well. Let's save it. Let's try again, test rename. And all right, something happened, but looks like I have made a mistake in regards of my image URL here. So it looks like I have somehow accidentally updated one of my workspaces here. In this case, it's this one called test rename. I have updated the image URL to literally be a string undefined. And I think that's because of my recent change I did in the edit workspace form. Inside of my onSubmit method, I have changed this from an empty string to undefined. I will now convert it back to an empty string. So now it is exactly the same as the create workspace form. So if I go inside of my onSubmit here, there we go, it's exactly the same now. So this is what I'm going to do. If you cannot find, if this happened to you and you cannot find which one it is, what you can do is, just go inside of your workspaces, be careful that you're not selecting collections, select all workspaces and just delete all workspaces. Sometimes you might have 2 pages. I'm now going to go inside of my members and I'm going to delete all members here. Let's try this thing again. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go inside of localhost 3000 here. And I will create a new, test with image. And I'm going to go ahead and select a random image that I have from Unsplash. Okay, let's create a workspace here. There we go. This works just fine. I'm going to go inside of settings and I will change this to test rename and click save changes. And there we go. I successfully renamed this workspace. Great. And I'm now going to go ahead and try and upload a new image. So let's go ahead and try this out. Another image from Unsplash here. Let's see if this time a new image will be appended. And there we go. A new image was added. Great. Before I wrap up the chapter, there's just one more thing I want to do, and it's in regards to, well, both the create and the update form. But let's do it in the create form first. So have your create form opened and go inside of the create workspace form right here. One thing that we forgot to do is that when I add an image, I have no way of removing that image, right? So let's go ahead and just create a quick function for that. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and find our button for upload image here inside of the create workspace form. And I'm going to wrap it inside of a ternary conditional. If we had field.value, in that case, I'm going to render one button. Otherwise, I'm going to render another button. So I will just copy this button and put it here like this. And now I'm going to change what these buttons actually do. So if we have a image, then the button will say remove image. Its variant will be destructive, and its on click will do the following. It will first do field on change to be null, and then it will do if input ref.current, it will do input ref.current.value is an empty string. And there we go. You can see that now. If I do test here and if I upload an image, I can click remove image and the image gets removed. Great. And now we can do the exact same thing. So I'm going to copy this ternary and I'm going to add it inside of my edit workspace form right here. So let me go ahead and find my upload image button. I will select it and I will replace it with these ternaries to either remove an image or to upload an image. So now if I go inside of my settings page, you can see that I have the option to remove the image here as well. Great, so you've just created the settings page. you've handled auth redirects, you have loaded the initial settings, you've learned how to mix server components with client components, you've learned how server components can be served as server environments. One thing that's bugging me, that's probably bugging you as well, is this. Inside of my actions here in the workspaces, I am repeating a lot of code, especially, this client. It's mostly because, of this. I kind of want to handle this in a different way every time, but I think what I can do is I can just throw error if there's no session, and then I can just decide how my catch will react, right? So I think that's what we can focus on in the next chapter, abstracting this client right here. And then we're going to go ahead and do the settings, do the members for a workspace. Great job. Now let's go ahead and let's refactor our server-side queries, especially that repeating client initialization code. So let's find the first one I want to fix. The first one I want to fix is basically get current. So here's what I want to change first. Instead of calling this actions, I want to call this queries, because they're not actions. So now we have to find all files which have used get current. So let's go ahead and do that, and let's refactor them. I'm going to go ahead and expand this as much as I can. So first one is in source app folder auth route group sign in file. And it looks for actions. So we're going to go ahead and change this to queries. Or we can do this in a faster way, perhaps. If you're using Visual Studio Code, you can search for all instances of actions. And then you can select all of them and replace them with queries. Just make sure you don't misspell them. And replace. And I think that now, there we go, I have 8 refactored files, and all of them have the same change, simply changing features out actions to queries. So you can do that. Great, that's the first thing I wanted to do, because they're not actions. So let's now go back inside of features, auth, queries, and now let's resolve this. So we're gonna go ahead inside of our lib Appwrite, and we're actually gonna do what was here in the first place. So export asynchronous function create session client, which I so proudly told you that we're not gonna do because we're gonna use the middleware. Well, we are still gonna use it in the middleware separately, so this will be for server components. And let's copy the client from get current, for example, like this. And then let's go ahead and let's get the session. So we need to import cookies from next headers, and we need to import auth cookie from features auth constants, like this. And make sure to also have server only here at the top. If there is no session, or if there is no session.value, we're going to throw new error unauthorized here. Otherwise, we're going to go ahead and do this. Well, first we're going to do client set session.value. And then we're going to go ahead and do this. So get account, get databases. Let's go ahead and do return new databases client. And I think for now, we only need account and databases. I don't think I've used anything else. And I just want to bring something to your attention. So you can see how here I'm using session and session.value. But you probably noticed that inside of my session middleware, I only do if not session. That's because inside of the session middleware, we are using get cookie from Hono cookie. So inside of here, session is directly the value. But inside of the next cookie, inside of here, it's an object which has the value. So that's why I'm doing that. And since we are not going to use this inside of any routes, Hono routes, we're going to use them inside of server components directly. So this is why I have to handle using the next headers. All right, so now I have this create session client is set up. So let me go back inside of my auth queries.ts and let me remove this entire thing now. So I'm just gonna do const create session client here. And can I destructure account from here? Oh wait. And I have to import create session client from lib Appwrite. Can I destructure account? I can. Yes, this is exactly what I do. And I'm going to wrap it inside of try and catch because I'm going to get an error thrown here if I'm unauthorized. There we go. I just reduced a bunch of code here. Let's just see if it's working. So I'm in a random workspace ID here. If I log out, this should still redirect me, and it does. And if I go to localhost 3000, it redirects me back. If I go to localhost 3000 workspaces 123 settings, it redirects me back immediately. Excellent. Now I'm going to go back inside of my user here. And I'm going to try the opposite. I'm now logged in and I'm going to try and go to /sign-in. And I get redirected to here. Excellent. I think we've established that this is working just fine. So now we resolved the auth queries. Let's go ahead and go inside of the workspaces. Again, we have workspaces actions here. Let's go ahead and first do the refactoring of renaming the actions to queries because they're not actions. Queries, like this. So now I'm going to go ahead and find everywhere where we use features, workspaces, actions. Okay, lucky for us, it's only 2 places. In the dashboard page right here, let me show you where it's located. So inside of source app, dashboard route group page.tsx, change this to queries. That's the first thing we're going to do. And one more place is here. Let me show you. Again, inside of source app folder, this time in standalone, workspaces, workspace ID, settings, page.tsx. So change this to queries. Basically, find all instances of features, workspaces, actions, and they now must be queries. There we go. First part of refactoring done. Now let's go inside of features, workspaces here, instead of the queries. And let's go ahead and remove this now. So we no longer need any of this here. The only thing we're going to need now are the databases and the account. So I'm going to do const databases and account from async create session client. Not async, await. Create session client from lib Appwrite. And I think this will work just fine. It's inside of try catch, and inside of catch we decide that this is what we return. So in case we get an error here, it will fall back to this, which was exactly what it was before. Great, so we have resolved this, and now let's do the exact same thing inside of get workspace. So we remove the entire client thing here and all of these. I just add this, and there we go. So what are we supposed to test now? Well, first let's remove the unused auth cookie. Let's remove the unused imports. So we're supposed to test these things. We're supposed to test whether we get redirected to the first available workspace ID when we hit localhost 3000. Let's see if that works. It works. We get redirected to the first ID. Great. The second thing we have to check is the settings page. So let's see if that works. If it does, we have successfully refactored. There we go. Amazing, amazing job. You've just done a refactor, so you don't write as many code, and you can now safely, use this inside of your server components every time you need. Great. So does this mean that we wrote some API routes which are useless? No, it's just that if we have a server component, it's a shame not to use it, right? But don't worry, we're later going to have some models which are impossible to, pre-fill as a server component. So we are going to have to use those API routes which we have just created. But, If possible, I like to use server components to fetch the data, and especially to redirect and protect, because it's just more convenient than to use effect. Great, so you've handled that refactor, and what we're going to do next is create the members page. Great job. Before we can move on onto the members list, there is a couple of things I forgot to do in the settings page. So we're gonna go back to our edit workspace form. But before we can even do that, we have to create some new API routes. So let's go inside of features, workspaces, server route.ts. And inside of here at the bottom, I'm gonna add a delete workspace ID. So we're going to create the delete method now. I'm going to add the session middleware, and I'm going to add an asynchronous controller right here. Let's go ahead and let's get the databases from cget databases. Let's get the user from cget user, and let's get the current member from await get member. And let's also destructure the workspace ID from cRequest param, like this. Now we can pass in the databases, we can pass in the workspace ID and the user ID coming from user.$ID. If there is no member found, or if that member.role is not member role.admin, in any of those cases, we're going to go ahead and break this method by returning back an error, unauthorized, and the 401 code. Otherwise, let's go ahead and let's delete the database document. So await databases dot delete document database underscore ID workspaces underscore ID, and pass in the workspace ID right here. And we're going to return back the ID which we deleted. So I'm going to do c.json data, and I'm going to simulate as this was coming from Appwrite. So since we've learned that our data will almost always have $ID, I don't want to change that now by adding my ID. So I'm going to keep the $ID, and I'm going to add the workspace ID which I had from my param. Like this. There we go. So that is my delete document. And I'm going to add a to-do list here. To-do, delete members, projects, and tasks, because we have to delete them manually if we are deleting a workspace. All right, now let's go ahead inside of API and let's copy use create workspace, and let's rename it to use delete workspace. Let's go inside of the newly created use delete workspace, and let's go ahead and rename some things. So use delete workspace, and let's go ahead and change this to be workspaces, workspace ID, and change the method to be delete. There we go. Response type and request type. Let's go ahead and do the same thing inside of the mutation function itself. So workspace ID and then the delete method. And besides, this time we're not going to have form, we're actually only going to have param. There we go, no errors, and we're gonna change the error here to be failed to delete workspace. This will be workspace deleted, and this will be failed to delete workspace once again. We're going to invalidate the query's workspaces and the individual workspace with our data. Let's see, also we have to change the response type here to only be the positive one, because we are protecting that API route so it can have an error coming back. So inside of here, we're going to also get data ID. This does not exist yet, same thing as our update workspace method. Great, so we now have our use delete workspace here. So let's go ahead and let's revisit our workspaces feature folder and go inside of components, edit form. Inside of the edit workspace form here, let's go ahead and let's wrap this entire thing inside of a div. So before the first card even appears, let's add a div because we're going to have multiple cards inside, like this. So I'm going to go ahead and indent this entire card here. And I'm going to give this div a class name of flex column and gap y of 4. So now I'm going to go ahead and go to the end here and add a new card. And I'm going to go ahead and give this card a class name, full width, full height, border none, and shadow none. Basically exactly as we had above. And then inside of here, I'm going to go ahead and add card content, in which I'm going to give a class name padding 7. And I'm going to add a div here with a class name flex column. And then inside of here, I'm going to add an h3 element danger zone. I'm going to go ahead and give the danger zone a class name of font bold. And then below that, a paragraph explaining what's happening. So I'm going to give this a text small and text muted foreground. Inside of here, we're going to say deleting a workspace is a irreversible and will remove all associated data. So is irreversible, let's just fix the grammar. Deleting a workspace is irreversible and will remove all associated data. Okay, I hope I wrote that correctly. Great. And outside of this paragraph, we're going to go ahead and add a button. And this button will say delete workspace. Let's go ahead and let's give this button a class name of margin top 6 with fit ml auto, like this. And let's go ahead and let's give it a size small. Let's give it a variant of destructive. And let's go ahead and give it a type of button. And now let's give it a disabled of is pending. And let's go ahead and give it an onClick for now to just be an empty arrow function. So there we go. We now have a danger zone right here where we can delete our workspace. But before we can do that, I want to create something called a confirmation model. So I don't want to be able to just click here and get my workspace immediately removed. I first want to create a use confirm hook. Let's go inside of source and let's create the reusable hooks folder. Inside of here, I'm going to create the use confirm.tsx. So it's important that it is a tsx file. Let's go ahead and let's import use state from React. Let's import button, not from React Today picker, but from s/components UI button from here. And alongside button, I also want to import the type button props here. And then let's also import a responsive modal from components responsive modal. And let's go ahead and let's import everything from our card. So card content, description, header, and title. And then let's export const use confirm. So this will be a handy little hook, which will trigger a model for us every time we need one. So let's go ahead and let's give it a required title, a required message, and then a variant, which will be button props variant, and it will have a default value of primary, so it's optional. Then let's define the promise and set promise to be use state, and by default it will be null. But let's give it some proper types here. So it can be a type of object which has resolve inside of itself with a value boolean like this, and it returns back a void, or it can be null like this. Then we're going to go ahead and create const confirm, which we'll call new promise, so we can await this whenever we need it We're going to see how handy the functionality is in a moment once we wrap it up. So let's call set promise and resolve. Then let's do const handle close to very simply return the promise as a null, which will later control the dialog, which will close thanks to this action. So that's handle close. Then let's do const handle confirm. So this handle confirm will simply call the promise and resolve it to true. And then wherever we use this, we're going to consider this as something that user pressed to confirm. And we also have to do handle close after this. And then we also have to handle cancel, which is basically deny. So handle cancel, promise resolve false, and then close. And finally, then we can go ahead and create our const confirmation dialog. Let's use the responsive model. Let's give it an open to be if promise is not null, and on open change can simply be handle close. Inside, let's add a card with a class name full height, full width, border none, and shadow none. And let's add card content here with a class name padding top of 8. Inside of the card content, let's add a card header, which will hold the card title, which will have the title prop, which we are going to pass. And let's give the card header an override padding to padding 0. Let's add card description to simply have our message prop here. Outside of the card header, we're going to add a div with a class name, padding top of 4, full width, flex, flex column, gap y2, large flex row, gap x2, items center, and justify end. And then we're going to go inside and add 2 buttons. Both of these buttons are coming from type component UI button. So the first button will have an on-click of handle cancel, variant of outline, and a class name full width, but on large devices, auto width. And inside, this button will say cancel. We're then going to copy this. This one will say handle confirm. The variant will be a prop variant, and the class name can stay the same. And this one will say confirm, like this. And then we just have to return confirmation dialog and confirm, like this. And let's just modify our expected return props here, because otherwise TypeScript is going to give us an error. So inside of the use confirm here, go ahead and give it the expected return types to be an array. The first element is our confirm modal, which is a JSX.element, like this. And the second one is a promise of unknown. There we go. And it looks like I'm getting an error here. So let me just confirm. Oh yes, the confirmation dialog here is supposed to be returning not inside of curly brackets, inside of normal brackets. My apologies. Okay, that works. But looks like my promise here is set incorrectly. So let me just see what mistake did I make here. Oh, I think I know why. It's because I have to return the promise inside of my confirm method. I was looking at this, sorry. So return new promise inside of the confirm method. And there we go. Now this is resolved. Great. So now let's go back inside of my features, workspaces, inside of components, edit workspace form. And what we can do now is a very cool thing. I can go ahead and add const delete dialog. Let's call it like that. Delete dialog and confirm delete from use confirm, which is my, globally reusable hook. I'm just going to move it here. And I can go ahead and say exactly what I want to warn my user about. So for example, when they're deleting, I'm going to give them a title of delete workspace. And I'm simply going to tell them this action cannot be undone. And I'm going to give them a destructive variant, so they know that this is a destructive action. I am then going to go ahead and create a method const handle delete, which is going to be an asynchronous method, and I will then get an OK from await confirm delete. If not OK, I will break the method. Otherwise, I can console log deleting like this. Let's go ahead and use this handle delete, and let's assign it to our new button, delete workspace. Let's see what happens. I'm going to go ahead and open my console here, and when I click delete workspace, let's refresh first. When I click delete workspace, looks like nothing is happening, and I think I know why, because I forgot an important thing. I never used the delete dialog. We have to render that inside of our code, so I'm going to put it just after my first div here, and it's a self-closing tag. Let's try this again now. I'm going to refresh this. I'm going to expand my inspect element. I'm going to click delete workspace, and there we go. You can see how it asks me to confirm or deny, and this is mobile mode, I believe. Is it mobile? No, okay. So this is on mobile. On desktop mode, I would expect it to be next to one another. So let's go ahead and see, can I quickly resolve that instead of use confirm here? So it says flex column, but on large, it is flex row. And I think that this should be justified between maybe. No, this still is not working. Okay, let's leave this back at justify end. Let's just leave it like this for now. Okay, and when I click confirm here, you can see I get the deleting console inside. So now I have a confirmation which will fire every time that I need to delete something dangerous. Great, now let's go ahead and let's add another mutation here. So const mutate delete workspace is pending will be is deleting workspace. And let me just fix the capitalization here from use delete workspace. So this is a new hook which we've recently created. API use delete workspace. I'm just going to collapse these two so it's more readable for us. And now I'm going to go ahead and go here and simply pass in the delete workspace, and I'm going to pass the param to be workspace ID initial values dot ID. That's it. And after the on success here, we should go to router.push to the root page. There we go. But I do want to fix this because it is bothering me. So let's see what exactly is going wrong here. So I should be able to expand this. Let me zoom out as much as I can. I'm trying to keep it inside of desktop mode. So let's see, what if I remove the flex column completely here? So now it works. So this LG flex row seems to not be working. That's interesting. The position does not matter. But I am definitely on LG value. If I move it to a lower breakpoint, medium, still the same thing. Okay. I'm going to pause the video and I'm going to see how I can debug this. I think I know why it's happening. And it's one of those things which I warned you about in the beginning. So it's bothering me because the Tailwind for this is correct. It should be working. Let's go inside of our Tailwind config and let's see something. Our Tailwind is covered inside of pages, inside of components, inside of app, and inside of features which we have added. And where is our source hooks use confirm inside of hooks, which means Tailwind is not active there. You can see what kind of bugs appear, and they're so hard to debug because you have no idea what's going on. So let's add hooks here as well. This is why I warned you in the beginning to add this to your features, because you would be losing your mind as to why it's happening. And there we go. The moment I have added that, you can see that now I have a nice mobile and desktop delete workspace. And let's see if this is finally working. So inside of here, I have one workspace. Let me create 2 workspaces here. I'm going to go to the old one, click settings, delete workspace and confirm. It says failed to delete workspace, and it says 405. You already know what that means. It's because I consistently refuse to write all the methods inside of my initial Hono here, but I think this will be the last one we will use. So there we go, delete finally. All right, please work now, confirm. There we go, workspace deleted, and only the other one is available. Amazing. So if I deleted this one now, I should get redirected to my create method. So this is kind of a bug. Okay, good thing that we have tested this. So yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, so it redirected to this, and then I got redirected, I guess, to some cache. I guess this is cache. So here's what you can do in order to avoid that kind of thing. We can go inside of features, Workspaces API, use delete workspace, and instead of okay, my apologies, use delete, where do I use delete? Inside of edit workspace form. Okay, so it's what I just had opened here. Let me find the delete workspace here, and instead of doing router.push, I'm going to do window.location.href right here. This will do a hard refresh, and I think it will clear any cache which is there at that moment, which tells you that the route still exists. So if I now create a test workspace here, and if I go inside of settings, let me just refresh just in case and click delete workspace. There we go. I am redirected back to the create method. Great. So that now works. Amazing. And let me just use this is deleting workspace all the way down to this button. So I'm going to disable it if it's pending, in meaning like we are saving the form above, but also if we are deleting it. Great, so this is now working. We now have extended our settings form here. And there is one more thing we have to extend the settings form with, and that is the reset of the invite code. But we're going to stop the chapter so you can wrap up the deletion process. Great job. So to wrap up the settings form of the individual workspace, let's create the last method and action which will be here, which is the action to reset the invite code, which is a 10, 6, 5, 8-digit code, whatever you decide. So let's go ahead inside of our features, workspaces, server route.ts. And I'm going to go ahead and I will copy the delete method and just chain it below. I'm going to change this to be a post method, and it's going to be called a /workspace_id/reset invite code. And we're going to do the exact same logic here. So only admins can reset invite codes here. We don't have to delete anything here. Instead, the only thing we're going to do is update the document with a new invite code, using the generate invite code, which we already have here, and just pass, how many numbers you want. Let's see, I used 6 numbers when I created the workspace in my post method. So, okay, I'm going to use 6 numbers and letters again. And since I have the entire thing, I can just return the workspace, I think, const workspace like this. There we go, and just return back the workspace. There we go. we have that ready. And now I want to go ahead and go inside of my API, and I'm going to go inside of use update workspace. Actually, let's do use delete workspace. It's more similar. And let's call this use reset invite code. So it's a very descriptive hook. Let's go ahead and change the constant name, use reset invite code. And now let's change the response and the request type here. So it's going to be workspace ID, but after that, it's going to be reset invite code. And after that, it's going to be a post method. The 200 will stay here because we are throwing an error in case we are not the admin. And after that, we have to do the same change here. So this is a post method, but in between these two, we are passing in reset invite code. We are not passing any form data or any JSON, but simply the param, which is the workspace ID which we need. This will be failed to reset invite code. And inside of here, the only thing we're going to reset is the workspace and data ID right here. And I think that what we could also do, okay, we're not going to do that here. Never mind. I'm going to tell you what I was thinking about when we get to this. And I'm just going to write here invite code reset and failed to reset invite code. There we go. Okay. And now let's go ahead and let's go back inside of our features, workspaces, API, my apologies, components, edit workspace form. And now I'm going to copy this card, which I have created for the danger zone, and I'm going to paste it in between my first card, which was my form, and my danger zone, like this. So now if I save, I have two danger zones. So now I'm going to go ahead and modify this. So this is the reset invite zone. First, let's go ahead and let's create a constant which will hold the full invite link, because this is something that users will be able to copy from here as well. So open backticks and go ahead and give it a window location origin slash workspaces, whoops, outside of this, slash workspaces, and then slash initial values, $ID, and then slash join, and then initial values dot invite code, just like that. There we go. We now have the full invite link here. And now let's focus on this second card, which is a copy of our danger zone here. So I'm going to change this to be invite members. I'm going to go ahead and change the paragraph here to be use the invite link to add members to your workspace. And then I'm going to go ahead and do the following. So I'm going to add a div here with a class name, margin top of 4. Inside of this div, I'm going to add a new div, flex item center and gap x of 2. Then I'm going to go ahead and add an input, which will be disabled and have a value of full link inside. Full invite link. Yes, it's full invite link. And below that, we're going to have a button. Well, below that, but actually next to that, we're going to have a button with an on-click for now, just an empty function, and then a variant of secondary, and the size, let's actually use class name size 12, like this. And inside, let's add a copy icon from Lucid React. So make sure you've added the copy icon from Lucid React here. And there we go. You can see that now you have the full invite link. And when you click this, it is supposed to copy it to your clipboard. So let's implement that, but let's just give the copy icon a class name of size 5. And now let's go ahead and let's call this handle copy invite link like this. And let's develop it right here. Const handle copy invite link. We'll do navigator clipboard.write text full invite link from the constant we have above, and then let's use a then and call the toast, which you can import from Sonar. I'm just going to move it to the top with these packages here. So toast.success invite link copied to the clipboard, or no need for the, just like that. There we go. So now when you click this, there we go, invite link copied, and when I paste, there we go. So obviously this exact route does not exist yet, but I already know that this is the correct invite code. It has 6 digits, and I think I saw it when we were looking at our databases. So we're later going to create this join route. Right now it does not exist. So this is what users will enter, and then they will be able to become members of the workspace. But now we have to create a functionality to reset the invite code. So let's go ahead and finish the UI here at the bottom. So we have prepared this delete workspace, which we just copied. So we're going to go ahead and call this reset invite link like that. And let's go ahead and just add a dotted separator here with the class name of py-7. And I think that I forgot to add the dotted separator for my danger zone. So let's just do that. I want to be consistent. So inside of here, I have this button, delete workspace, and just above it, I will add a dotted separator with the class name py7. There we go. Now all of my forms here have nice dotted separators here. Let's go ahead and let's actually add the mutation. I'm going to go ahead and just copy this one. And I will now rename this to use reset invite code. Mutate will be reset invite code. Is pending will be is resetting invite code. There we go. So now let's go ahead and let's also copy the use confirm, because this is also destructive action. So this will be, instead of delete dialog, this will be reset dialog, and this will be confirm reset. And this will be reset invite link. And we're gonna go ahead and give it, this will invalidate the current invite link. Just so the user knows if they have shared this with anyone, they're gonna have to share it again. Great, let's go ahead and add the reset dialog first so we don't forget it. So I'm just gonna add it below the delete dialog. And then, well, we can go ahead and copy the handle delete method. They're both very similar. And we're going to call this handle reset invite code. Confirm reset. And instead of delete workspace, we're going to do reset invite code. And the params are exactly the same. But the onSuccess does not need any redirection, but it will need something. So now let's append the handle reset invite code to our new card in the middle of the two cards, the one with the invite members, the one with the reset invite link here. So on click handle reset invite code and is pending or is resetting invite code. Let's go ahead and try it out now. So right now my invite link is AMD621. If I click a reset invite link and confirm, my invite code is reset, but this one seems to be exactly the same, except if I refresh, then it's a different code. Why does that happen? Well, because remember, how do we get the initial data for the edit workspace form? Well, if you go inside of your standalone here, so app standalone workspaces, workspace ID settings, we get it through a server component. This is where we get our initial values. So what we have to do is we have to call a router refresh. So let's go inside of the edit workspace form and let's find our, not the onSubmit, where is my handle reset invite code? In here, we're going to call router.refresh. This will refetch server components. And let's try this again. So this is my invite code EH2NT2. If I click reset, there we go. This is the new code. Amazing job. So you just finished that. So what we're gonna do next is we're gonna wrap up this invite functionality because it's not that difficult. And once we've finally finished with everything that Workspace can do, we can go ahead and do the members, which will display a list of our members, and we're gonna be able to change their role, like admin or member, or kick them or leave ourselves from a workspace. And then we can work with projects and tasks. Amazing job. Now let's go ahead and let's build the invite system. So first, let's build the actual join API post route, which will be called by the user attempting to join a workspace. So let's go inside of source, features, workspaces, server, route.ts right here. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to join a post /workspace ID /join. And then I'm going to go ahead and just collapse this route here. And then I'm going to add a session middleware, so only logged in users can do this. And then let's add a Z validator to look for JSON, and no need to define this in a schema. We can just go ahead and write a code to be a string. That's all we need. And we also need to add the Zod import here. So Z from Zod. Now let's go ahead all the way down. And let's go ahead and add our asynchronous controller. Now inside of here, I'm going to go ahead and destructure the workspace ID from cRequestParam. And I'm going to destructure the code from cRequestValidJSON. Then we're going to go ahead and get the databases from the middleware context. Let me just fix the constant typo here. So that's going to be c.get databases. And we're also going to need the user, c.get user. Then let's go ahead and let's get the member. So I'm going to do await get member. And I'm going to pass in the workspace ID, which comes from the param, the user ID, which comes from the current user $ID, and we also need to pass in the databases. I like to pass that first. If we have a member, that means no point in calling this API route, so we're going to return back a CJSON error, already a member, and not 500 but 400, like this. Then let's go ahead and let's get the workspace using the workspace ID from the params here. So we're going to go ahead and fetch await databases get document, and we're going to pass in the database ID, the workspaces ID, and then the workspace ID here. And I want to give it some strict types here, so I'm going to go ahead and give the get document the workspace type from /types. Let me show you this import right here. So this is our type which expands the model document. Whoops, it's located inside of features, workspaces, types. So now we're using it inside of this route here. And we are assigning it down here, and the reason we are assigning it is so that now I can safely do a comparison here. If workspace.invite code is not equal to the code entered from the body, we're gonna go ahead and return c.json here, error, invalid invite code, and then 400 error, like this. Otherwise, if all of this is okay, we're gonna go ahead and create a new member. So databases.create document, database ID, members collection ID, just members ID, ID.unique, because we are creating a new member here, and go ahead and give it a workspace ID, a user ID of user.$ID, and the role of member role.member, because this user is joining, not creating the workspace. And then we can go ahead and return back data workspace. All right, we now have that ready. So let's go inside of Workspaces API, and let's see which one. We can copy the use reset invite code and paste it. and let's rename this to use join workspace. Let's rename the constant to use join workspace here. And let's go ahead and modify these ones. So the request and response here should be join, I believe. There we go. And remember to have 200 here. And now let's go ahead and fix that here as well. So just replace this with join. And alongside param, we also need JSON here. So go ahead and pass JSON. There we go. And this will be failed to join workspace. On success here, we're going to say joined workspace. And in here, we can invalidate our workspaces query, and we can also invalidate the individual workspace data ID query. And again, failed to join workspace here, like this. And while we are here, I just want to take a look at all of my response types here. And I kind of don't like that in some of them, we are not doing the whole, you can see the 200 thing, but we can refactor that later because I'm not having any errors, but if you are, you might need that 200, but we're going to come to that later, no worry. So now that we have the API for that, let's go ahead and let's create the actual page for that. So we're going to go ahead and go inside of source. Let's go inside of the app folder, inside of standalone, workspaces, workspace ID, and let's create a new folder called join. And inside of here, let's create a page.tsx like this. Let's go ahead and mark this workspace ID join page and workspace ID join page like this. So now I should be able to go inside of my settings. I should be able to copy this invite link and I should be able to paste it here. And looks like I am getting an error here. Oh yes, because this is not the way I wanted. My apologies. So we have workspaces, workspace ID, join on the same level as settings, and then another one, invite code, like this, and then drag and drop page inside, like this. And let's refresh now, and there we go. Now our invite link works. So let me show you the new structure. So workspaces, workspace ID, join, and then the invite code. And that is equivalent to this. Workspaces, workspace ID, join, invite code. Right, so just double check inside of your settings here. When you work with full invite link, where is my full invite link? It's inside of the edit workspace form. So window location origin, workspaces, workspace ID, join, invite code. Make sure you don't misspell any of those. Great, so we now have this page right here. Let's go ahead and let's protect it. So I'm going to turn this into an asynchronous method. And I'm gonna go ahead and do user await get current. If there is no user, we can redirect from next navigation to sign in, like that. So now let's go ahead and let me just quickly peek at my settings page here, because I just want to copy this interface. So let's go back inside of the invite code here, like this. And in the params now, we can destructure the workspace ID. And let me just rename this. So workspace ID join page props. Let's destructure that here. So params. And now what we can do is we can load the workspace that we are trying to join so we can display to the user some information. But there is one problem. If you take a look at our features, workspaces, queries here, which we use in server components, for the get workspace, we ensure that the user is a member here, right? So this is what we're going to do. We're going to copy this get workspace, and we can copy the interface as well, so the entire thing. Now let's paste it down here, and we're going to call this get workspace info. and get workspace info here. So get workspace info props. It will be exactly the same. The only difference here will be the following, and that is that you don't have to be a member to visit this page. So I'm going to go ahead and remove this part. But we're going to be careful. We're not going to return back everything. We're just going to return the name. So workspace.name, because that is the only thing we need here. So get workspace info and no need for account here. There we go. So now we have our server component ready to give the user some useful information. Let's get this get workspace info and let's see if it works. So const workspace here will be get await get workspace info and pass in the workspace ID as params workspace ID. And I have to import get workspace info from features workspaces queries, and then workspace ID. Actually, let's go ahead and add workspace ID here. Well, we can just JSON stringify workspace. Let's see the entire thing which we fetch here, and there we go. As you can see, we fetch name test. And here's an even more important thing to try out. I'm going to copy my invite link and I'm going to go ahead and log out. And I will now log in with another account that I have that is not a part of this workspace, right? So this user has no workspace, as you can see. So I'm going to paste that invite link here, and there we go. That user can still see the information about the workspace they are trying to join. So I suggest you also log out and go into another user and confirm that you can see the information about this workspace. And what I want to do now is the following. I want to build inside of my features, inside of workspaces. Let's go inside of components and let's create join workspace form.tsx. And this one is going to be quite simple. So first of all, we're going to mark this as use client. We're going to export const join workspace form here. And let's go ahead and let's add everything we need from the card. So card content, description, header, and title here. And we're going to go ahead and give this entire thing a div. No need for a div, actually. We can immediately do card. Give the card full width, full height, border none, and shadow none. Then create a card header, which will have a class name of padding 7. And then we're going to have a card title here with a class name, text extra large, font bold, and the text join workspace. Below that, we're going to have a card description here, which will have you apostrophe have been, which you can replace with appos if you're getting IDE errors. So you've been invited to join, and then we're just going to go ahead and create an interface here, join workspace form props. Initial values will simply accept the name, which is a string, because that's the only thing we are allowing this user to see. So from here, assign the props, destructure the name, and then is it not? Oh, initial values. Okay, so initial values. So you've been invited to join initial values dot name, and we're going to wrap that inside of strong, so it's a bit bolder than the rest of the text, and then workspace like this. And let's go ahead and immediately add this component inside of our standalone workspaces workspace ID join invite code page.tsx. So I'm going to go ahead and create the join workspace form here, and the initial values will be our workspace. We can rename this to let's go ahead and do this. We can rename this to initial values. And we can also do a redirect if this doesn't work. So if there is no initial values, we can redirect the user. Whoops. Redirect the user to, well, just to the root page, because we can't redirect them to the ID because we don't even have the ID here. Great, so redirect from next navigation, and there we go. You can see how now this says you've been invited to join the test workspace. And I'm just going to give this div a class name of full width, and on large devices, maximum width of XL. So now it should look a bit better. There we go. Now let's head back inside of the join workspace form here, and we're not going to have too much things to build here. There aren't going to be any inputs, so don't worry about that. Let's go ahead and do px7 here. Then let's add a dotted separator here, which we can import from components dotted separator. Then let's add a card content with a class name padding of 7. And inside of here, we can add a div with a class name flex items center and justify between. And inside of here, let's add a button from components UI button. So this is another component that I have added an import for above. And let's go ahead and write cancel in the first one. And let's go ahead and write join workspace in the second one. And I think that we can maybe improve this. So let's go ahead and give it a flex column by default. But let's go ahead and give it a LG flex row here. And let's go ahead and give this a class name of wfull button LG wfit, and the same thing for this one. So on mobile it will look like this, but on desktop it will look like this. There we go. So now let's go ahead and give them some proper variants. So this will be a variant of secondary. It will be a type of button, and we're going to give it an as child prop, because inside of it we're going to use a next link. So make sure you've added an import for next link. I'm going to move it here, and this will simply redirect to the root page. So that root page will then move the user away if needed. And let me also just add a gap y2 here like this, or gap x2 as well. Well, we can just do gap 2 in that case. Great. And now this one here will have a size of large, and this one here will also have a size of large. I forgot to add that. And we're going to give this one a type of well, no need for submit. It can also be a button because it's going to have its own on-click here. So now let's go ahead and ensure this is use client, so that you can now go ahead and add the mutate to use join workspace here. So import this from ./API use join workspace. And now what we have to do is another thing. So go inside of workspaces, inside of hooks, and copy use workspace ID, paste it, and call this one use invite code. Rename this to use invite code, and search for params invite code like this. So you have this little reusable hook whenever you need it. You could have also done this in a different way. So you could have added the invite code here, and then you can just pass that to the join workspace form if you want to. You decide how you want to do it. You also, could have completely avoided the server component fetch, and you simply could have marked everything as use client, and you could have done the use get workspace. But, let's leverage server components since we have them, and since they're so handy to redirect the user away like this. Let's go inside of the join workspace form here, and let's get our invite code. So now no matter where this join workspace form is, we will be able to fetch this from our URL using the use invite code. And then let's go ahead and let's actually create the onSubmit here. So const onSubmit will call the mutate method, which will have the param, which will be the workspace ID, which we also need here, const workspace use workspace ID. Again, you could have passed this as a prop from the parent server component if that's what you prefer. At this point, I'm almost experimenting with all the things we can do here. And alongside param, we also need the JSON for the code to be invite code. There we go. And then on success here, we're going to go ahead and destructure the data. And inside of here, we need the router. So let's add the router from next navigation. I'm just going to move it here to the top. And then this router here will have a router.push / workspaces data.$ID, which is returned from our API. So let's go ahead and assign the onSubmit here to the join workspace. So on click here, on submit. And let's go ahead and give it a disabled, is pending, which we did not destructure. So let's destructure this from here. And let's do the same thing to the cancel button. Let's try it out now. So this user is not a part of this workspace. And if I click join workspace, joined workspace, and there we go. I am in the test workspace. And let's go ahead and confirm that by going inside of source, app folder, dashboard, workspaces, workspace ID. And let me just go ahead. And I think I can just do this params workspace ID. So it's completely type unsafe, but you can see it appears because we know it's here, right? So I just want to confirm. So it starts with 6700 and ends with 535. So I'm now logged in as John 6700. Okay, let's log out and let's log in with Antonio. And let's select test, and there we go. As you can see, this is the exact same workspace. So we officially have 2 members inside of this test workspace right here. Great, so we can now remove these params from the workspace ID page. And let me just show you the quick refactor you can do if you want to. So you can go inside of your app folder, standalone, workspaces, workspace ID, join, invite code. And if you want to, here's what we can do. Well, when we get workspace info, we can also, well, let's not return the ID. No need for that, because we have the workspace ID here, and we also have the invite code here. So we can do this, and then we can go ahead and pass the following. So initial values can stay the initial values, and then we can pass in the code to be params invite code, and the workspace ID can be params workspace ID. So this way you would not have to use those, you don't have to do this. I'm just demonstrating. So then inside of here, you would have the code and the workspace ID, and then you would not have to use these two, right? So a tip for you if you want to do that, but I mean, this works just fine. So however you prefer, whatever way you prefer doing it. Great, so I'm going to remove invite code from here because I'm not using it. And great, that's it. You've implemented the invite system. And now we are ready to finally go ahead and implement the members page, in which we will now hopefully see both of these members, Antonio and John, in this test workspace right here. Great, great job. In order to build our members list, first let's build the members API. Let's go inside of features, members, and let's create a new folder called server. Inside, let's create a route.ts. Let's go ahead and create a const app new Hono from Hono, and let's export default app. Now let's go back inside of our app folder, API route.ts. Let's go ahead and chain /members to our members. And now we have to import that. So import members from features, members, server, route. Like that. So make sure you have chained your new members here. It doesn't really matter before or after workspaces. Just be mindful of semicolons like this. Let's go inside, and first let's go ahead and let's build the get query. So this is an API endpoint which will be used to obtain all members in a workspace. So let's go ahead and add a session middleware here from lib session middleware. And then let's go ahead and let's add a Z validator here for our query. So we have to import the Z validator from Hono's validator. And this will be a z.object workspace ID z.string. And then an asynchronous controller here. Let's go ahead and let's move the Zod validator here and let's import Z from Zod like this. Now let's go ahead and let's obtain the users from our await create admin client. So this is something we have not done before. We have to use the admin client for this one. Let's go quickly back inside of the admin client. So that's located inside of your source lib folder Appwrite.ts. Inside of the create admin client, we don't have the users. So let's add get users, return new users client, and we should have the users import here. So not user, users, like this, node Appwrite. Great, so we now have that here, so we can go back here and there we go. We now have the users from our admin client. Let's get the databases from our c.get databases here. Let's get the current user from c.get user. And let's go ahead and let's obtain the workspace ID from cRequest valid query here, like that. And now let's get the current member using await get member here. You can do that from /utils because we are in the members feature folder, and inside of here we have the get member. We're going to pass in the databases. We're going to pass in the workspace ID and the user ID to be the current user $ID. If there is no member, we're going to go ahead and return back c.json error unauthorized with a 401. And now let's go ahead and let's get all members. So const members will be await databases list documents, passing the database ID from the config, passing the members ID from the config. So make sure you have added these two here, database ID and the members ID. And then we're going to add a query from node Appwrite. So I'm going to move that here with the other global imports. Query.equal workspace ID to the current workspace ID from our query. So we're going to load all members from the workspace. But keep in mind, our member collection only has the user ID and the workspace ID. It has no information about the name, for example, of that user, only the ID of the user. So what we have to do now is we have to populate those users, and for that we're going to use this users from the admin client. That's why we need that. So let's write const populated members like that. Await promise all. So we're using promise all so that we can do await inside of .map, right? So let's write members documents map. We're going to mark this as an asynchronous method. Get the individual member in each iteration here, get the user from that member here. So that's going to be await users.get member user ID. And then go ahead and return the existing member, but extend it by giving it a name and by giving it an email. And there we go. Now you created a list of populated members. And then go ahead and return c.json data spread the members. Why are we spreading the members, you might ask? Because the members is a document list collection, right? But populated members is just an array of objects. So we have to preserve those other attributes which the list document from Appwrite has, like total. So we are preserving that here, and then we are simply appending documents to be populated members. There we go. But we're not done yet. While we are here, let's also implement the delete individual member here. So using the member ID, ensuring we have the session middleware, let's go ahead and add a asynchronous controller here. So we're going to go ahead and first obtain the member ID from cRequest param. Then we're going to get the user from cGetUser from the middleware. Then we're going to get databases from c.getDatabases. And then inside of here, let's go ahead and add const member to delete will be await databases dot get document database ID members collection members ID and then the member ID. So this is how we load the individual member that we want to delete. But now let's also load all members in the workspace. So const all members in workspace will be await databases list documents database ID members ID and then query equal workspace ID member to delete workspace ID, like this. So we are loading all other members which are in the same workspace as the member we are attempting to delete, because we don't have the workspace ID inside of the URL here. So now we're gonna go ahead and obtain ourselves. So this member is us, right? So await get member, we are passing in the databases, we are passing in the workspace ID to be the member to delete workspace ID, and finally we are passing the user ID to be user.id. Since the member to delete doesn't have strict typings, be careful with this. Don't misspell it, don't add double S or maybe missing a letter. Be careful, ensure that you're using the proper workspace ID in all places. Now we have ourselves here, so now we can check, are we allowed to delete this member? First of all, if there is no member, meaning we are not a part of this workspace, immediately let's break the method here with an error unauthorized, like this. Then, if our member.id is not equal to member.to-delete.id, and I'm using the invalid IDs here, so we are using the $signs, right? So if we are not trying to remove ourselves, we are attempting to remove someone else, and if our current role is not member role.admin, you can import member role from types here. So if we are trying to remove someone else and we are not an admin, we are also going to return back this. And I forgot to add for ones here. That's important. So Hono knows it's an error. Did I forgot to do that anywhere else? I did not. Okay. Like this. And then let's go ahead and finally do await databases.delete document database ID members ID member ID here, and we are finally just going to return c.json data $ID member ID, which was the initial one we wanted to delete, or we can use member to delete.id like this. There we go. So that's our delete method, and now let's add the last one, which is the patch method, which will be used to modify the role of the member. So member ID right here again, session middleware again, and this time we're gonna have a z validator JSON z.object, a role will be a z.native enum, and we're going to pass in the member role. So only either member or admin will be available to pass inside of this validation here. Let's go ahead and add our asynchronous controller here. And now we're going to go ahead and do pretty much the same thing as we did here, so we can copy it. Also, looks like we're not using the all members in the workspace here, so let me just check whether I forgot to do this or is this just an extra. It seems like I forgot to use this. So before we allow the user to delete, let's also do if all members in the workspace.total is equal to 1, we're also going to throw back an error, meaning that you cannot delete the last member in the workspace. So cannot delete the only member. And we're going to throw back a 400 in that case. So if you want to remove that, you're going to have to delete the workspace in itself. Great. So I want to go ahead and I'm going to actually copy the entire delete method. Actually, let's copy the controller. That's maybe a smarter thing to do. So let's copy the controller of the delete. And then let's paste it here in the patch method. And then now we're going to modify it here. So inside of here, let's go ahead and let's extract the member ID from param. That's here. We have the user, we have the databases, but this time, this is not a member to delete. This is a member to update. I want to, have the proper terminology here. And we are still fetching all members in the workspace here, but using the member to update this time. Then we get ourselves using member to update here. And then we can follow the same logic. If we are not a member of this workspace, we are unauthorized to do this. And then the second thing we're going to do is if we are not an admin, we have no right to remove anyone's role. It doesn't matter if we are trying to change ourselves, right? If we are not an admin, we cannot do this. And then last thing we're going to do is if all members in the workspace.total are equal to 1, we're going to go ahead and do this as well. So cannot downgrade the only member and 400. And then inside of here, instead of having delete document, we're going to have update document with database ID, members ID, member ID, and then simply we're going to pass a role. And we have to destructure the role from the body here. So let's do that. Const role c request valid JSON. And now we have the role here. Let's see. We are also missing the member to update here. There we go. So we just finished our members API. So now let's go ahead and let's create our API folder here inside of the members feature folder, and let's create the hooks for each of those. So I'm going to close this and I'm going to go ahead and copy, let's see, Workspaces I think is the most similar one. So we're going to copy the use delete workspace. Let's start with that. I'm going to paste that inside of members and I'm going to rename this to use delete member. Let's go inside of use delete member. Let's rename it to use delete member. Let's go ahead and change the response and the request types here to be members and member ID. Pointing for delete, leave the 200 here. Same thing here, members and member ID. And then inside of here, failed to delete member. This will be member deleted. This will reset the members query. And this will reset the individual member data ID, but actually no need for that. We will not have this at all. We will never have a query for the individual member, so we can remove this. And this will again be failed to delete member. And no need for the data destructuring inside of the onSuccess then at all. Great. Now let's copy this and paste it, and let's go ahead and add use update member like this. Let's go ahead and replace this member ID with patch here. Then let's rename this to use update member. And let's go ahead and alongside param also destructure the JSON which we are going to have. And let's change this to patch. We now have an error because it's missing the JSON which holds the new role for the user. As you can see, role member role. The error is going to be failed to update member, member updated. It's going to reinvalidate members, and this will be failed to update member as well. And let's go ahead now and copy the workspaces use get workspaces, and let's paste it inside of our members API. So let's rename this to use get members like this, and let's rename this to use get members as well. The query key will be members right here, and let's go ahead and simply call members .get, but we are missing the query here. So let's go ahead and add that. Interface use get members props will require a workspace ID, which will be a string. So inside of here, let's add use get members props require the workspace ID, and then inside of here we can pass in the param workspace ID. Will it work like that? It's not param, it's query, I believe. There we go. So this will be failed to fetch members. There we go. Make sure this is called members, and also make sure it's only for this workspace ID. So we have to do a combination of these two, so that it can only so that it can refresh if we change a workspace. Otherwise, it will not fetch new members. So now, when we change the workspace ID, it will fetch it anew every time. Great. So we have all of that ready, and now we are ready to create our screen. So let's go inside of source, app folder, standalone. Let's go inside of workspaces, workspace ID, and then let's create a new folder called members. And inside a new file, page.tsx. Let's go ahead and name it workspace ID members page. Like this. And I immediately want to protect this page when it's a server component. So I'm going to mark this as an asynchronous component, and I will import getCurrent from features auth queries, and I will import redirect from next navigation. Inside of here, I will query the user using await getCurrent, and if there is no user, I will redirect away from here to /sign-in. And then usually we would leverage this server component, to fetch members as well. But since in all the previous pages where we used the server-side fetching here, it was for, initial data for forms, right? Like name, title, status, things like that. But this will be a list of members. So I think it's better to fetch this client side so that we can implement, infinite loading if needed in the future. So that's why I'm going to handle the server component only for this very convenient redirect without use effect here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go inside of my features, inside of my workspaces, and let's create a component called members form members list.tsx, like this. So let's export const members list here. Now, will you put this, inside of members or workspaces? It's really your choice. Perhaps maybe it's better to keep it in the members feature folder. We'll see. Let's implement it first. So I'm just going to write, members list here first. I'm going to go to this page, and I will simply give this one a class name of full width and on large maximum width of XL. And then inside of here, I'm going to add a members list like this from features, workspaces, components, members list. And I think that now if I click on members here, there we go. I have the members list in a standalone file. Perfect. So just like on settings, for example, right here. Excellent. Let's go back inside of our members list now, and let's go ahead and style this. So I think we should start by marking this entire thing as use client and importing the card content, card header, and card title from components UI card. Besides that, we're also going to need our handy use workspace ID from features workspaces hooks use workspace ID so that we can obtain it from the URL. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to go ahead and get the workspace ID from use workspace ID here. And let's go ahead and style our card here. So this will be a card with a class name, full width, full height, border none, and shadow none. Inside of here, I'm going to add a card header component with a class name, flex row, items center, gap X of 4, padding of 7, and space Y of 0. Then inside of here, I'm going to add a button component. So let's make sure that you import the button component from components UI button. Inside of this button, I'm going to write back so the user can go back to the dashboard, and I'm going to add an arrow left icon. I'm going to give this a class name of size 4 and an MR of 2. And this button will have a variant of secondary, and it will have a size of small. This button will also be a link in itself. which will have an href to redirect the user to go back to /workspaces and then back to the workspace ID. And let's go ahead and assign the as child here so the button becomes the link. There we go. Now outside of this button, we're gonna add a card title here. And we are simply gonna add a members list here. And let's add a class name here, text extra large and font bold. There we go. Outside of the card header, we're going to add a div with a class name px7. And we're gonna go ahead and add a dotted separator here. Now this dotted separator comes from the components dotted separator import. I'm just gonna go ahead and align my imports here. There we go. And below this, we are adding a card content. And let's give this a class name of padding 7 like this. Inside of here, let's go ahead and let's get our useGetMembers and let's pass in the workspace ID which we have. And we have imported useGetMembers from our newly created features members API useGetMembers. Inside of here, we can now destructure the data like this. And then we can go ahead inside and we can do data.documents and make sure you put the question mark here. So data question mark documents.map, get individual member and the index here. And let's add a fragment around each of our, from React, around each of our members here. So I'm gonna go ahead and just add the fragment here like this. And inside, let's add a div with a class name flex item center and gap 2, and give the fragment a key of member $ID. Inside of this div, we're gonna add a member avatar, which is a component we don't yet have, but luckily for us, it's gonna be very simple to the one that exists, called Workspace avatar. So let's go inside of source, features, workspaces, components, workspace avatar, and we can copy this. And then we can go inside of the members, inside of the new folder we're going to create inside components, and simply paste in, well, you can just copy it like this, and this will be called members avatar.tsx, and paste it inside. Let's go ahead and rename the 3 instances to members avatar here. So it will have no, it will not have an image actually. So only a name, class name, and let's add a fallback class name here to be a string as well. And we're gonna remove this, and we're gonna add a fallback class name. It will not have an image, so no need for this case. We're just working with this one. It will have a size 5 by default. It will be transition. It will be border neutral 300, and it will be rounded full like this. Oh, I've removed the return. There we go. And our avatar fallback here will do the following. So this one, let's go ahead and do this. Let's remove the entire thing and let's reuse our CN. So the default classes will be background neutral 200, font medium, text neutral 500, flex items center, and justify center. And then inside of each of them, and also besides this, we're gonna pass in the fallback class name like this. And we can go ahead and do this. So name.character at 0 and then to uppercase. Like this, and we can remove the image import. So now we have the members avatar here. I just want to call this member avatar, not members. So member avatar, and I'm gonna rename it here as well, member avatar. Great. We can now go back inside of Workspaces components members list, which the more I look at it, the more I think it should belong to the members feature folder. Now let's import the member avatar. From features, members, components, member avatar right here. And we're going to go ahead and pass in the following. The class name size 10, fallback class name text large, and name member.name. There we go. And let me refresh this to see Is anything loading here? Looks like it's not loading. We're gonna go ahead and debug. I think I maybe know why. Let's see. Yeah, so we don't have the scope to load the users. So let's go ahead and fix that. So I'm gonna go inside of my members here. My apologies, inside of my Appwrite console. And first, let's check our members collection, specifically the settings. Okay, we have all the right permissions set. So what the issue is, inside of our admin client attempting to list the users. So let's go ahead and go inside of our settings. Let's find our, in the overview here, maybe API keys. Here they are. Click on your API key here, and then go ahead inside of the scopes. And now in the auth, click on users.read like this and click update. And I think that now, if I refresh, there we go. Now I have two users, Antonio and John, right here. Great, so our member avatar now works, no more errors inside of our API endpoints. And now below the member avatar, let's go ahead and let's add a div with a class name, flex column. And let's add a paragraph, which will render the member name, which we have populated. There we go, here's the name. And a class name, text small and font medium, like this. Below this, we're gonna add a text extra small and text muted foreground, and this will render the member email. Like this, there we go. So I have flex items center here, but something here I don't like. Okay, so what we're gonna do next is outside of this div here, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna add a button component, which will have a more vertical icon from Lucid React. So make sure you have imported the more vertical icon here. Now we're gonna go ahead and give this button a class name of ML Auto. So it's on the other side, a variant of secondary, and the size of icon, so it's small. And let's now give the more vertical icon a class name here of size 4 and text muted foreground. Like this. Great, so we have this, and then outside of this div, still inside of the fragment, let's do if index is smaller than our data documents length -1. In that case, we're gonna go ahead and render a separator component. Not a dotted separator, just our separator component from Shadcn. Again, if you don't have that, you can do bunx --bun Shadcn 2.1.0 add separator. In case you don't have the separator component, but you should, because we added it in the beginning of our tutorial. There we go, we now have the separator, and let's give it a class name my 2.5. And there we go. Now, as you can see, each of our members here has a nice little separator here. Great. So now what we have to do is when we click on these to show some options, but I just don't like how this separator looks. Can I change this color to neutral 300 maybe? Or maybe a background? Make it a bit darker. Okay, I'm not going to play around with it too much. Let's go ahead and let's actually create this button into a drop-down menu. So for that, we need to import everything used for the drop-down menu. So let's import the following: drop-down menu content, drop-down menu item, and drop-down menu trigger from components UI drop-down menu. And then we're going to wrap this entire button here inside of that. So let's grab the button inside of the drop-down menu like this. Let's give the drop-down menu itself, well, nothing. Let's just continue with wrapping and composing. So the button will go inside of the drop-down menu trigger, and to avoid a hydration error, we're going to give this as child, so the trigger becomes the button, because the drop-down menu trigger is a button element, and then we would have button inside of a button. That causes hydration errors. So as child, we'll fix that. And then inside of here, we're going to go ahead and have a drop-down menu content with the side of bottom and an align of end like this. And then inside of here, we're gonna have our drop-down menu items. So drop-down menu item here. The first one will be set as administrator. And we're gonna go ahead and give this a class name of font medium. And let me just fix the capitalization here, class name. Then we're gonna go ahead and have an on-click here, which for now will be empty, and disabled, which will be false. And then let's go ahead and let's copy and paste this one. This one will be set as member. And then the last one will have a class name of text amber 700, and it will have a remove member.name here. So now when you click here, there we go. Set as administrator, set as member, and remove John or remove Antonio. Now let's go ahead and let's add our hooks for this. So we are working with use update member and use delete member. Let me separate them. So we're gonna add const use delete member from features member, use delete member. We're gonna add mutate to be delete member. Is pending will be is deleting member. And then we can copy and paste this and call use update member. This will be update member, and this will be is updating member. Just make sure you have imported your both use delete member and your use update member. I'm just going to move them with the features here above. There we go. Now that we have those, let's go ahead and let's actually handle the delete member and handle the update member. So const handle update member will be an asynchronous method. Actually, no need for asynchronous. It will just accept the member we are trying to delete. So member ID, which is a string. And it will accept a role, which is a type of member role. So import that. So make sure you have added the member role import from features members types. I'm just going to move it here. There we go. So now inside of here, we're going to call the update member. And we're going to pass in the JSON to be role. And we're going to pass in the param to be member ID. There we go. No errors. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's add the confirmation for our delete here. So for that, we're going to have to go here and import use confirm from hooks use confirm. And let's go ahead and set that up here. So this is an array like this. Let's go ahead and ask remove member. This member will be removed from the workspace and destructive. We're going to have a confirm. Well, let's just call this a dialog and confirm. Actually, let's call it a confirm dialog just in case we import the actual dialog anytime. We can render the confirm dialog here. Like this. And then let's go ahead and let's implement the const handle delete member. And this will be an asynchronous method, which will accept the member ID to delete. And then we're going to get the OK using await confirm here. If not OK, we are going to break the method immediately. Otherwise, we're going to go ahead and call the delete member, member ID. And in case we deleted ourselves, we're going to go ahead and pass in the on success here. Window location reload like this. So this is kind of a brute force way of ensuring everything is up to date after this action. And it looks like I'm getting an error here. I think I need to pass the param. There we go. Now let's assign the handle the update member and handle delete member to our drop-down menu items here. So the set as administrator will call the handle update member, and it will pass in the member.id with the $, and then member role.admin. And it will be disabled if is updating member. So I'm going to copy these two and I'm going to replace them for this one. This one will set the member role to member. And we can copy this two as well and replace them for the remove one here. This will be handle delete member. and no need for the second argument here. And this will be is deleting member like this. Let's go ahead and try it out. So I'm logged in as Antonio, and I'm pretty sure I created the test workspace here. So I can go inside of my members, and I should be able to remove John after confirmation. And there we go. John has been removed from the list. And if I now go ahead and log out here and go inside of johnmail.com, John 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, log in. There we go. John has no idea about this workspace. Perfect. So now I'm going to go ahead and go back inside of my Antonio here. Let's invite John back again. So I'm going to go inside of my settings for the test workspace, and I will copy the invite link. I will log out. I will log in as John. Let's go ahead and accept the invite here, join the workspace. And now, if I go inside of settings here, and if I go inside of members, and if I attempt to remove Antonio here, there we go, fail to delete member. And if I attempt to set myself as administrator or member, it does not allow me to do any of those things, as you can see. So let's go ahead and quickly try one thing. If I am Antonio, and I go inside of members here, let's wait a second for this to load. Oh, I think it did not load. Yeah, I think I pressed on the, my apologies. So what happened here is that before my workspace loaded, I pressed on the members, and then that led to undefined. So perhaps while workspace is loading, while we are getting redirected, we can disable that, so that doesn't happen. So now you can see it works. What I want to know now is, can I set John as administrator here? Member updated, amazing. And now if I go back inside of John, I really should have set up multiple browsers for this. Now John should be able to downgrade Antonio. There we go, member updated. And that would also mean now that Antonio should no longer be able to remove John. Let's hope this is the last time I do this. So now John, if I remove John, I get an error, but I should be able to remove myself from the workspace. And that works because I am a member. Great, but it looks like my window reload did not trigger here on success. That's odd. But I think that after refreshing this, yeah, okay, what we have to do is we have to handle some error states, right? But if the user tries to go back here, they won't be able to load anything here because we will cause an error if they try to load a workspace they're not a part of. So you don't have to worry about that. But the important thing is this user now has no workspace. Our role-based access control works perfectly. Amazing, amazing job.